and the person who's suffering outside of the simulation. So you would say, I would rather 5 people suffer within the simulation, right, than 5 people suffer without the simulation, like outside.
Well, that's a different question, but no, I mean, like, I still value the sentience, right? But it's not going to be like, I'm not going to like base that, I'm not going to say, yeah, you should have sentience, right? But you should also have sentience. I mean, not sentience, but you should have rights, right? Because of sentience. That is a property of human rights, but that doesn't mean before you had sentience, you shouldn't have rights.
Hold up a minute. I want you to listen to this real quick, right? Well, we can talk about what's entailed in here in a second, right? But if, again, it adds 0 value, right, what value would it have prior to sentience? Do you understand the point that I'm making there? Again, these two circumstances have the same value outside of the like, whether they're in a simulation and outside of the simulation have the same value. That means the biological life adds nothing. So if the biological life adds nothing, what value is there prior to sentience?
How would it add nothing, though?
Wait, because you said that the value. Do you agree that the suffering in the simulation is just as bad as the suffering in our reality here? Given that it's the same pain and everything else?
No, because you get to keep living. You get to keep your sentience. How could it be the same, right?
Wait, there's sentience in both circumstances. What are you talking about?
A part of torture is like they'll just torture you, making you think you're going to die, right? But if you have sentience and you're in a robot, you can't die. Your body, you basically could keep living.
Wait, so if you knew that you couldn't die and that they were torturing you in ways in which you couldn't die, right? Would it then be the case that like it's not as bad?
Yeah. Well, I mean, sure, you could argue that it's not as bad.
Okay, so someone who's torturing you, who's never going to unalive you, right? And then in the simulation, right, there's someone who's torturing you that's never going to unalive you. They torture you in the exact same ways. Is it valued the same?
Wait, one body being a robot and the other one actually like a real body?
Yeah, but again, they have the same pain mechanisms, everything, right? Again, or it's like the consciousness in the simulation, like San Junipero.
Yeah, I mean, it would just be like, sure, if you went to court for like giving a child PTSD or like LSD, right, versus you actually unaliving them, you're going to still get charged because what you did was a terrible thing, right? Because you just messed with their mind. But you didn't take their life, therefore you most likely wouldn't be charged for murder.
Dude, I don't know how that related to my question, right? I'm not talking about taking life. I gave you specific scenarios where in each scenario you don't take life. It's just torture. It's the same type of torture in the exact same context, same amount of pain, same feelings that people have, everything, right? One is within a simulation, the other's not in the simulation. Are they valued the same, or is one worse than the other?
I like the way you got some good technique for going at this one. It's throwing me for a little bit of a loop, but not enough of a loop though, guys. So here's the thing. Yeah, it would be you can never say it would be the same just based off of the body that you're in. But sure, I would concede and say that. Because it's not going to affect my argument, right? I could say that it's equally as bad if you were able to maintain your sentience, but that doesn't make sentience the linchpin of the argument, though.
No, you know what it tells me? It tells me the DNA, the biological life, had no value in that circumstance. Because if you value them the same, and in one scenario it doesn't have that, and the other scenario it does have that, it tells me it has 0 value. And if it has 0 value, if there's no sentience prior to sentience, right, what value does that biological entity have? Because remember, the biology, the DNA, doesn't give them any value. So this is a defeater for your argument. I'm not joking, right? This is literally the defeater.
I mean, you're saying it doesn't give them any. The fact that they don't have sentience doesn't give them value, but they're still like, yeah. I could say that, like, if you could figure out a way to make them both sentient, like this abuse of the mind is just proportionally as bad, regardless of the body, right? But I'm still going to, when we're talking about abortion, we still have to factor in that body and what it's going to become. And the future, no, this is bad. So basically, yeah, if you didn't value the body before sentience, then therefore you would be negating human rights properties.
If I didn't value, I'd be negating human rights property. I don't care about this. having rights, right? What I care about is me as a sentient being and you as a sentient being having rights, right? And that's also what you care about insofar as the idea that, again, there's no distinction amongst these entities, even though that one has biological life,
question.
has DNA, and the other one does not.
Wait, are you saying? Are you
Zero
saying,
value comes from that.
Okay. Are you saying that like one if one person controlled all pregnancies, right? And if a woman was to get pregnant, they had to go through this one person only, right? Would you say you're basically saying it would be okay for this one person to basically like, let's say they're crooked and completely like a terrible person, and they want to like, guys, not while I'm talking, thank you. And they want to like prove they want to prove like say they're like mustache man in disguise, but you don't know it, right? We all go through this one person. So you're saying it wouldn't be a human rights violation if they aborted every single guys, I'm trying to make look.
Don't do this today, please, man. I appreciate the galaxy. I'm not joking. Actually, this time I will kick you out. Appreciate the llama. Thank you.
No, I know. So here's the deal, right? If that was your point, then you would say that wouldn't be a human rights violation, although this person was preventing every single woman in the world from getting pregnant. Thoughts?
Sorry, can you restate? I really couldn't follow that. I apologize.
Okay. Long story short, if one person controlled all the pregnancies, right, and it was their judgment whether they should move forward with a pregnancy or not. I know what you guys are doing. And if that was the case, right, then because they did it before the first month, this would justify this action. And then, but how?
Oh, if someone just wants to like create an embryo and then unalive it, and then wants to do that forever?
No, you can't. According to your stance, you cannot unalive an embryo.
What? Yeah, you can.
Wait. No, that's embryo past 1 month.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Why past 1 month? Well, that doesn't make any sense.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is it okay for one doctor to say, as long as they do it before 1 month, to tell all women that give birth they can unalive this thing before 1 month, and they start to do this thing? Does that not make sense? It's hypothetical.
I'm kind of confused with the hypothetical, but let me see how it this is kind of how I'm understanding it. You're saying people just get pregnant, and then at 1 month of pregnancy just decide to end it, and I see it's fine?
I'm saying if one person gatekeeps pregnancy, right? Let's say in the future, okay? One person gatekeeps all pregnancies, and all of a sudden they're like mustache man. But because of your stance, there's laws saying abortion is not okay. It's okay, but only up to 1 month, right?
No, it's way more than 1 month. Wait. Where did you get 1 month from?
Why is abortion wrong? I mean, not 1 month, the first trimester. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, by the way, I'm just asking why it's wrong in the first trimester. My view, sentience, right, which is generally what I see, right, 18 weeks, right, is 18, 26 weeks is when we see that to be the case.
Well,
so
there you go.
It's a bit more than the first trimester, but.
Oh, I answered your question and you agree. Thank you.
Yeah. If you want to get an abortion prior to sentience, go for it.
No, that's no. Oh, right, but what I'm saying is because you don't grant this thing rights before that time, what if someone implemented laws and no more babies were ever born? And they justified it by saying, well, we're not unaliving anything. We're just stopping this. Whatever.
You're unaliving it. You're just not unaliving it as something I care about, right?
That's what I'm saying. So why would you care?
Yeah, I'm not going to care about it, but like I would say that like I'd probably like there to be humans that can continue like existing in the future. Oh, because so actually, if you think about it here, if you think about it within this respect, right? Because we are rational, we are able to minimize the level of suffering that exists in this world, right? If it was just the case that other types of animals that were not rational, I appreciate Gus, thank you so much, were existing in this world and it wasn't us. Well, then clearly speaking, we're likely going to see more suffering in the context of nature, right? Than we would if we have some sort of rational species that can exhibit some level of order, right? Does that make sense? Because I would still have sentient beings that I care about alive, even if there's not humans.
Wait, say that again?
There'd still be sentient beings that I care about that are alive. So I'm saying that they're being sentient beings, they're being humans is some sort of good thing because they're rational and because rational entities can exhibit order.
Yeah, but I'm saying what about before they're rational though?
What about it?
Well,
Like
no,
them
no.
getting
So
abortions
wait,
before
so
they're rational? I don't know if they're going to be able to do that.
right, that's no, that's not what I meant. You know what's funny? Like I'm so used to watching your lives. Like you start talking, and I just like get lulled into like just start listening to you. But I forget that I'm actually debating you, so I have to think of a counter argument. It's kind of funny. But anyway, yeah, no, okay. So you're saying because we're sentient and we understand about life, right? That makes it. You wouldn't want to live in a world where we just aborted life before this time frame, right?
I don't have an issue if we abort life prior to this point.
Okay, but what if everybody did it though, and they just claimed like, "Oh, it's justified"? What if
No, it's
mustache
still
man?
justified for them to do that. But what I'm saying is that we're missing out on the fact that we can establish like order in human beings, right?
That's my point, Parker. Listen, that's my point, right? What if this sounds like if Mustache Man was like, "Yeah, we're missing out on like all these awesome like Jewish people, but like they're still harmful,
What?
right?"
See, there's a very clear distinction between these two. One would be that one is sentient, the other's not.
Okay, so you're saying
One has never been sentient,
hang
the
on,
other is sentient.
yeah. But you do understand that you could still be tyrannical and authoritarian and create just because you can justify it and say you're not actually committing like a genocide because you're not granting rights anyway doesn't make it even more. That doesn't make it right because you
Um,
said yourself you wouldn't want to live in a world where there were no pregnancies.
no, I would rather there be people who get pregnant to produce children because it can lead towards order in the future, but that has nothing to do with me valuing, say, like a zygote or like an embryo. That's everything to do with me valuing sentient humans, right, that are rational, that can engage with the world around them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree with that, but who's to
No, it's like, I
say
can still hear I'm grabbing
because
something.
yeah, I got you. So again, like this is just going to be subjective, right? And it yields the result of potentially being a genocide or whatever you call it when they
What's
use
your definition of
abortion,
genocide?
like oppression or termination of a group of people, slowly but surely.
Okay, so you're okay with you're okay with are you okay with a family unplugging people who are brain dead? So you're okay with genocide
Yeah,
of brain
no, I'm
dead
not okay with
individuals?
that. No, see, I'm not okay with that.
So you'd rather them be on like machines until they decompose, even though it can cost thousands of dollars a day?
Until they decompose?
Yeah, because they're just cellular life at this point. They don't have sentience. They're never going to come back in terms
Yeah,
of sentience. They're
I
being
wouldn't
kept
have a
on these
problem with that.
machines, right, until they literally like decompose in terms of their bodies, right?
Yeah,
Because
do you remember the scene in The Matrix where they have all those bodies in those things? Like, I'm okay with that. Let it happen. Because you know what? I think we can also
what
use
about
the
medical
bodies
supplies
for a
that could be
greater
used for
good.
sentient humans?
Medical supplies that can be used for Are you saying that
Because they're
because
using a
they're going to
medical
run
supplies
out?
that can be used for other people.
Oh, right, but again, that just is gonna create more jobs, right? That's just like when they said they were gonna run out of ventilators, they just made more ventilators.
Oh, okay. So you're just saying it like it creates more jobs.
Sure,
Okay,
why
so let
would
me
I
give you
mean?
a
This is your
circumstance.
logic. Come on.
Let me give you a circumstance. So if it relates to this, then clearly speaking, would it be the case that like if every single one is full, right? Every single bed, do we take brain dead individuals off them?
If every single bed is full,
Yeah, and there are humans that are human beings
no,
that are sentient that
put them on
need
the
them.
ground, put them in space. Like this is just going to create more work. So they have to create more beds.
Okay, you're
Like and
trolling.
then someone's got to get them. No, how is that a troll? Like this is 100% accurate. Do you not think it's called supply and demand? How would that be a bad
Yeah,
thing?
you understand that it takes time for supply to be generated. Appreciate that,
Right?
mustache.
And
Thank you
you
so much.
understand it
Like,
takes
there's a
time for
lagging
people.
indicator.
Hang on. Do you understand it takes time for people to go brain dead and be on machines? Like it's not going to just happen all at once.
It happens quicker than you being able to get the supply.
Oh wait, is your
Appreciate the
argument
Lucy.
that
Thank you so
there's going to
much.
be your argument for being on machines is that they're going to run out of machines?
Yes, that's actually like we have
That's
finite resources. Yes.
no, we have find. That's like saying there's global warming. Like, come on, we're gonna no. That's not going to
There
work.
is
It's
warming
not
of the
going to be.
globe, and we do have finite resources.
But there's
HVAC,
also
that was actually the
cooling of
most
the globe.
incoherent thing you've ever said on my platform.
No, there's also cooling of the globe as well. That doesn't mean there's like in some impending doom where we're going to run out of this.
If you
like
look at the
certain
yearly
material.
temperatures, right, on average, right, we're seeing increases in the yearly temperatures because of things like the greenhouse effect caused by human beings using fossil fuels and sending different types of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, which is creating an absorbing effect for heat.
Right. And what happens in the winter though?
Well, it gets cooler and then it comes back, right? We're talking about the average temperature year round.
I mean, if anything, where I'm at, it was a cooler summer. Like, if anything, it would be indicative of hotter and hotter and hotter summers.
We actually are seeing hotter and hotter summers, right? That would just be particular to the area that you are in. I can send you resources over, like NASA, right? Clearly indicates that there's been multiple there's been over like a degree of change in terms of like Celsius of warming, right? Since like I'm pretty sure the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, and it's continuing
NASA.
to at least go 1.2, 1.52 degrees Celsius, which is very huge for the globe because it can change what types of agriculture are relevant in specific areas, the soil types, what particular crops can grow, right? Where we can live, what's habitable for human beings. Right. These are very, very, very relevant factors, right? It can change the level of the sea level, right? Because that can also impact most people who are living on coasts right now, right? Because most people do live on coasts, right? And if the sea level just increases a bit, right, that can edge up on people who are already living on the coast. I'm not saying it's happening tomorrow. I'm not saying it's happening right now. What I'm saying is that in the future, by 2100, we're expected to see hundreds of millions of climate refugees, okay? Which is going to cause economic devastation.
Wow, I know you're not using that propaganda. Now you're
that's not propaganda. That's like actually true.
No, you guys were saying, hang on, the same people who said that we're going to have global warming and like exponential heat waves like 10 years ago, like the same people.
I'm not saying it's happening in 10 years. What I'm saying is that given 80 years from now, we're going to see 1.52 degrees Celsius increase in the temperature, which will affect global temperatures and will affect how much where we can live on the planet. That's like, true.
You know what this sounds like? This is like the leftist version of what the Republicans do with the Bible and how the world's going to end.
This isn't.
Really is.
No, we have science for this.
You could say science. They're going to say Bible. Like, look, the leftist.
We have evidence with science. They don't have evidence with the Bible.
What? They have evidence for science, but they don't. Like, is this the same NASA that thinks the world is round? That was a joke. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Again, a little bit of a smile. Like, okay. So anyway, but back to the original topic. Let's stick to. I think you're trying to obfuscate a little bit because Big Daddy's on. I'm the master debater, and I have the best debates. Okay. So anyway, with your stance about abortion,
HVAC, you actually kind of did concede earlier. I'm not gonna lie. Right, like actually, I appreciate the Lucy Llama. Thank you so much. You actually conceded to the sentient argument earlier, sentience, because you said there's no distinction in the value between the entity in which was sentient and the entity which was sentient and had biological life. So the biological life added zero value. So there's no value for an embryo prior to having sentience. The only thing you could say is like there's some sort of potential. Right. So if it's not based on the biological life and it's based on the potential, are you saying that if I had a contraption where there's a sperm and an egg about to cause fertilization, would you say that would have value before its conception? Before there's conception?
I would say it does have value, but it doesn't have the right to human life.
Ooh, okay. Thank you for the here we go. I appreciate it, Taishi. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So it doesn't have the right to life. Okay. So if it doesn't have the right to life, that means potential itself does not grant the right to life. Therefore, the embryo that you're seeing here doesn't have moral value under your view.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, so because potential doesn't grant the right to life here, well, the embryo here does not have the right to life because they just have potential under your view.
No, it doesn't have potential. It has everything to make a human being.
Under your view, it already would be a human being. And by the way, that is potential. Having everything for this future state is potential. I appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much.
Wait, hang on. So we're close here, right? Right. So I have to understand this. So what I'm saying is, even if there's potential and I value that potential, right, that doesn't equivocate it to human life. Then you say, then what'd you say?
No, you say it doesn't equivocate to, I appreciate the love you, thank you so much, to the right of life. What I'm saying is that then this doesn't have the right to life, under your view, because the biological life does nothing, the potential does nothing to grant right to life. It's simply the sentience that grants the right to life. So, like, actually, you hold my view now.
No,
HVAC, W, so welcome to the team, bro.
Yeah, then send me $250 million, maybe, but I doubt it. But
No, you already conceded. I don't have to send you any money. You already conceded.
No, I didn't, Parker. I never once said that sentience equivocates to human life. I said it ought to be valued. Yes.
No, you never said it equivocates to human life. What you said is that the consciousness in the simulation, its suffering was just as valuable as the consciousness in the body that's suffering. But the difference between the two is that one is biological life and the other doesn't. So if they're valued the same and one is biological life and the other does not, that means biological life grants zero value. Do you see what the point I'm making there?
No, I get what you're saying, but that's not accurate, right? What I'm saying is
it is.
I'm not looking at the screen, by the way. I'm not even looking, guys. So don't even look. What I'm saying is that yes, sentience is you can torture someone that has thoughts and feelings. Yes, I value that. That doesn't somehow negate my value for DNA and human life.
No, it does, because you value them the same. If you said that there was value to human life in DNA, well, no, you did. You actually did. Okay, so now you're saying that there is value to human life and there is value to that, right? Therefore, the suffering of the individual within the simulation is not as valuable as the suffering of the individual outside of the simulation.
Why? How are you drawing that conclusion? No,
because, right, they both have sentience, which would be granting of the same value. And then if they have another quality on top of that biological life, that would be granting more value than the original just sentience. So the sentience and sentience would be there, and then adding the biological life would put it there. Does that make sense?
All I'm doing is adding to the equation. Just like the Constitution, the amendment, you can
Anthony, thank you for the Venmo.
You can't take away from.
Restate that, sorry?
Venmos. See, Venmos are so much less triggering than those corgi shake. I'm telling you. But no, you see what I mean? So, like, for example, the Constitution, you can add to it, but you can't take away from. So I added to abortion, and I said that, yes, I value this sentience equally, right? I.e., you ought to have human rights. That doesn't negate from a fetus or a embryo having that human life.
So I'm gonna explain this one more time because we're getting circular at this point. I've already explained this. I want you to listen, okay? Right. So if one has sentience, that means its value is here, right? Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. The other one has sentience, its value is here. If you're saying that there's something on top of that grants value, i.e., the biological life, that increases the value. It's now distinct in its value. It's now not equal. Okay. So if it's equal, that means that the biological life doesn't add that extra value. It's instead just here. Does that make sense?
Okay, hang on one sec, Parker. I'm going to turn on my camera. Don't get triggered. Chat, do not get triggered.
Thank you, Lucy Lama. I appreciate it.
Oh, they're doing it. They're doing what they love to do. And that's trigger me. Guys, when my camera's on, please have a little respect. Because this face, this is most handsome. Thank you. Okay, Parker. So what we have is conception, okay? And then what you have is your argument, sentience, which I agree, right? And then you make an argument, right? Maybe you're saying sentience goes up to here, right? That doesn't mean my standard, guys, I'm doing, when I do that's, okay, thank you. So that doesn't mean.
No, actually, HVAC, you're misunderstanding me. Yeah, I'm not saying.
Down here.
No. This is not what I'm saying. Hold on. HVAC. This is not what I'm saying. Okay. So the reason why I'm saying is that it grants zero value is because there's an equivalent notion between the entity that has sentience and has biological life and the entity that has sentience and doesn't have biological life. Okay, so listen to this for a second. I'm not saying because sentience is more value, that means this isn't valuable. I appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. It's because sentience grants this level of value. Thank you for the corgi as well. I appreciate it. So does the life. I mean, the other sentience, right? So if there's also life that grants value, it would be more than the original just sentience. Appreciate the gifts. Thank you so much, everyone.
Wait, so you're saying it's life plus sentience?
So life plus sentience should be more valuable than just sentience. Do you agree?
Exactly.
No, that's your view, right? I appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. So if that is your, if that's your view,
no, it's and again, actually, so you're saying because I put sentience up here, it brings my human life standard lower?
no, dude, I don't know why you keep thinking that. Right? I never said that. HVAC. Okay, right?
Here's my human life.
Okay, there's human life, right? Human life is right here. Okay, or no, sentience is right here. Okay, you add life, it goes up higher. I appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. Right?
Wait, you can't. Hang on, you can't have sentience without life.
We're talking about sentient, and actually you can, right? In this hypothetical, we're talking about how we're sending a sentient life, right, into a simulation, right, or to a San Junipero circumstance. So that's kind of what we're saying here.
Okay.
Or we're putting into a robot that has the same feelings as me and you. They don't have the biological life. They now don't have the DNA. But what you told me is the suffering of that robot that has the same experience as me and you put into that robot, it's still you, right, is just as valuable as when you were in your body. And if it's just as valuable as when you were in your body, that tells me that, again, the biological life adds no value. Why? Because if they are equal, that means sentience plus life is not more valuable than sentience. Okay? Because sentience plus life is just as valuable as sentience. Do you understand what I'm saying? If sentience plus life is just as valuable as sentience, that means life provides no value. Right? Because, for example, if we did an equal sign, sentience plus life equals sentience, right? There's no way life could equal anything. Because if you do the equation, right, sentience and sentience are equivalent to each other, right?
Okay, so what I said originally, right, is that I would grant this robot could be tortured, right, because they have human sentience, and you can torture people using their mind, right? I didn't say now. Aside from the analogy, right? What I'm saying is that humans life human life is equal to sentience. Sure, you could say that, right?
Oh, okay, no. Here, Jeff. Hey, HVAC. Okay, we have an equation, okay? The equation is sentience and life is equal to sentience, okay? If life is equal to sentience, that would mean sentience plus life is equal to 2 sentience. Does that make sense? I feel like I need a thing to like write an equation for you, right?
Oh, so you're saying sentience plus life? Say that one more time.
Okay, so the equation is sentience plus life equals sentience, okay? If you're telling me that life equals the same as sentience, well then sentience plus life is going to be equivalent to 2 sentience, not 1 sentience. Does that make sense?
Okay, perfect. That actually makes a lot of sense. So when I say this is where you're misinterpreting what I'm saying, right? I get what you're saying, and it makes sense. But what I'm saying is, I don't value. Wait, so you're saying, yeah, okay. So you're saying life plus say that one more time, because I think I'm close. I'm close. Say it one more time.
Okay. So sentience plus life is equal to sentience. That's the statement that you said earlier, right? But then also you said that life is equivalent to sentience in terms of value. So if life is equivalent to sentience in terms of value, that means sentience plus life equals 2 sentience.
No, I could say that if it's you first can't have sentience if it's not a human life. You can't put the carriage before the horse.
Okay, well, in this scenario, remember the hypothetical is that we're taking your sentience and we're putting you into the simulation, the San Junipero circumstance, or we are putting you into a robot. In either of those circumstances, you have the exact same like feelings and everything as me, right? As you did prior.
Sure,
it's just in this scenario, you don't have biological life.
Okay.
I appreciate Disco Ball. Thank you so much. And you said that the suffering of that individual, given the exact same type of torturing, is just as valuable as the suffering and the exact same type of torturing within an entity that has biology, right? And that is sentient.
Well, that's one thing I did not admit to, though. What I said was, right, because I hinged on this point, was that if you didn't have that human body, it's not equivalent to just having that sentience. I specifically said that. Right?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. But wait, okay, here, let me clarify. Okay. So again, we have two circumstances. One where there is sentience and life, right? Biology. Okay. And the other one where there's just sentience. Okay. You told me that these experiences are equal in terms of value because both of them got tortured in the exact same way. And it was just as bad in both circumstances. Okay. So what you're telling me in the circumstances then, I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Sentience, right? Or sentience plus life is equal to sentience. Okay. So if you're telling me sentience plus life is equal to sentience, that means that life is equivalent to 0. Because for example, if we were to say sentience is equal to 1, right? We have sentience is equal to 1. 1 is equal to sentience plus life. 1 plus what? What is 1 equal to 1 plus?
For one, you're throwing me way off with it. Like the equations are good, but I'm terrible with math though.
No, come on, dude. This is the easy. No, this isn't even. This is something a child could understand.
Saying, no, I'm really no, because I'm trying to think of.
Let me give it to you. Let me give it to you with like a.
I get what you're saying, but you're gonna misrepresent what I'm saying because
I promise you I'm not.
I said two different. No, I said two different things, right? For one, with the robot scenario, I was specific about when you torture them, it's not as bad as if you just torture the robot with sentience. But I could agree, right, that it would still be like.
No, you're misunderstanding my analogy too, bro. Oh my god. Here, let me write this down, and this is the last time I'm gonna explain it to you because I just think you're not getting it. I can explain it to you off live because it does seem like I like it would be easier for me to like in a paint sort of thing, like just show you the equation.
Don't get the crayons out because I will eat them. I'll eat the crayons. I'll eat all of them.
Yeah, I would think you would honestly. Is equal to.
I'm just catering. I'm catering to what your chat is saying.
Okay, so it's 1.
Yeah, okay. But again, you're trying to get me tied up in what I said after all the other statements I said, right?
No. Here, I want you to. This is where you're gonna get it. Okay.
Guys, don't say. I don't want glizzies, please. I don't like glizzies.
Okay, here it is.
I'm gonna puke.
Do you see this? 1 plus
sentience plus life equals sentience.
Yeah, what is 1 plus x equal 1? So what is x equal to in that situation?
Wait. Okay, I see what's wrong here. So it should be sentience plus life equals human rights.
Oh, no. The reason why we're saying sentience plus life is equal to sentience is because, remember in the scenario I brought up with the situation where they both got tortured in the exact same way?
Yes, and I told you.
Yeah. And you told me the sentience, that you said it wouldn't be equivalent.
Right. No.
So the individual that's tortured in the simulation, you in this circumstance, it's not as bad as if you were to get tortured outside of the simulation.
No, that's so the consequences.
They're equivalent in bad.
No, hang on. Because just like the Matrix, you can think you're getting tortured, right? And you would feel just as bad, but it's not that thing, right? So if you took it to a court of law, you're obviously going to get charged for unaliving an actual person versus or torturing an actual person versus a robot. That was my point. Right, but I said
robots don't have sentience. In this scenario, we're bringing up a hypothetical where in this scenario it's just like Black Mirror, San Junipero, right? They have it in the exact type of way. Okay, so the idea here is that their experiences, they don't know they're robots, right? It's literally you. It's literally you. You don't know that you're a robot, but you were put into a simulation.
But yes, until you go to like a court of law or something, right?
The court of law is a different person using their own morals to analyze the circumstance. HVAC, the only thing that's relevant in this circumstance is how I judge it and how you judge it. That's because we're demonstrating the concepts to each other, right? So again, do you think that the experience of the individual within the simulation is just as bad as experience of the individual outside of the simulation, given that they've gone through the exact same experience?
Just as bad? No, I wouldn't say that.
So for example, your statement is then the individual that was tortured in the simulation, it's not as bad for them to be tortured as if they were tortured outside of the simulation, given the exact same pain, given the exact same experience, everything. The only distinction is that one has DNA and biology and the other does not.
Yeah, then this is just going to come down to whichever one subjectively felt more pain, right?
No,
So
they felt
that's
the
why
same
I was
amount of pain. I told
saying,
you, they felt the same amount of pain. The exact same experience. The only distinction is whether or not there's biological life or DNA.
right, okay, yeah, I would give more value to the one with human life and DNA, I suppose.
Even though the experience is the exact same.
Yes, because the experience might be the same, but the results and the consequences are not.
How are they different?
Yeah, because if you like unalived a robot, like I don't think that that should justify like you going to jail for.
We're not talking about
Uh,
unaliving. We're not talking about, we're literally just talking about the experience that they go through. And again, it's not a robot. This is not just a robot. It's literally you. We're talking about you. Literally you. You outside of the simulation and you inside of the simulation. Are you saying that you wouldn't care as much if you got tortured in the simulation?
no, okay, yeah, no, I can
Okay.
agree with that.
That's a
Sure,
better
I
way
can
to,
agree
I
with
think that's
that.
a better way to set up the analogy, or is in accordance with like what you would rather go through. Okay. So if you would say that you'd care just as much about being tortured in the scenario where they're in a simulation comparative to outside of the simulation, how can you tell me you grant any type of moral value to life? Because again, we would be left with this equation. 1 plus x equals 1, which means x has 0 value. Because again, 1, we would minus 1 from both sides. I appreciate that, the hat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that mustache, which would give us x is equal to 0.
Right, because yeah, no, you're right. That equation could only. I get what you're saying. Okay, so but I had a good response for it. I'm just gonna say that uh, you might think that it ought to be equal, and it might hurt as much, but the wait, ask the question again.
Well, it was kind of a lengthy question. Which part do you want me to ask again and
Just
like set up?
long story short, me on that one.
Okay, right. So again, these experiences, you cared about them the same, right? You wouldn't want to go through them the same amount.
I wouldn't want to go through them the same amount. Yeah, if are you saying if my mind didn't know I was in a robot body, right?
Are you just as scared as of being tortured inside of the simulation comparative to outside of the simulation, given it has
Yes.
the exact same
Yes.
pain?
I have
Okay.
yes. I agree with that. Sure.
Okay. So you're just as scared. Okay. So
But a fetus, again, like I can't hold this stance consistently because a fetus or an embryo, they don't have those same feelings. That doesn't mean we shouldn't protect them, though.
no, hold up. The statement is still that you apply 0 value. That is granted given the fact that you don't apply any value in the circumstance to the biological life. Because the embryo, this embryo that you're looking at right now, not even a Cheeto Puff, what you called a shrimp earlier, this is what you are granting moral value, right? And it only has the
Right.
biological life and the future potential, okay? Right? But you didn't value the future potential. We already got rid of that one, okay?
But it has DNA
But it has the DNA, has the life.
to make
And
a
then what I'm
perfect human.
doing to question whether or not that has value is I'm bringing up a hypothetical scenario where we're demonstrating concepts, okay? And in this circumstance, right, there is one experience where there is just sentience and the other experience with sentience and life. And it seems like you value both these experiences the same. Like you wouldn't want to go through them the same, right? You would say that it's just as bad in both circumstances, right? Or do you really think it's bad, worse or or worse in one circumstance because of the fact that they have that biological life?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so it might be worse to the sentient individual, but overall, that doesn't make it justified to.
Oh, no,
Basically,
no, no. Hold on, man.
you're
I'm not
making.
talking about
Hang on.
worse to the
Is it
sentient.
okay?
We can
Is
talk
it
about that here in
okay
a
for
second.
Necro?
No,
What about Necro?
I'm comparing the sentient individual, right? The sentient individual and the non-sentient individual. I mean, not the non-sentient individual, the sentient individual with life. I'm not comparing the sentient individual to just the individual with life. It's the sentient with life and then the sentient. Does that make sense?
The sentient with life, and then just the sentient. Yeah. You're comparing like whenever you say a fetus has sentience, which is at whatever trimester, and then you're comparing it to the sentience inside that robot.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm going to say again, like, but you're going to have to make it analogous to an abortion, right?
No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. Actually, no, because we're just demonstrating whether or not this particular characteristic has value. I appreciate the orange. Thank you so much. And then whether or not this characteristic has value, we can then apply to the circumstance of abortion. Do you understand? I'm not comparing this as some sort of like correlate to the situation of abortion. I'm taking a particular concept within something that we apply within the abortion circumstance, and I'm talking about that, right? And then we can apply it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this characteristic that we're talking about is whether or not biological life has value.
Whether or not biological life has value. Yeah, of course it does.
Yeah. And in my argument for why we don't see it to have value is that we would value these two circumstances the exact same. I would say it's just as bad for someone to get tortured within the context of this simulation where you are put into that simulation and you feel things the exact same, right? As it would be as you getting tortured in the exact same way right now. I see no distinction between those two circumstances, right? In terms of how bad they are. And since I see no distinction between how the value in those circumstances, it leaves us with this equation. 1 plus x equals 1, which ends with x equaling 0.
You're fucking me up with that. At first it made sense, and now it's just like,
no, it makes total sense. Trust me, this is something that I've been running up and setting up for the life and sentience arguments for so long.
No, I know, but your words have. I actually can like coherently track your words. When I see numbers, it throws me off. So. Right. So you're saying if I agree that human sentience, once they have it, is equal to sentience inside a robot, right? If you're saying I agree to that, then therefore I agree that it's less valuable. Like sentience is more valuable than actual human DNA, right?
No. Well, more is entailed given the fact that the value of life in this circumstance is 0. Because again, if you do value the life at any level, it would sway the circumstance insofar as that you see more value within the context of the sentience and life than you see within just the sentience. And that's exactly why I think this reduces the worldview to just valuing sentience as the characteristic and not the biological life.
Right. I could agree that sentience is, you could even grant human rights at sentience, right? I'm agreeing with this concept, but I'm also then saying that we should value it even before sentience.
Yeah, and if you are making that statement, you are saying, and if you're making that statement in the analogy that we just brought up, I appreciate the fantastic, thank you so much. You're saying that it is worse for you to get tortured right now than if I were to take your simulation and take your consciousness and put you in a simulation and torture you in the exact same way then.
Okay, so what's your point?
That was my point.
So you're right. You're saying yeah, you're right, because if I had that sentience and I could like I'm still going to feel like everything is attached to your mind and how you feel, right? Your consciousness. But I'm saying I value it before that. I could still like say that I put a lot of value in sentience in that robot, and I would say that you ought to grant them like some sort of rights based off of that sentience. But that doesn't mean I'm saying that you can then therefore abort anything before it has that sentience.
Yeah, okay, so your point again is saying that, which is again not responding to my point at all. I'm gonna be totally real with you. Is just saying I also value the life before. Okay, but if you agree with what I just set out in terms of this analogy, right, then there is no value for it, literally none, right? Because the equation. Essentially, you know how to make things equal to x, right?
All right, show me the equation again, but say equals human rights, because that's what we're talking about here, right? And I'm just going to say
no, we're not. We weren't talking about human rights right now. We'll talk about human rights in a bit.
That's my whole argument, though. You have to tie it back into human rights. So you couldn't say like what? I mean, I get your equation. You're trying to give me a reductio ad absurdum. Right, but it's not working because I don't agree to your terms.
No, I don't know how you don't agree to the terms. I'm confused what you're trying to say there.
Because you're trying to say that sentience, like if I value this thing equally, that somehow negates my like human rights value, which you already
No,
agree.
no, no. I'm not even talking about. I'm saying
Rights.
it negates the value that you have on biological life.
All right, let me see it. So I'm going to read it though. Hang on. So I can't see it. So sentience plus life equals sentience plus life equals sentience. Wait, that doesn't make sense. You could just say that's like saying 1 times 0. Like,
oh my god, this is what's entailed. Oh my god, like HVAC, you've pulled nothing from this conversation, bro. Like I've actually tried to explain to you multiple times. I'll try to explain to you after. You're not getting it at all right now. I'm gonna go on to the next person.
I'm getting it.
I actually am.
Love you, man. Thank you.
All right, I'll see you later, bro. I'll make sure to explain this to you. I got you, bro.
For sure, DM me, dude.
Yeah, for sure, bro. All right, I'm going to go on to the next person. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 200,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, we're going to keep sharing the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 500 shares. Let's go on to the next person. They'll only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Okay, for some reason, it's not accepting that person either. We're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Again, we're just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 52. How are you?
Good. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I sure do.
Why so?
First of all, when it's a baby, I don't care if you call it a fetus, I don't care what you call it, that's a baby from the very moment of it's being conceived. When you take that pregnancy test and you say, oh, I'm 6 weeks, I'm 2 weeks, I'm whatever, it showed up in my blood, you are pregnant with a baby, a living being that Jesus Christ placed in your body, a seed.
So a conception doesn't begin pregnancy. Pregnancy begins after implantation. That would be 1. 2, I do agree that human life begins at conception. I just don't think that human life is what's granting value. Like, for example, do you think that a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in their family and which is now brain dead?
No, I don't. Only if, even when the doctors come in and say, there's no hope. There's never going to be, any hope for this person. They're brain dead. I feel like if God wants that person to die, they'll die. And if they're supposed to live, and they live. I don't see where they
Okay, so then can we pull the plug? Because the plug is keeping them alive. If we just left them up to nature, like God in this circumstance, they would just die. And then also, this is also going to be an argument for why we shouldn't give people medical services. Because, again, if God wants them to die, right, you've got to leave it up to God.
I believe that.
So so if you got into a car accident, you wouldn't go to the hospital?
I would go to the hospital, but I don't think it's up to man to pull the plug on me.
Wait, that actually. So you're saying man should save you in that circumstance. So you're not leaving it up to Jesus.
Where there's life, there is hope, and where there's breath, there is life. And God can do all things. Absolutely.
So God could resurrect you if God wants to. So again, if God can do everything, and you leave it up to God, why even go to the hospital? You're supposed to leave it up to God. If you're supposed to die here, you're supposed to die. If God's going to do something, God's going to do something.
Now listen, I do believe this. Getting off the subject, back on the original subject. I do believe that if the doctors say that the mother is going to have a problem, the mother's going to die through this birth or through this, have a problem that way, I do believe that abortion would be what's supposed to be done if the mother is going to die and the baby's that sick or something's going on that's going to kill the mother. I do. But just to go ahead and have an abortion, I don't think that's right.
So again, right, the point that you were making was that you're supposed to leave it up to Jesus, right? So if we're supposed to leave it up to Jesus, then how can we justify going to the doctor?
Well, God gives man the ability to, help you, but I don't think, he's the giver and taker. It's just like giving you morphine onto hospice. They know the moment you're going to die. They know like 6 hours from now, they're fading fast.
So don't leave it up to Jesus is what you're saying.
Oh, no.
Let humans save you. Don't leave it up to Jesus.
No, I'm saying leave it to Jesus.
Okay, so if you leave it to Jesus, then why are we going to the hospital after a car accident?
You, I guess, don't understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the final call is Jesus. The final call is him. And if the plug has been unplugged, he still can breathe breath in that body and bring that person back the way he wants them to be.
Yeah, so if you want to leave it up to Jesus, right, in the circumstance where you got into a car accident, if God wants to bring you back, God will.
I believe that.
Okay, so then why go to the doctor? Why go to the hospital?
I'm not saying not to go to the doctor. I didn't say anything like that.
No, but again, you're supposed to leave it up to Jesus. My mom got diagnosed with cancer. Should she leave it up to Jesus?
No, I believe this. Yes, that she should pray and put her life in God's hand, but she can seek medical help and get advice and get help for the cancer. But believe also that God has her life in the palm of his hand if she serves him.
Yeah. Okay. So the point here is that we're not necessarily leaving it up to God if we're going to doctors, because doctors are not God. Doctors are humans.
I realize that.
Okay. So if we're leaving it up to doctors, why don't we leave it up to doctors when it relates to the circumstance with brain death?
He's the great physician, and he has the final say on everything.
Okay. So then if the doctors pull the plug and God wants them to stay alive, they will stay alive, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So then a family can pull the plug on them.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
But it would tell us if God doesn't save them that God didn't want them alive.
If there is no hope for that person, and the doctor says, listen, there is no hope, we have to pull the plug. I think that is a horrible thing for a doctor to come to people and put that burden on them to tell them that they have to pull the plug. If the doctor's in control.
Wait, that's actually not what I'm saying. In this scenario, it's the choice of the family. Like, they can choose, but it's thousands of dollars. I'm asking just if they can have the ability to do it. Should it be legal for them to do that? Like, to pull the plug? Because otherwise they're forced to pay thousands of dollars, right, to sustain them, like literally daily.
They shouldn't have to do that.
Exactly. So should it be legal for the family to pull the plug on that individual who's brain dead?
I guess, yes.
Okay. So if it's legal to do that, right, that tells us here one thing, right? That we don't value an individual who's brain dead the same as we would value an individual who's not brain dead, right? i.e. has sentience. Because, for example, my dad got into a really bad accident when he got, after he got COVID, long-term symptoms. He had necrotizing myocarditis, was in the hospital, almost died, right? He was literally on machines to keep him alive, okay? If they took him off the machines, he would have died, right? So we don't think it is okay for us to take him off the machines in that circumstance, but we do think it's okay to take the brain-dead individual off the machines. Why?
I understand what you're saying. I do. It's not that I don't understand what you're saying. I just think that when the doctor is in control, it's such a weight to put on the family to say you have to be the one get this plug pulled on them. And maybe because I had an aunt that was in a coma for 48 days, and they put that burden on the family, and she lived. And her brain come back.
By the way, a coma is not brain death. I'm not saying in context of comas. Comas, I would know. I think you should not be able to pull the plug in a coma, right? But we're talking about brain death.
Well, she was brain dead too.
No, she wasn't. If she was brain in a coma, it does not mean you're brain dead. If she came back, she was not brain dead.
They said there was no, there was nothing there.
No, they're like sleeping essentially, but they're still there. When the brain's dead, it's not coming back. That would be like if they consider them brain dead and then they came back, that would be a misdiagnosis of brain death, which is extraordinarily uncommon.
She doesn't know what a coma is, they're saying.
No. The coma means that we're coming back. Okay. So like the idea here is that we don't think that it's okay to do it in the context of a coma, but we do think it's okay to do it within the context of a brain death circumstance. And that's because they don't have sentience or subjective experience. Right. And it's not coming back. So
Are you in the medical field? Because you seem really intelligent about it.
I'm not. My parents are.
Well, getting back to the abortion thing, I think that if someone's just doing it because they had, a wild night, and they don't want the baby, I don't think that's right. If it was a medical reason and it was going to be a problem for the mother, the mother was going to die or the baby was in that bad of shape that it wasn't going to live and she was going to go through all this pain and problem, then I can see that happening. But just to say, I had a crazy night Friday night and here I am. No, I don't think that's right.
If someone's raped, can they get an abortion?
I believe that would be a choice for the mother. Yes, I believe if they couldn't handle that, I do believe that.
Okay. So when it relates to this, the reason why I brought up the case with the individual who's brain dead is because what I value isn't just cellular life. What I value is like the subjective experiences they have, like the observer that's in your mind right now that's experiencing things. That's what I value. That doesn't exist within like the fetus until likely speaking between the 18 through 26 week range of the fetus, right? Which doesn't exist in early first trimester pregnancy. So my point is that I don't think that, say, like a zygote, a single cell organism, is going to be granted human rights. I don't see why we should value this zygote. What do you think is valuable within a zygote?
I don't know. I don't know what to say anymore. I honestly, people are talking on there like I'm saying something wrong. I just feel like, to be honest with you, it's just my opinion. I'm just one person. But I truly believe that if you're out living this wild life and you're just having one baby after another and you're just, let's go and have an abortion and all these things because my life, my body, that's not right. Because that's a life you're killing.
Yeah. So like, why do we value just the cellular life when in the circumstance of the branded individual, we didn't value it's just cellular life?
I value both.
But you just said we could pull the plug on the individual who's brain dead.
Like I said, if their heart's still pumping, there's life. There's hope.
Their heart is still pumping.
Still live.
Their body is still alive. It's just their brain is never coming back.
I personally wouldn't do it.
But you think it should be legal?
If the family wants their family to live, you're saying that they'd have to pay,
if you want to leave it up to the choice, well then why don't in the context of abortion can't you say that, oh, I wouldn't do it myself, but it should be legal for other people to do it because it's just cellular life?
I'm not saying that it's just cellular life at all. You were saying about them having to pay to keep them on life support. Is that what you said?
Yeah, which is exactly what you have to do when it relates to a brain dead individual. And that would be comparable to the types of resources that you have to give up in the context of utero. If anything, the context of the situation in utero, you have to give up more resources, right? So there's more of a reason as to why someone should be able to get an abortion and stop that than it would be for someone to be able to pull the plug on a family a member or an individual that is now brain dead.
Well, I personally, I guess what I'm saying is where there's life, there's hope. And that is a life. Either way is a life. And you have to give them a fighting chance to live.
Yeah, so you're now talking about the potential. Okay, so I have a question. Is it wrong for people to use contraception?
No.
But it's stopping that potential life from existing in the future.
I think that's smart.
This is my point too, right? If they don't want to take care of this kid, if they don't want to go through this pregnancy, do it before it's sentient. Do it before it has subjective experiences.
Prevent it. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Prevent it from having subjective experience.
Kill it. Don't kill something that's already been
having an experience. All right. Yeah. But like, it's when it's having an experience that I value. Prior to having an experience, why would I value it? I kind of see it to be of similar nature to like a sperm or like an egg. And I don't care about those. They're living. They're of the human species.
What do you think? You think it's okay to kill the baby?
Yeah, up until sentience, which is about 18 weeks to 26, likely speaking.
With no remorse?
Yeah, I wouldn't have remorse prior to that point if it's not sentient.
Do you know that a lot of women, not a lot of men, but a lot of women have full breakdowns after doing that?
I'm just saying what it would be for me. I'm not saying what it would be for other people, right? Other people might have perceived associations with this particular entity, right? Someone might cry about the fact that they can't have a kid in the future that didn't exist yet. If someone's infertile, right, they might cry about the idea that they could have had a kid in the future, but that kid doesn't exist yet. So it's about what you're associated with. It's not necessarily what the entity already has. It's the associations you have with the future. When I'm sad about a heartbreak, I'm sad that we don't have this future together anymore. I'm not necessarily sad about the fact that I can't be with them in circumstances. I'm sad that we didn't get this future, that it didn't work in this particular way. Right? So that's an association we have with the potential of this particular thing, not like an association we have with the actual characteristics it has.
So some people are saying that it didn't have the effect on them. Like it didn't bother them that they, they had an abortion. It didn't bother them. But later on in life, they're going to think about that, and they're going to say, after they maybe get out of that lifestyle of partying, living it up, or just having unprotected sex, okay? They're going to think about this later on in life and think, my God, what did I do? Or what might have been? If they have a conscience.
One, we don't. Oh, okay. Here's a presupposition, right? They're only going to care if they have a conscience. Well, I would say that I don't think that an individual has a conscience if they want to force women to engage in retaining a pregnancy, taking care of it, many risks when the fetus isn't sentient.
Well, I don't think I'm getting through. So listen, the only thing that I can say is this, that abortion is not right if you are just going out and living that lifestyle that you don't care if you get expected or not. You can take the morning after pill.
Wait, so if they do use contraception, can they get an abortion?
Say it again?
If they use contraception, can they get an abortion?
No, why?
Well, you said that you were trying to bring up, if they are not using contraception, well, then they have this obligation, right? But it seems like regardless of whether or not they do that, they still have the obligation. So all you're trying to do in this scenario is just trying to make it seem worse than it actually is. Because regardless of whether or not that's true, it's still the case that they have the obligation under your view.
It's still murder.
Yeah. So again, why would it be murder at this point when the fetus wait, do you think that this has human rights?
Absolutely. That is a human.
What if I told you this is not actually human?
If that is a cell, if that is a baby just forming, that is a baby. What else is it going to be?
No. This is actually, it's a Cheeto and it's a chip. Right,
okay,
but it's like, but there's Photoshop stuff on the outside, so it looks cool.
Photoshop as to make it look like that. But let's tell the truth. In the beginning of their first trimester, you're telling me that.
Wait, so are you telling me this has value?
But look, that's a joke to me. But in the first trimester, you made that look like a baby. But in the beginning of a woman's first getting expectant. And
wait, does it look like a baby?
Expecting. Come on.
No, seriously, does this look like a baby to you?
Yeah, it sure does.
A Cheeto and a chip?
In the beginning, you know for a fact when them cells are being formed and all that blood and that tissue and all those things are forming, you know that's a life. What's it going to turn into?
I'm not saying it's not a life, right? But what I'm saying is that it's not valuable. But this is literally a Cheeto. It's a Cheeto and a chip. And you told me that it has moral value. And so my point is like, if we can't even determine whether or not this is actually a human life, then how do we actually say that it's going to be having some sort of value here?
It's got value. You know it does.
I am trolling though. Actually, this is a human embryo. I was trolling because you actually can't really tell, right? This is a very, 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 very good image of it. There's actually won like an award in radiology because it's the first image of what it looks like to be inside of utero. So this actually is a human life, right? You were right about that one, right? But the point is that it absolutely looks like a chip and a Cheeto, right? So my point is like, what characteristics within this entity has value? Because I don't think that just there being biological life without any type of experience, without ever having any type of experience, is going to have some type of value under my view. What I value is a different type of experience that we have. When someone tells me about something bad that happened in their life, they're telling me about their negative experiences. Right? They don't talk to me about what it was like prior to having experiences. Right? We talk about what it's like to have that experience. Wait, what is life? Right? What are we referring to here that's valuable if it's not an experience? There's no conceptualization of pain. There's no pleasure. There's no goals. There's no desires. There's no state of there being of pain. There's no pleasure. There's no goals. There's no by desires. The way, Mick, send a guest request back. You got a call. Send a guest request back, and then we can continue our conversation. If not, I will go on to the next person. By the way, everyone, if you like the content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Top that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares, everyone. If you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester, send a guest request right now. Y'all know I accept the first people who send requests. If I don't see her, send a guest request right back. Everyone, where we go into the next person here real quick again, only send a guest request if you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester, chat. Only send a guest request if you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester. Okay, I do not see her in the guest box, so we are going to go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester, y'all. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 22.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester?
Yep.
Why so?
I think if a woman... And like excluding, I'm not talking about like rape and things like that, but like if a woman,
you got to say R word or essay, by the way.
Oh my bad, sorry. I'm not talking about like rape or anything. I'm just saying, I feel like if a woman chooses on her own choice to get fucked, then she deserves. Then she has. If she doesn't want the baby, it's her mistake, and she still has to have it.
So does the man have to pay for financially?
Yeah.
Okay, so he has to pay all the money and everything like that if he does the same thing. He's also just as obligated. Is he also obligated if his kid needs a kidney, right? And he's the only one that can give it to them, right? Does he have to give up that kidney?
Nah. But the man is like, he's not the one having their life, the human life. It's the woman.
No. This kid, it's going to die if it doesn't get this kidney. And the kidney is the only kidney that they can get is from the father, right? Is the father obligated to give up the kidney in this scenario to save their life?
If the father has two, yes, but if the father's going to die from it, no.
No. The father just gives up one, so they don't die. So they are legally obligated. If they do not give it up, it's murder.
Yeah.
Okay. So you would say, so again, so fathers should be legally obligated to give up kidneys. Okay. That's one. Two, when it relates to, like abortion, stuff like that, why do we value, this? Can you let me know why we value this? Like morally speaking?
Because it doesn't matter what it is. It's like, it's a baby.
What's a baby? What's a baby? The Cheeto's a baby?
A 0 to 3 year old.
A 0 to 3 year old. Right. What are you are you calculating that in terms of birthdays?
There's there's stages.
Wait, no, I'm asking the question. Do you calculate that in terms of birthday?
Not really.
So how do you calculate that?
Because it's going to be a human.
Wait, so if you calculate birthday based upon conception, I'm just going to ask you one question here real quick. A girl who's 17 years old, calculated by birthdays today, can she engage in intercourse with an 80-year-old? Because based upon conception, she's already 18?
No.
No?
It's going to be. It's called potential, bro. Like, when you look at that, bro, you can't just kill it. Like, the woman chose to have the baby. If it's not a grape or anything like that, then she should have it.
Wait. So my point is that, so you don't calculate birthday based upon birth. You calculate it you do calculate it based upon birth, right?
You kind of when the baby gets out of the woman's
So if
uterus.
it's from 0 to 3, then it's not a baby until it's born, under your view.
That's just universal. Under my view, I think it's a baby, but like under the law, it's a baby when it's born.
No. Okay, so do you think that it should, in an ideal society, do you think that a 17-year-old girl, because she would already be 18 if you calculate it based upon conception, should be able to engage in intercourse with an 80-year-old man?
Dude, wow, this is such a trap. No.
No? So you calculate it based upon birth.
That's what the society does, yeah.
No, I'm asking what you do. Do you calculate it based upon birth then?
No, but that's my point of view.
Okay, so if you don't calculate it based upon birth, then what would be the reason why she cannot engage in intercourse with this 80-year-old, as she's already 18 under your view?
The legal age is 18.
She's already 18. Wait, by the way, under your view, she's already 18 years old. Can she engage in intercourse with an 80-year-old man?
No.
Okay, so exactly my point. So you do calculate birthday based upon birth.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we calculate birthday based upon birth, and you said that a baby is from 0 to 3, well then you don't believe that this is a baby yet.
It is a baby.
Not under your view, because it's negative in age. It's negative in age.
So you think abortion should be wrong after the first trimester, though, right? At least.
I think it should be wrong after 18 weeks.
Is it? Can you get an abortion after 18 weeks still?
Yeah, you can.
So why don't you think it has human value?
I think that they're valuable once they're sentient, right? If you didn't cause the pregnancy, I also think you should be able to get it. So minors that didn't cause it and people who were raped can still get it. But if you cause the pregnancy after sentience, you will, under my view, you should not be able to get an abortion, right? But that's still open to 97% of abortions. 97% of abortions happen prior to this point. And most of the abortions that happen after this point, they're for medical reasons, which I give exceptions for.
So when you look at that, you don't give any value?
Yeah, no, absolutely not. It's a Cheeto and a chip.
It's a sperm and an egg.
No, it's not. It's an embryo.
Yeah, but a sperm and an egg.
You didn't even know what it was. What do you mean a sperm and an egg? This is not what a sperm and an egg looks like, 1. 2, this is literally a fucking embryo. And the fact that you compared it to a sperm and an egg in which you don't give value shows my exact point. What characteristics do you see within this? Wait, what characteristics do you see within this Cheeto Puff that you value?
I see the eyes.
Where are the eyes, bro? Tell me, please.
At the top, bro.
Where?
It looks like a wall, something from Wall-E. But it doesn't matter what it looks like. No,
it unironically looks like a Cheeto Puff. I'm not joking. Like, it literally looks like a chip in a Cheeto Puff. That's actually what people in the chat have said that they think it is. And I'm like, oh, no, this is actually an image from radiology that actually won some type of award because it's the first image that shows literally an embryo in utero. Yeah. Right? It's not even like what I brought up. People in the chat thought it was a chip in a Cheeto Puff.
So it doesn't matter what it looks like. It's still embryo. It's going to be a baby soon. So
why do you value it? Tell me, what characteristics do you see within it that you value? Is it the Cheeto Puff glow? Is it that it looks cool?
It's the potential of life, like the potential of someone to come back from coma.
The potential. So I have a question, right? So if there's a sperm and an egg in like this little contraption that I have, and they're moving towards each other, right? Do they have rights prior to conception because there's potential life there?
No, because they're not. The woman's sentient. They're not. Both of them aren't sentient.
What? No, this isn't sentient, right? I'm talking about a contraption where there's a sperm and an egg moving towards each other. They're going to cause conception, and there's going to be a human life. There's potential human life there. Do they have rights prior to conception?
No.
No. Okay, so potential doesn't have value in the circumstance alone? Wait, so alone potential doesn't have value in this circumstance?
No,
It seems
does.
like potential only has value when there's also something actual that's established. So a past or a present that's established, and then there's a future. So we care about the fact that people are in comas because a present and an actual has already been established. In this circumstance, the present and the actual hasn't already been established. Therefore, we wouldn't consider it to have value in this circumstance, even though there's just potential. Do you think it's wrong for me to pull out?
No.
But there's a potential human life there.
No, but this is a human, bro. You
Exactly, this is. You need something actual for the potential to
How is
actually
this
be
not
valuable.
actual?
Because the actual we see to be valuable would be sentience or subjective experience, right? We don't see the life, just the biological life, as actual to be valuable to us. We care about the fact that there's sentience established. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Like, for example, if I were to take your consciousness and have you watched Black Mirror before?
No.
No. If I took your consciousness and I threw you into a robot that has experiences the same way that you do, right? Would it be just as wrong for me to torture that robot in the exact same way as I torture you right now?
No, because of morality.
Wait,
Don't
no?
species.
Wait, so I throw you having the exact same experiences into this robot, and now it's not as bad for me to torture you.
No, it's worse for you to torture me.
What?
Because I'm a human. It's a robot.
Yeah, but it's you, but it's your consciousness. So if I put you into this robot and then tortured you in the robot in the exact same in the exact same way I would torture you outside, right? Would it be just as bad?
Depends on if I can feel in a robot's body.
Yeah, you can feel the exact same way. You have the exact same experience. The only distinction is that you are in a robot.
No.
What do you mean no? They're not valued the same, or they are valued the same?
What did you say again?
Okay, so it's your exact experience that you have right now, your exact feelings that you have right now, pain, everything is the exact same. It's just you put into a robot.
I'm still a human.
Okay, you can still think you're human. My point is that do you think that torturing you in the robot in this circumstance, given that you have the exact same experience, is just as bad as torturing you right now?
Yes.
Yes, if you think it's just as bad, well, it sounds like you having biological life or a body doesn't change whether or not it's as bad. So if it's just as bad in both circumstances, you end with a statement that the sentience and the biological life are just as valuable as just the sentience in the circumstance with the robot. So if sentience plus life is equivalent to sentience, that means life is of no value. Because 1 plus x equaling 1 would mean that x equals 0, because you minus 1 from both sides, and you're left with x equals 0. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so that tells us, right, that prior to sentience, you just have this embryo. What value does it have? Because remember, the biological life alone has no value. So if it has no value, what value does this have?
It's a human.
So is your sperm. It's of the species human, and it's living.
My sperm cannot grow. It's at its final state.
This can't grow alone either. It requires the resources of the mother. Appreciate the hearts. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and the mother chose to get doggy.
And I don't see how that has relevance to whether or not this has value.
Because if the woman has to provide if she wants to have sex.
The woman has to what?
Without condoms or...
There's not an obligation to an entity if it's not a person yet. If they don't have any type of moral value yet, how can I have an obligation to it? Do I have an obligation to a rock? If I threw a rock at a wall and I caused it to be in that state, do I then have an obligation to sustain this rock? No, because it doesn't have fucking rights. Okay?
Yep, correct.
Okay? So I'm only going to have an obligation towards something if it has rights. If this doesn't have rights,
it doesn't legalize rights. That's why we're trying to.
No, we're talking moral rights right now. We're talking moral rights, right? If this doesn't have rights, right, then again, what obligation do I have? Appreciate the crown. Thank you so much.
Why don't you think it has moral rights? It's a
because it's not sentient and it hasn't been sentient yet. It doesn't have an actual sentience and a future sentience.
Coma isn't sentient anyway, so let's kill him.
What's up?
A coma patient isn't sentient.
They are. They have past or present and future subjective experience. That's my standard. If they exhibit past or present and future, then they have view, because I value the actual, right? And once I value the actual, right, I'm also going to value the future of that actual, right?
Well,
By the way, are you driving?
no, I'm in my car. I'm parked.
Just making sure.
Um,
So again, what obligation do I have if this doesn't have rights?
it does have rights
Okay, so why does it have rights?
because it does, like for a coma, like when they're in a coma, they forget everything. Like it doesn't matter their past, present, or future. They've had it, but they don't remember.
They have no. My standard is that if they have past or present and future subjective experience, I care about them. A coma patient has that, therefore they're valued under my view. What exists within this embryo or this Cheeto puff that you value insofar as you would grant it human rights? I would love to hear.
It's living.
So do you think that it's wrong for an individual? I mean, for a family to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead?
Do I think it's wrong? Wait, what'd you say?
Do you think it's wrong for a family to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead?
No.
But they're still biologically speaking alive. They have cellular life. Their heart's still beating, blood's still going through their body. They're still breathing through a ventilator.
They have no potential to go back. They're dead.
Yeah, they have no
almost.
potential to come back in terms of their subjective experience. So again, it's not just biological life that you value. What exists within this Cheeto puff that you value? Because again, it wasn't the future, right? It wasn't just the potential alone, and it also wasn't just the biological life. So what do you value in this Cheeto puff?
A brain dead person, they can also be suffering, you know, like putting the end, you know.
You
They're
can't
never-
conceptualize of pain if you're brain dead.
So, yeah, but they have no chance. Like this Cheeto has a chance.
They're never going to come back. I mean, I agree. I don't have an issue with pulling the plug on an individual who's brain dead because they're not sentient. They're never going to be sentient anymore, right? They don't have past or present and future subjective experience. They don't qualify under that, right? So in this scenario, right, again, what does this Cheeto puff have that you think has enough value to say that a woman is obligated or forced to sustain a pregnancy?
Because, dude, a woman had the baby. She knew what she was doing without pre-birth control and a condom and not pulling out.
Oh, okay, so when you started to engage in intercourse, you knew what you were doing. Therefore, it's wrong for you to pull out. Is that something that you hold to?
There's no human life started.
Okay, so now it's about the human life. Okay, when it relates to the circumstance with the individual who's brain dead, right? If you are there in that circumstance, let's say you caused, right? The father is still alive in this circumstance, and their child is brain dead, 8 years old and brain dead. Okay, they can pull the plug on this individual who's brain dead, even though they caused them into existence. In that scenario, they're not obligated to sustain them, even though they are biologically speaking still alive.
Yeah, but it takes two people to have a baby. So why doesn't the man get any choice?
Because it's not going to be over their body at that particular point.
It doesn't matter.
No, but did you hear my point there, man? Again,
wait,
the 8-year-old that's brain dead, right? With the parent caused this kid into existence, and the 8-year-old is now brain dead, right?
Yeah.
They are obligated to sustain their life under your view because biologically speaking, they're still alive.
No,
Right?
I said you should pull the plug on a brain dead.
You can pull the plug, okay? But again, in the scenario I just brought up to you as to why does the embryo why does a mother have an obligation to sustain the embryo? You said because they're biologically speaking alive. And that also exists within the context of the individual in the scenario that is brain dead. And that is 8 years old.
Yeah, but they're both alive, but one is going to have sentience soon, and one won't.
Oh, so now with this, okay. So again, is it wrong for me to so you're saying it's the biological life and the future sentience. Is that your view?
It's it's going to be a life. It's obviously, that's the whole pro-life, bro.
Okay, so I have a question, right? If we were to have a fetus here that is not going to have future subjective experience, right? But it's biologically speaking alive and it's outside of the womb, do you think it's okay to kill it?
No.
Wait, so it doesn't have future sentience and it's just biological life and you still think it's wrong to kill it? Okay, so it's both those standards are not relevant. It's just the biological life. So if it's just the biological life, well, then in the scenario in which there's the 8-year-old brain dead individual, you still think that you shouldn't be able to pull the plug. And all individuals who are brain dead, you don't think that you should be able to pull the plug because they have biological life.
No, it's the sentience.
Okay, if it's the sentience, well, then doesn't that relate to my view?
What's your view?
Sentience.
No, No, I'm saying the brain will never. This right here that we're looking at, this embryo will have sentience. That's
So
what
you just related back to the potential of sentience, right? But again,
it's not.
is it wrong? Is it wrong for me to pull out? Is it wrong for me to use condoms?
A sperm cell's not a baby or going to baby.
But again, it's future potential.
It's potential if it collides with an egg.
Yeah, and I'm engaging in intercourse. Is there not potential with the person I'm engaging in intercourse with?
There's no potential if you start the intercourse with a condom or anything.
There is potential. Condoms break. Condoms don't work in all circumstances. And again, that you wearing the condom in that scenario would be the thing preventing it. So again, there would be potential there, but you're blocking that potential. Therefore, wearing the condom under your view is wrong.
But there's no baby yet, bro. There's no
exactly. You don't care about it until it's actual, right? But then I brought up the scenario with the biological life. You don't care about just the biological life, right? So you care about the sentience. You care about the past or present sentience and the future sentience.
When it's the biological life and sentience, like this is living and it's going to be sentient, both.
Yeah, and I brought up a scenario to counteract that. I gave you a scenario where it was just an entity that does not have future sentience and it's just biological life, and you still said it was wrong to kill it.
Because there has to be both.
No, in this scenario there wasn't both. In this scenario, again, they don't have future sentience. There's no potential for sentience.
Yeah,
here.
that's why
it's just biological life. Is it wrong to kill it?
No.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much.
No, it's not wrong.
It's not wrong.
Both. You need both or potential sentience.
Oh, okay. So again, this stillborn, right? Because let's say it doesn't have sentience, it's never going to have sentience, and it's still biologically speaking alive, and it's outside of the womb. You think it's okay to kill it?
Wait, repeat that. Sorry.
Yeah, this born baby outside of the womb that doesn't have future sentience, that is just biologically speaking alive right now, you think it's okay to kill it?
If the mother agrees when it has no sentience and it's out, when it will definitely not.
It would be okay for them to stab it.
If it's brain dead only, and not stab it. That's not how they kill brain dead.
Wait. Why? What would be wrong with stabbing it?
Because that's just morality and rationale for like
morality. Okay, so what is morally valuable within it that tells us that it's wrong to stab it? Is it wrong for me to stab a pillowcase?
No.
Okay, so what is wrong in this particular scenario?
It's still a human. You have to treat it with respect, even though it's dead.
It's still a human. What classifies as a human? Appreciate the mic drop. Thank you so much.
A liver?
Is it just like the way it looks?
No. Our brains.
Our brains.
Our heart.
Oh, okay. The embryo at this stage doesn't have a developed brain to produce sentience.
I know, it's not a human. You're correct. It's not a human.
Wait. So, but that was the characteristic that we see to qualify it as a human?
No, it's biological. It's living. It's going to be a human, but it's still living right here.
Well, so what's a human?
A man.
So I wasn't a human when I was born because I wasn't a man.
No, like a man.
Because men are adults.
A man or a woman is a human.
Those are both adults. I'm asking, just give me a definition of what a human is. What classifies something as a human?
2 legs.
Because a man and a woman's an adult human male, so that would just, or adult human female under your view. Therefore, right, there would be no distinction. There would be nothing actually demonstrated in this scenario. I appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. Because I ask you what a human is, and you tell me it relates to something that is human, right? But I don't know what human means yet.
A human is a mammal that gives birth to life.
A mammal that gives birth to life. Okay, so are dogs.
Dude, you know what a human is. Stop it.
No, I'm asking you, how do you classify what a human is? I'm just saying, how do you do it?
Skin.
Skin?
Yep.
What?
Our skin is alike.
So if someone gets their skin burned off, right? Are they not human?
Yeah, they are. if
So
you
it's
have
not
all your
skin. And also, by the way, animals have skin. Other animals.
No, they don't have human skin.
So again, that begs the question: what's human skin? You see how you have to still describe to me what a human is?
You're trapping me, bro. You know what a human is.
I do know what a human is. I'm just trying to see what you classify it as.
I classify as someone like me, a baby child, man or woman, like that looks like me.
Something like me. Is that your
an animal will never
So it
know what
looks
a
like
human
you?
is.
Does it look like you, or what's the characteristic that you use
all
to
humans
qualify?
look alike.
Look alike?
5 fingers.
Does this look like a human to you?
Yes.
Really?
It's Wall-E. It's the eyes. It looks not like
This
no
looks
legs.
human to you?
No.
No. Okay, so if
potential.
whether or not it's a human is classified by whether or not it looks like a human, this does not look like a human.
All right, bro. You convinced me. Let's kill the embryos. I'm not gonna cap. Get the next guest, bro.
There's no way. I don't believe you actually believe that yet.
All right, bro. All right, bro. Before you kick
I'm not just saying this for like people to respond in the chat. I actually do think that this is like the best position when it relates to abortion. That's why I'm on here arguing it. I wouldn't argue this if I don't think it is.
People who argue like on here that like are good for abortion past 18 weeks, like
yeah, I argue against them too.
They still think it's because it's the woman's body, it's the woman's body.
Yeah, which is relevant, absolutely, right? But we're not going to say that insofar as that we would be able to kill another individual, right? In the same sorts of way that if you gave birth to an individual and you had to take care of them, you have an obligation to sustain them outside of the womb, right? You can't just kill them, right, outside the womb because you don't want to take care of them. You can't just leave them there to die, right? That's still wrong under our views. Right, so we have an obligation to sustain them, right? Why do we have this obligation? Because they have subjective experience. That would be the fundamental distinction as to why you can get an abortion in the first trimester and why you cannot murder and kill kids outside of utero or later in pregnancy. This is the best stance for actually grounding why we value an individual outside of the womb or not inside of the womb at particular stages. Any other standard is simply just like difference in location, or it's like viability. Viability is different based upon countries that you exist in. If someone is in a different country around the world, viability could be 30 something weeks, right? Whereas here, it would be wrong to kill an individual at 24, right? So viability is an extremely, extremely hard standard to hold to because it's going to be different in many different scenarios based upon the level of medical technology that a particular place in the world has.
Yeah, man. I still think potential sentience is called for protection against anything, any weapon.
Okay, so when I'm engaging in intercourse with a woman, there's potential sentience there.
Potential sentience of a living biological being.
Okay, so
a sperm is not. Okay, never mind. The sperm is living. Okay.
Yeah, that's.
But like, I mean, like a living thing that's already going to be a baby, like, you know.
Ooh, so I mean, in this scenario, sperm is living, right?
Yeah, but it's not.
And it's also the case that there is a future subjective experience. So is it wrong for me to pull out?
You can pull out, bro. No, it's not wrong.
Okay, so you don't care about future subjective experience, right? Alone. You care about future subjective experience once there's an actual subjective experience established.
Yeah.
So you're okay with abortion up until 18 weeks?
All right, bro. Yep. I'm dead serious, bro. You actually convinced me, bro. Like, I'm not even capping.
I don't know if I believe you because you kind of are laughing a little bit right now, but like, I don't know, man. But
no.
I do hope you at least take into account the position.
Bro, I'm not laughing, bro. Like, that's just how I am. Like, I've always been like some clown guy, bro. I'm only 22, so.
For sure, bro. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
Nah, bro. I'm just gonna be honest. Before we go, I like to tune in your lives, bro. I believe in God. I believe in Trump. I believe we should all say slurs. I disagree with you on everything, bro.
Yeah, you have literally the worst takes. Bro. You actually have the worst takes. You think it's okay to say slurs. You support Donald Trump. Yes. You think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester.
Okay, but the reason I support Donald Trump is because it's a bandwagon. I don't really support his politics. I voted for him, though.
You don't support his politics, but you voted for him. You know how incoherent of a stance that was?
Dude, it's called a bandwagon. Like, I saw it on TikTok.
There's no way you're real, Brad. I don't believe you're real, Brad.
Dude,
I actually don't believe you're real.
Bro, what do you mean?
All right, we're going to go on to the next person. Everyone, if you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 500 shares. If you like these conversations about abortion, everyone, make sure to show that love. Follow the live, tap that screen, share the lives, everyone. We're going to go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker. I'm 65.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
Well, it's got a heartbeat. I mean, the doctor checks for a heartbeat. And I mean, it may be a little too small to hear the heartbeat, but when it gets to through the first trimester or whatever, you can hear the heartbeat during all that time. I mean, I can't see how a woman could just let that go. You know, when I was pregnant, I've got 4 kids, and you know, I felt a glow whenever I was pregnant. You know, it's just a feeling of love, attachment, and I don't understand how people can get abortions. I just don't.
Yeah, for sure. So
I mean,
like, I have a question. Do you think it's wrong for a family to pull the plug on an individual in their family who is brain dead?
That's a little bit different, I think. I mean, this is a life that is just starting, you know, where it's got life. And a person that's brain dead, you know, if the doctors have worked on that person and don't see viability, then pull the plug. You know, that's up to the individual, actually. But
what if we're talking about an 8-year-old that is brain dead? They have a whole life in front of them. If you're talking about their cellular life,
yes.
Right? Why do you think that their life is over?
I wouldn't think that. I wouldn't.
So is it wrong to pull the plug on the brain dead individual who's 8 years old?
No. I mean, this is so far-reaching for me. If an 8-year-old has been brain dead for, I mean, as long as the parent can deal with the problem, then that baby should be alive. You know, give the parents a chance. Because I'll tell you, when my first baby, there was a commercial on TV. This was back in the early 80s. There was a TV commercial about abortions, and they showed the little feet of this baby. They've got fingerprints. They've got, I mean.
Wait, actually, can I ask you a question? Do you think that this has rights?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, but you can't see the fingerprints. You can't see the toes. You can't see anything.
But
this is like an accredited picture. This is the first image that we have in utero of an embryo, right? This is like something that won an award in radiology. You can't see any of that. None of those characteristics are identifiable within this entity.
But it's beautiful. It's alive. It's alive.
Yeah, but I mean, so is the brain dead individual. So my point is that, like, if you can pull the plug on the individual who's brain dead and you consider their life to be over, then it seems like what you value in terms of the life here is the experience that they're going to have in life, right?
Yes. Yes.
So if you value the experience they're having in life, at this stage of development, they don't have that experience. They're not going to have that experience until the point that I'm referencing, like 18 through 26 weeks, likely speaking. I'm
not just closing it up on the experience they have or have had or anything. I mean, you're in limbo at that point. But no, I mean, if there's a heartbeat, you've got to let them stay. I mean,
but my point is that there's a heartbeat within the brain dead individuals that you said it's okay to pull the plug on. So it's not like we're saying that the valuable characteristic here is the heartbeat. The valuable characteristic is still the experience. You're just saying that the heartbeat is prior to the experience, right? But I mean, if we haven't gotten to the valuable part, which is the experience part, why does it necessarily have value yet?
Necessarily because my blood is pumping through that little Cheeto that you've got up there, or what we call the Cheeto, but my blood is pumping through that baby, and I'm not going to kill it. I mean, my heart is working for it before its little heart can work for it, and it's alive. When I've watched abortion,
wait, hold on. Before you do this, I just want to say one thing, right?
Yes.
I understand that you'd say, "Oh, I wouldn't do this in my own life," right? But do you think that if someone does get an abortion at this point during the pregnancy, do you think they should go to jail?
No.
Do you think it? So you don't consider it to be murder?
Well, that's up to the individual. I mean,
no. Do you consider it to be murder? Because we wouldn't be okay with legal murder, right?
No.
Okay, so I mean, you don't consider it to be murder then, because you said it should be legal. So if you don't consider it to be murder, right, and you think it should be legal, that means you're pro-choice.
No, I'm not. I mean, these doctors that I've watched that have done abortions before, they are troubled with it. I mean, there's several that are troubled with it, with doing that. And, they talked about pulling little legs out, pulling little, just, I don't know. I mean, I can't convince anybody that's already convinced that it's okay, but I'm just saying,
Actually, you can convince people. I mean, people, when it relates to abortion, their stances can very easily change. I started off as pro-life. I was then an individual that thought it was okay to have abortions all the way through 9 months, right? And now I've kind of established a position when it relates to sentience, which essentially says that 97% plus of abortions are justified, right? And actually, most of the abortions that happen after that point anyway, most of them are medical anyway, which I provide exceptions for, right?
No,
so it's going to be even over 97% of abortions that I'm okay with.
Well, yeah, if it is a life and death situation for the mother, yeah, that's a must, I believe. It is. But I don't know. With my second child, I was abused and raped during that time. And
so sorry to hear that. But by the way, we can't say that word on TikTok. It's R word or essay is the word. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm just letting you. Yeah, grape is fine too. It's just TikTok TOS. Just letting you know.
But I became pregnant at that time, and I mean, I love my baby. I mean, she's 40 years old now, but the love was there. I don't care how it happened. If a man was having sex with me that didn't have a condom on and I got pregnant, I would have it. That's just my sentiment.
But do you think that other people should be forced to have those kids in those exact same circumstances?
No, you shouldn't force any human being to do something that's against their will. I mean,
that sounds like you're pro-choice then. You're saying that it's okay for this individual to get an abortion.
Well, I'm not going to
legally speaking.
Yeah.
You can say you're morally against it, right? But legally speaking, you're okay with it happening.
Well, because I can't control it, there's nothing. Now, I take that back. I had a sister-in-law. She had 4 abortions that I know of. And she already had 4 kids. And, I mean, she called me. She needed the money to go get the abortion, and it almost killed me. I couldn't do it. I couldn't even pay for it. So I am pro-choice, pro-life, I mean. But
do you think it should be illegal for someone to get an abortion?
Well, that's up to the individual and the law that they have to live under.
No, what do you think the law should be? Do you think the law should make it illegal?
I can't say. Maybe I'm Maybe you're changing my vision of it too, but no, I believe if you are pregnant and you are unable to take care of that baby, then there's adoption. There's other family members that might want to take care of that baby. I mean, don't kill it. Don't kill it.
Do you think it should be illegal for them to get an abortion?
I do.
At any stage during pregnancy?
Yes.
Okay. So why do you think that they shouldn't be able to get an abortion within the first trimester? Like specifically, like when it's at this stage, why do we think that it's wrong to get an abortion when it relates to this entity? Like what's valuable within this entity that says that we shouldn't be able to unalive it?
Because it's got nerve endings. It's got a heartbeat. I mean,
but it can't conceptualize of those things, and so does the brain dead individual. The brain dead individual has nerve endings, and the brain dead individual also has a heartbeat. Yes.
Well, let me tell you this. My kid's daddy is paralyzed from the neck down, and he's been like that since 1997. And I mean, is his life not worth living? I mean...
No, I still believe he's valuable. He has sentience.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not saying because they have nerve endings or because they don't have nerve endings, that means they're valuable. What I'm saying is that they're observer, like the observer you are, right? The experiences that you're having, that's what I see to be a value.
Okay.
Right? Prior to these notions of experiences, even if we remember them or not, because my grandma had dementia, she didn't remember her experiences, but she still was valuable because she's having experiences, right? And she's had experiences, she's going to have experiences. So I care about the future experiences that someone's going to have once we have an actual experience that's established. Right. And that happens about 18 through 26 weeks within the uterus.
Yeah. Well, you can feel a baby move during the first trimester. So if that baby is moving, I think its little brain is working, and I don't know. I couldn't do it myself.
Do you know how insects, after you kill them, they can move?
Insects, after I kill them, they can move.
You know how they still move?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's just like a stimulant response. That doesn't mean that they're alive.
Well,
I mean it's sentient. I mean not alive, sentient. I mean.
Okay.
So all it is just like a muscle reflex. Yeah. At that point, there's not like some sort of conceptualization of they're deciding to move that, right? Or they want to move this way, right? So there's not necessarily an idea here that would relate to like these types of desires that are understood.
Well, I don't know. I wish, I believe in God also. So, I just pray that these little people, like,
actually, by the way, I mean, if you look, I don't know about Christianity, right? But if you look at Judaism and Islam, right, they make claims about ensoulment. That's when they see it to be valuable. Yeah. Right. And that's kind of the same idea that I'm referencing, is that once it has some type of experience, once that is established within the context of the body, that's when I see it to have value. So, I mean, there's religious precedence for even a standard that relates to the idea that I'm referencing.
Yeah. Well, what about, what was that girl's name? Servio? That was back in the 80s also. I'm stuck in the 80s. I'm sorry. But, I can't remember her first name, but she couldn't talk, she couldn't respond verbally, but her parents knew that she could feel because she reacted to their touch. And back, they were saying, well, should we let her go ahead and choose to die? Is she that miserable? Should we let her go ahead and die? And I mean, that's Kevorkian, of course, but I don't know. I'm lost. I just love the little peanuts or whatever.
My question is, do they have sentience or not?
Yes.
Right. And if this person is miserable, this is kind of like a case of euthanasia.
Okay.
Right. And I do think that, likely speaking, we do have certain circumstances where euthanasia, as is consentful, right, is justified, right? Like I do think that is the case because someone is going through so much pain, so much misery, right? In some circumstances, it absolutely can be justified. Right. So I mean, that would really be the question. That's a separate question from whether or not we're allowing like abortion, or whether or not the moral value comes from the fact that they're sentient.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm the wrong person to defend the whole situation, because I'm just stuck on it's got feelings, it's got a heart. I mean,
Well, what do you mean by feelings, right? Because I wouldn't say that there's a conceptualization of feelings until it's sentient.
Okay. Well, as far as they can feel when they're in utero like that. They have feelings, touch. I mean, a woman can rub her belly, and when she does, the baby will kick. Stuff like that. It just doesn't make sense to me to get rid of it. I just don't see it.
Sure, yeah. So, I mean, is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about particularly?
No, not at this point. I guess I'm the only one talking, so I'm not going to keep you. I'm not going to keep you in this. I'm probably not making sense. I'm just going by my experience.
No, the last point that I would make is that there isn't a conceptualization of pain within the first trimester, right? That's going to happen once the fetus is sentient, in terms of what I'm referencing, which is likely to happen between 18 through 26 weeks.
Yeah, I
which
guess,
is about which is a bit more than 4 months.
Yeah. I don't believe that. No, I don't. But the baby can feel as soon as it's been fertilized and it's in utero like that.
Wait, fertilization happens and then implantation happens after that. And at that point, they have no feeling.
Okay. Yeah, because it's just...
it's literally a single cell organism. At fertilization, it's literally a single cell organism.
Yeah.
It's literally the same as a bacteria. When you sat down on your like at your seat, you sat on some bacteria. Did you do anything wrong?
No. I mean, that's far from being a human, Yeah,
no, but the point is that at that stage, its characteristics, we wouldn't consider them to be valuable, right?
I don't know. It depends on the person. I mean, like I said, as soon as I knew I was pregnant, I was in love. It just didn't matter,
Well, I mean, this is prior to pregnancy, because pregnancy happens after implantation, remember? So
Yeah.
this is at the point where this is before it's even in the uterus. It's not even developing within the uterus yet. It's still a single cell organism that just got fertilized.
Well, I don't know. At that point, if you're taking, like y'all brought up the birth control and all that, the only thing that I can say about being pro abortion would be if you knew that something was going to be wrong with that baby, But there are parents that know that the baby's going to be, their brain isn't going to develop right, and they're going to be, there's people that are like that, and I'm not going to bring them up, but I guess in that situation, I think I could go ahead and let it go. That's the only way I could.
Sure. So I appreciate you coming on. It was definitely great talking to you. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate it.
You bet.
Have a fantastic day. All right, we're going to go on to the next person. Again, if you like the content, everyone, follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares, everyone. We're going to be on for another 4 hours or so, everyone, so we still got a while left on the live. I'm going to go into the next person. Only send a guest request, everyone, if you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester. Yo! Crystal with the match cup. W's in the chat for Crystal. Let's fucking go. And thank you for the rose bears. I appreciate it. Let me go on to the next person, everyone. That's a fucking W, chat. Absolute W's in the chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester?
How old are you? If I can
21.
ask? 21. So you maintain that in the first trimester, the reason why it's okay is because it's not sentient. So would you say that anything after 18 weeks would be wrong? as far as abortion goes.
Yeah. If you caused it, right? If you didn't cause the pregnancy, if there was rape or if there was like a minor or something like that, they can get abortions. Or if there's medical situations where there's like medical complications or medical necessity, I appreciate the paper card. Thank you so much. You can get an abortion in that circumstance as well.
Okay. The only other standpoint I would take, just because I'm Christian and I believe in God, would be that I understand the instance if a woman was raped or if it was incest or something. By
the way,
like
our word to essay, by the way.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So if the essay did occur, or if it was incest, or if the fetus is threatening the mother's life, those of course are tricky situations, and I think that should be up to the woman either way, whether she wants to abort or if she wants to keep the fetus and grow it. I think that outside of those parameters, I think that abortion's wrong at conception. Outside of those parameters, just because of the Christian aspect of murder. Now, I know that just because the individual had the parameters we mentioned earlier, that doesn't make it okay. But then again, that would be a touchy situation.
I have a few questions here, right? So do you think it's wrong for someone to use an IUD?
Not necessarily, because then you're preventing the preventing the fuse that happens there. So you could never have an embryo and a sperm, or an egg and a sperm meet by using some sort of
So the IUD reduces the likelihood of there being fertilization. I agree, but it also does something else, right? It can reduce the likelihood of that fertilized egg implanting into the uterine wall. So it would stop a fertilized egg from implanting or developing, which would be ending a human life. So under your view, would IUDs be murder? Well,
I guess I don't have all the information to make that call. I wasn't aware that it just stops it from the uterine wall. You're getting down to kind of splitting hairs when you get to that aspect of it, 12 in one hand, a dozen in the other, you know what I mean? So you walk a fine line there, and I don't know that I have enough information or evidence to make a decision on whether I think it's right or wrong at that aspect.
So then the moral value doesn't necessarily come at conception then? Because I mean that would be one thing. And then two, there would also be something that you'd have to take into account is that, do you think that God causes natural conditions?
Define natural conditions.
Like, for example, right? If a zygote flushes out of the uterus, not out of the uterus. If the zygote flushes out and never implants into the uterine wall, right? Flushes out of the system, right? Was that caused by God?
I don't believe so. I believe that God is omni. He's all powerful, all knowing. But I believe
create our biology.
Well,
did our biology make the functions the way they are?
I believe that he made the functions the way that they are. Yes. So, inside of our day-to-day life, I believe that free will and the way we treat our bodies, whether we're healthy or we're not healthy, what we choose to ingest or digest, I believe all of that plays a role in that. And I think that I believe that all of that is left up to us.
So by the way, my point is that 40 to 60% are lost from fertilization to birth, right? When it relates to zygotes, right? And if those are caused by natural conditions, right? Why is God flushing all of those out if they're valuable?
I think that we don't have the same idea of God. I don't believe that God flushes those out. You have the living conditions that you've chosen, and you are where you are because that's where you've chosen to be. So I don't believe that God for, so for instance, if you were 300 pounds, I don't believe that God made you 300 pounds. Also, if you're anorexic and you're 96 pounds.
I mean, those are different claims. Why? Because those are based upon how much you eat and whatnot. These claims, when it is based upon like the under natural conditions. Like this is literally like this is from a study, right? The NCBI, right? NCBI, okay. NLM, and NIH, right? They say under natural conditions, embryo loss is approximately 10 to 40% before implantation, and total loss from fertilization to birth is 40 to 60%. That's okay. So this is saying under natural conditions.
I still don't believe that God is choosing to flush those out. I think that's a bit of a stretch, even for you. I mean, you're an intelligent young man, and I don't believe that you would try to make that stretch for saying that
that's
God
not a stretch. I do think this is a legitimately good point, right? I wouldn't bring it up if I didn't think it's a good point. This is not a stretch by any means. Could you give me a reason as to why it's a stretch?
Well, because God isn't choosing to flush that out. I don't believe that God intervenes in your day-to-day life.
God sets natural conditions.
That still doesn't. No, you set the natural conditions here on earth. You set your conditions.
So I created my body the way it is. I made sure that I was rational. I made sure that I had the particular desires that I have, that I like pizza and that I don't like, like squash.
No,
right? So I set those things to be true?
No, so those are also a different category. That's not the same category we're talking about. Everything you just mentioned was of your conscious brain and choices that you've made. Those are not.
Did God create the functions of my reproductive systems?
Oh, well, of course he did.
Okay. So, wouldn't that be true in this circumstance? This is a function of a reproductive system. God created that, right? I think that's totally, if you don't want to go through this point, that's fine. We can move on to the next. This is not like a super big point.
I'll play devil's advocate with you. When Adam and Eve were created, just because we have no doctors or studies from that time period, right? That's roughly 6,000 years ago, maybe 7, according to the Bible. We don't know how the reproductive system functioned back then, but also we don't know what all they consumed and how they lived and what their daily life was like. So on natural conditions, because the world has changed vastly from the Garden of Eden to now, who's to say, what evidence would you have to say that your natural conditions haven't changed and that's what's forcing those flushes to happen?
So you just think all flushes are caused by this?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just playing devil's advocate with you.
No. I'd be willing to accept that even some of them are not, right? Some of them could be caused by our modern diets. I don't think it would all be, right? But some could be caused by modern diets. All right, let's say that's true, right? It's still the case that some are being flushed out. Why is God doing that?
Well, once again,
if they're valuable entities.
Once again, I don't believe that God is flushing any of them out.
Okay, so you just reject the notion that he's flushing. Okay, we can move on to the next point. That's fine.
Okay.
So, what characteristics do you see to be valuable within the context of the life at conception?
Well, just from Scripture in Jeremiah, I believe it is. It says, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you." So to me, that would mean that God knew you before you were formed in the womb.
So God formed them, but has nothing to do with the flushing process.
I would say, yeah. I would say yes. The flushing process, I would believe it would be strictly anatomical of whatever is going on with you. There's 1,000 different scenarios you could run through there. And in these studies, what was the control group? Where did they get the people from? What type of people were they? What were their race? all of that goes into play as far as...
I don't see how race would be the most important characteristic when you relate to that. But in general, right, again, they take into account these conditions. That's the whole point. This isn't coming from just anyone, right? This is coming literally from the National Library of Medicine, but I'm not just whipping this out of anything.
No, I understand that. I've seen your live a couple times, and I wouldn't accuse you of just making things up either. I believe that you come to the table with factual evidence that you find, and I believe you do your due diligence.
Sure. Okay. So so you're saying that you just don't believe that they flush. Well, sure. Right. Yeah, we don't have to go over that, right? But so you say that God puts this life in at conception, the value is based upon God, right? We would just get into a conversation of whether or not we accept God to exist.
Right. And I know that you're, what?
Hello? Oh, you got a call, bro. Ethan, send a guest request back, bro. You got a call, man. By the way, everyone keep tapping that screen. It will help send it out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. You already know the deal. Send a guest request right now. If you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 750 shares, everyone. Ethan, you can send a guest request back. If you don't send one right back here in a little bit because you have a call or something, I'm probably going to just go on to the next person. But yeah, keep tapping that screen, everyone. That was God intervening. So real. So real, so real. Let me look for Ethan, see if I can find him real quick. If I can't find him, I will move on to the next person because it probably would seem like he accepted the call. Yeah, I don't see him in the guest box right now, so we are going to go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, if you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester, y'all. All right, everyone. By the way, can y'all hear the background noise? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 50.
For sure. Do you think abortion is wrong in the first trimester?
I do.
Why so?
Well, and I've listened to your lives before, but I think primarily because there's really no dedicated proof aside from scientific guessing whether there is brain activity and whether that fetus actually feels anything. I don't think any of us can say with certainty, 100% certainty, that it doesn't.
You also can't make a claim with absolute certainty that the external world is real, right? So we don't go off of, in science, 100% certainty. We go based upon like what's most likely to be true, right? And it is most likely to be true that sentience is going to begin from between 18 through 26 weeks within utero.
But I wouldn't agree with that because if sentience, by your definition, only feel things at 18 weeks and not prior to, what if there was evidence to say that they do? What if you poke something inside of the female uterus, poke the fetus, find out the fetus moves and responds to stimuli, then it's responding to pain.
Responding stimuli doesn't necessarily indicate something, right? As there can be a response to stimuli when it relates to like entities in which we know are not sentient at that particular moment, as there's just like a muscle memory reflex, right? So these would just be an exhibition of like just particular reflexes, right? There would have to be other characteristics that we would typically associate with sentience, right? For us to be able to say that this is likely to be sentient.
If you look at the original definition of sentience, it is pain was associated by the philosophers in 1630. So that was a
that's not my definition of sentience. Definition of sentience relates to subjective experience. There's a difference between pain,
right?
Well, that's what's operated on now in the modern era, right? But when it relates to sentience, because you're relating to 1600s, right? Them in 1600s, they had way less understanding about sentience comparative to what we have an understanding of now.
Maybe they did.
Yeah, so like there's a distinction now between pain and conceptualization of pain.
But we don't know that.
What do you mean we don't know that?
What
do you mean by no?
Do you have that state that what you're saying is true?
Yeah, like academic papers, like in neuroscience, I can send you multiple papers. I'm setting up like a bibliography when it relates to this topic and many others. And I have like some of my resources in relation to neuroscience that you could look at like within this bibliography. I could send you.
So would you also say it's true that you've also researched neuroscience who are believers that is contrary to what they believe?
This is what most of the academic papers say in neuroscience.
You say most, not all.
There are some that make claims that there's potentials prior or after. What we're talking about is most likely, right? Not what just there's potential for, right? Because there are outliers when it relates to the data, but this is what most of the data is indicating.
But here would be my struggle to what you're saying. I would need 100% proof that we were not killing something that had
That's an
feelings,
unreachable standard,
emotions.
right? Because
And
100%
maybe-
proof would rely upon the claim that you know that the external world is real with 100% certainty, which you don't, right? Because the idea here is that it is the case that there's a logically possible world where your brain is just in a vat and you're just being fed these experiences. So the outside world is not necessarily real. Okay. So you can think about all of these different types of logical possibilities for what could explain this, right? Otherwise, right? So it's not going to be 100% because there are
Correct.
other
But
logical
you could
possibilities.
say- And one of your counters to this is using somebody who is in a coma or brain dead, right? If they're brain dead, we can scientifically see that they are brain dead to make that choice.
And they still
We
exhibit
cannot.
characteristics within the brain, right? Like EEG readings we still see in brain dead individuals. So we would know what to expect within the brain, right? When it relates to a type of subjective experience. It's not just the brain existing or the brain firing neurons. It's going to be a complex array of these neurons, right? Through many different main centers of the brain that would then produce this particular subjective experience. Many indicate that it could be through the prefrontal cortex and the thymoscortical connections. But there are some notions that could say that it could arise earlier than that, right? That's why I have it at 18, right? Because it is the case that there have been a few circumstances where there have been individuals in which exhibited characteristics we could attribute with sentience, right? And they didn't have these thymoscortical connections, right? So that's the type of questions that we would ask. These are the types of ways that we would think about it and saying, do they likely have like a sentience, or do they likely not have sentience? Oh, and chat, she's been on before. Pure blood means she's not vaccinated.
Thank you, Parker. And I would just state that if you're taking a dead brain or brain dead individual and you've got all these testing to be able to see, do they have any activity? Can they live any kind of full functioning life? All of those things versus a fetus prior to 18 weeks. You cannot, there is no scientific data for us to pull to be able to give us the same information.
Wait, what do you mean? They can look at fetuses like in utero and like what types of characteristics that they exhibit? That's exactly
But
what
they
these like
can't-
they do
But they
in
can't
these academics
hook them
papers do.
up the same way as you would a brain dead individual to be able to do all the same type of testing that you would.
So there could be a difference in the testing. That doesn't necessarily mean that we can't determine it within the stage, though.
I don't know if I agree with that because I haven't seen any testing results in which they would be able to rate brain activity, pain activity, or cognition ability at that young
Wait,
age.
that's actually what these papers are doing. They reference that in many stages. They say like what characteristics are exhibited given this level of development. That's literally the questions that they ask. Again, like within the bibliography that I'm setting up, a lot of this is talked about.
I understand, but this testing that they're using isn't necessarily being able to be proven scientifically over and over through research. It's not like they're making a bunch of summations and guesswork.
What do you mean? What do you mean guesswork?
Science.
No. So like, you could essentially say, do you think that like germs exist?
Correct. And germs multiply,
And
right?
germs give people
it's a
sick and stuff. So
living
like,
organism.
you believe in germ theory, right? Germ theory is not 100% though, right? It's going to be like what's most likely to be true.
But you can see germs. You can watch them multiply. You can watch them grow. Just because you can't hook a
And we
machine
can
to it to
see
see if it
these
has a
we can see these
brain.
characteristics that are exhibited by fetuses.
But you're relating a fetus, a human being that potentially has neuroactivity, although maybe it even can't even be determined by science at this point that they have neuroactivity, to a germ that doesn't have a brain. Even it multiplies 100 times and it's throughout the entire body. It doesn't have an operating brain mechanism for it to do that.
No, I
don't
was
think
comparing the
you can relate.
observation mechanism.
I understand, but I don't think you can compare germs to a fetus. I just think that they're two. Totally
I
different
wasn't.
categories.
I was comparing the observation.
The
That we can use observation to form conclusions in one scenario. We can use observation to form conclusions in another scenario.
So
That's
when
what I'm
a
saying.
science is watching a fetus grow, they're just making a determination with what that fetus can or cannot do at certain stages.
They're observing what it does at particular stages, and they're saying, given that it expresses these particular characteristics at this stage, these are the characteristics that we associate with sentience, this is when it's likely to have sentience. That's what it's saying.
That's guessing. That
we
really
do that with what's most likely is based upon the evidence. It's not guessing within that respect, but it's called, if you want to refer to it as guessing in terms of us not being 100% correct, well, then it's also true that you're guessing when it relates to germ theory, you're guessing when it relates to gravity, you're guessing when it relates to all these different types of scientific theories in which we understand to be fact today.
You can watch a germ multiply. You can see that it multiplies.
Again, you can observe the characteristics that are exhibited by fetuses.
I can't say that a germ has a brain. I don't know that. There's no way for
I'm not saying a germ has a brain.
I'm using this as an example. You can't
I don't know
that
how.
a germ. What I am saying is you can observe the germ. You can observe the germ multiply. You can see how it reacts in the body. You can see how it spreads. You cannot tell 100, well, not even at all, really, whether it is operating from self-consciousness or not. We really don't know that. We can only
I don't hold the
observe what it's doing.
consciousness. Consciousness doesn't actually get exhibited until like 3 years old, 3 years old.
I don't believe that either. Consciousness is, from my opinion, is from conception.
That's incoherent. No scientist would say that. Not a single one. Name me one place that says that.
I honestly, I mean,
It doesn't
I
have
could
a
probably
brain.
go
It
try
can't
to
have
research.
consciousness. Appreciate the galaxy.
But
Thank you so
don't.
much.
Just because scientists say that doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean it's.
So you think think a single cell organism has consciousness?
I don't know if it does or not. I don't think you can, and nor do I think scientists can.
We do know. We literally do know, right? And we know because it doesn't have any characteristics that we would exhibit, like associated with it. Like that's the same thing as saying, oh, we don't know if a rock is sentient, right? Or we don't know if a plant is sentient.
But if we
don't know if grass is sentient.
If we use characteristics from the 1600, just like you said, oh, well, we've redefined that.
There are literally more characteristics that you would attribute with sentience when it relates to plants than what you just mentioned with the zygote.
Let's say 200 years from now, all of a sudden they decide, oh, they actually do have conscience. Then we were all wrong?
Yeah, we were wrong, right? But that's not going to happen. I promise you that's not going to happen. I would put fucking billions of dollars on that. I would put billions of dollars on that.
But see,
would you be willing to put billions of dollars on that?
I would put billions of dollars on the fact that a fetus is aware from the time of conception.
You would?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, so like you could pay up then. That's just wrong. We know that's wrong already.
Just
literally, if you look at any paper in neuroscience, they would say that was wrong. That's wrong. Not a single paper would accept that notion. Not a single person within the field would accept that notion.
Just like the previous speaker said, God knew them before the womb. That is a fact. So if God knew that fetus before the womb, and if you believe that, then that embryo.
Do you have evidence of your God existing?
I have personal experience of God existing.
How do you accept the conclusions formed from your personal experience, but you don't accept the conclusions formed from the personal experience of Prophet Muhammad with the angel Gabriel in terms of dictating the Quran?
Because I know and I base it upon my experience. So I don't play the devil's advocate with...
Wait, they base it upon their experience too.
And I'm not here to judge other people's belief systems. I'm only here to...
I'm judging yours, right? I'm using other people's belief systems to show you that you don't accept them when it relates to other sorts of views. You don't accept the exact same justification when it relates to other views, but you accept the exact same justification when it relates to your own view.
Here's what I believe. I believe that do I believe abortion should be available? No. Do I think that if the state or governments, because they're secular, want to opt into an abortion option for women? Fine. I'm not going to choose to do that, nor am I going to agree that it's okay, but I'm not going to condemn somebody who makes that choice. They have to live with their own choices. But I don't think my tax-paying money, my money, needs to go to fund it.
Fund abortion?
Correct.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't right now. It currently doesn't allow that. There are literally amendments that don't allow that to happen. Two, when it relates to...
I'm just saying that's what my belief is around the whole...
Wait, so you think it should be legal for people to get abortions?
I think that if a state who is secular wants to opt in, they have to pay for their own consequences for their own choices. I'm not here...
Oh, but you think it should be legal?
I'm not here to...
So you're okay with, under your view, legal murder? in some places in the U.S.?
Free will. Free will.
So, okay, so what's the reason why murder should be illegal?
Why is the reason that murder?
Yeah, under your view, because again, in the scenario of abortion, you consider it to be murder.
About my view. We're not talking about my view.
I am asking
you what my view is.
Yeah, I'm asking you about your view.
If there are states who allow abortion, they have to answer to passing those laws or the people passing those laws. I, as an individual, am going to speak against it. I don't agree with it. I don't think that you should have the option to abortion, nor do I think that people should be able to go out and murder. I think there should be a consequence to that just as much. So it
should be illegal for them too.
And
those individuals who are secular.
If I was to vote, yes, personally.
Okay, so you would do that for internationally, right?
Correct. Yeah.
International, like around the entire world, everyone is forced to go through pregnancy. No abortions are allowed.
If I was voting, yes, that is how I would vote.
What about in the case of
individual?
What about in the case of grape?
In the case of rape, there's lots of options.
You got to say R word, SA, or grape.
Sorry.
Just letting you know.
This would not be a topic 60 years ago or 100 years ago because these options weren't available to people. So what did they do back then?
We had worse things happening. We would also say the same thing before vaccines. Before vaccines, right? More people were dying. More people were being negatively impacted. Mm-hmm. I know you don't believe that, but it's true.
Another debate.
I know you don't believe that, but it's true. Have we had a conversation like fully about the vaccines yet? I'm not saying to do that right now, but
no, we have not.
I'm down to do that. I'm down to do that because you do have your bio pure blood, so I guarantee you've got some beliefs on that. So you
can totally reach out to me and we can set up a different debate.
Yeah, here I'll follow you and we can do that because it's been a while since I've done a topic like that. So I'm gonna make a background for that and we can set up that and you can be like the first person to have on for that topic.
All right. But I'm just saying, everybody has their own choice, and I'm not going to take away somebody else's free will. That's not my job. I'm just saying, if I was an individual voting, that's how I would vote based off of my personal.
You'd vote to take away their free will. That's what you're saying, by the way.
I am, yeah, because of my personal belief system. But
by the way, God doesn't want you to take away free will. Why doesn't God stop them?
I think that the whole government structure isn't necessarily God's doing to begin with. We're all just subjected to it.
Yeah, so God lets it happen. So isn't that telling you that the righteous action is to let it happen?
Maybe, but that doesn't mean that I have to vote for it because that means I'm condoning it in essence, and I don't.
So God's condoning rape, God's condoning genocide, God's condoning human sex trafficking? No. He's letting it happen.
It's free will, 100%.
Okay, well, it's also free will in the scenario that you're referencing. You not voting on it is still free will.
It's my free will. It's my free choice to choose which way I want to vote.
Yeah, I understand that. But I'm saying that your choice is taking away from other people's choices, which is actually what you consider to be unrighteous action under your own worldview, because God allows it to happen and God condones it under your view, because you said allowing it to happen is condoning it.
But, there's a big balance that's in the world of right and wrong, or what people perceive as right and wrong. And there's never going to be one set rule that's going to apply to everyone. So each individual has to vote based off of their own personal values and preferences and beliefs.
Yeah, and your own personal values and preferences and beliefs indicates to you that the righteous action is to allow it to occur, the same way that God did. You want to emulate exactly how Jesus acts. This is how Jesus acted. So shouldn't you emulate that?
That is a very good debate, actually, Parker. I feel like I have to do what's right based off of my own value, but I wouldn't try to stop somebody else from doing the thing that I think is wrong, nor would I make them feel guilty or condemn them or yell at them or call them names. I think all of that.
Isn't voting to stop them still trying to stop them?
It's a voice, but isn't voting to not stop them going against my beliefs?
No, I'm telling you it's not going against your beliefs. It's actually in accordance with your beliefs.
But if I believe that murder is wrong, right? Somebody going...
Heather, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. Well, God believes murder is wrong, but still allows it to happen, right? Free will.
Correct. But there's consequences, right?
And those consequences are determined by God, not by you.
there's natural consequences to things. And you are right, there is.
And those natural consequences are not determined by the law, right? Those natural consequences would be otherwise.
There's been those things in existence forever. For as long as mankind.
That doesn't mean that they're natural. Are laws natural?
No.
So, like, again, right, that's the idea.
And I get what you're saying, because I figure, in my opinion about drugs, is it should be legal. I think people should have the right to choose whether they do them or not. It's free will. As long as they're not hurting somebody else. I think that's where you cross the line, is when you hurt or impede your behavior or what you're choosing to do in your life.
Well, then God, why doesn't God draw the same line? Why are your values different from God's?
I don't think that God sets that out, though. I think he gives the guidance for how mankind is supposed to behave with one another.
Yeah, and by the way that he acts, right? Jesus is acting in the way in which we ought to emulate. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much.
If you look at the 10 Commandments, it says it's hung by 2. You love thy God with all thy heart, all thy soul, and all thy might, and love thy neighbor as thyself. So if you love your neighbor as yourself, you don't go out and murder them. You don't go steal from them. If you hang and you live by those 2 primary principles, and if all laws are based upon those 2 primary principles, then it's based on godly principle, on how God says, hey, we should interact this way to have a good society, to have a healthy society.
But then God also says that use Jesus as an example of what to do. And we see that Jesus allows us to do those bad things, right, to preserve our free will. So I don't see a reason as to why we shouldn't do that same thing when we're saying that Jesus' character is what we ought to emulate.
I don't remember God saying go out and murder people, or Jesus saying go out and murder people.
I don't think, no, Jesus didn't say to do that. That's not the claim that I'm making. But Jesus didn't say to stop it.
No, he honed in on the core of the problem, not the symptoms of the problem. And you're looking at the symptoms.
Yeah, I'm confused. All right. Again, the idea is that he has showed us character that he's engaged in. If we are supposed to emulate his character, then clearly it seems like we shouldn't step in here, even if you consider it to be wrong.
What I'm saying is, when Jesus came, he said that he came to fulfill the promise of his coming. And he demonstrated the things that the people were doing that was ritualistic to try to show them the spiritual piece of it. It wasn't about you doing X, Y, and Z in order to get into heaven. He went to the core of you becoming either a believer or not a believer. He didn't talk and hone in on all the symptoms of society, of the things that they were doing wrong, and pointing those out, because that really wasn't going to address the core issue, which was human soul. And if the human soul is changed, all the symptoms change too.
Okay, I'm kind of confused with what your point is there. But would you say that your whole position on abortion is grounded in God, or is it grounded in like secular values that you would have?
It's grounded in Christianity and Jesus. Absolutely.
Okay. So if it relates to this, right, I could just then secondly ask you for justification in this particular religion. Even though I think your values are in accordance with allowing this to happen.
Yeah. I can only base it off of my personal experience. As to why I believe that Jesus and God exist.
So what was our response to the situation with the Quran, right? Where Prophet Muhammad also had a spiritual experience, but we don't accept the conclusions formed from that spiritual experience.
Correct, because there's antichrist and people who come across. I mean, from a Christian.
So how do you know that that's not you?
That is, I don't. I mean, not with 100%. All I can base it on is my own experience and my relationship with Jesus and what he's done in my personal life. It wasn't Muhammad who changed my life. It wasn't Muhammad who changed my experiences.
Wait, so that same standard of proof that you needed to justify sentience is the exact standard of proof that you just rejected?
Not necessarily, no. Because you try to go from A to B and make it sound like it's a simple transition, but it's really not. It's more complex than what you try to make it out to be.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Meaning that you're trying to say my basis about sentience is related to the fact that I don't believe in Muhammad, because Muhammad also had a spiritual experience. And so therefore my spiritual experience is now relatable to Muhammad's. So you cross both of them out.
Within what respect, right? Within the context of the conclusions formed from that experience. I'm not disputing the idea that you had a spiritual experience. Maybe you did, right? But the conclusions that you formed from that, how do we know that they're accurate?
My husband had skin cancer that was all the way down to his bone, and it healed itself through faith. He went to a doctor. They told him to put his house in order, and he probably had 6 months, and he is now healed. I mean, the skin grew back. I don't know how else to explain it.
Jerry, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much for the 10-month, by the way, Jerry W. But one thing is that, again, you can get better like through these circumstances. Just because two events are correlated doesn't mean that one caused the other. The body can get past these circumstances, right? And actually, it's most likely with things like skin cancer. Other types of cancer are less likely to be able to get past.
So the Bible talks about hath God said. Satan did the same thing. Just saying. If you
say that again, sorry.
Even God said when Satan is tempting, he uses the hath God said. Did he really say? Was my husband really healed? Was it really by God? Those are all questions.
Actually, these are not questions from the devil. These would be questions that would be needed to know whether or not it's coming from the devil or whether or not it's coming from God. Because if you don't question it, wait, hold up. Can the devil heal you to make you think that they're God? No.
He can. No.
Why can't the devil do that?
Because that would be outside of the realms of science. God works outside of the realms of science, not within.
Yeah, no. Can't the devil engage in miracles to make you think that they're God?
Not in that sense, no. He cannot.
Why not?
He cannot regrow skin. He cannot.
Why not?
Because he cannot do things outside of the science. He still has to work within.
What do you mean he has to do? He can't do things outside of the context of science.
Meaning
why? What's limiting him there?
Because God created him. Nobody can but God.
So, I mean, what if I were to show you places in the Bible where the devil has the capacity to heal?
So if you can show me a scripture where he grew legs back on people and brought them back from the dead, I might believe you.
So it's not specifically that, but I mean, there are going to be contexts that we could relate to in which Satan absolutely has powers that we would associate with this.
He can tempt, but he cannot use science to go outside of the realm of anything science could do, such as...
Well, I don't know why he's limited to science. I don't know why that's true.
Why are we limited?
Okay, if you're saying God or the devil can't do anything supernatural, what about Job?
What did Job do that was supernatural?
No, what Satan did to Job. Have you read the book of Job?
I did. He used things that were already in existence. He used disease. He infirmed his body with things that already occurred within the world.
Not like that. What particular things did he give him that we've seen otherwise?
How do you know? It's one example, but he was given diseases and he was stripped away from all of his family. He was put in a situation in which to try to test his faith, right? But it wasn't necessarily completely outside of science. Like, he didn't bring back somebody from the dead to come talk to Job.
Wait, isn't it something that your leg can heal from skin cancer? Can't that be related to science then? If you're saying that this is related to science?
I haven't heard any science, and usually most doctors would tell you that they have no...
I can just ask you this question. Do you think there's a cure for cancer?
I do, but I don't think it's in
the mainstream. But you don't think that they've come out with it. Okay, so they could have a cure for this, right? They just haven't come out from it. And again, the devil has access to that cure, right? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So the devil can use that to then make you think that they are God, right? So if you don't have the question in your head, is this God or is this the devil? Well, then you're just as likely to be manipulated by the devil as you are to do what God tells you to do.
I don't believe that, because if you base everything in the scripture and you follow the words and the teachings of Jesus and everything that you have that comes across your life, if you can relate it back to scripture, That's what helps you validate where that information is coming from. Why would God wouldn't tell me if I'm driving down the road to go ram myself into a tree and commit suicide. That wouldn't be something that God would tell me to do. I don't believe, but I do believe that Satan would.
Do you think that God would tell the devil that he can, do all those bad things to Job? Do you think that God in the Old Testament would dictate that you can beat your slaves so long as they recover in 2 days because they're your property?
I think that God used Job as an example to the rest of us that at the end of the day, what matters in salvation is eternity, not just temporary, which is here. And there's lots of examples. It's kind of like there was a lot of things that happened during the years that the Bible was written. Why only give those accounts? There's like huge gaps of information that's probably missing out of the Bible that it didn't give every single story that happened back then.
So why didn't God write the Bible himself?
Why were those particular stories given? There's a reason for it.
So God wanted it to be corrupted by humans?
I don't think God wanted it to be corrupted. I think God knew that man being of flesh after Adam and Eve.
So God didn't succeed with respect to his desires. He's not perfect.
Man didn't succeed to God's desires. They fell. They chose.
No. If God wanted us to have a document, right, that gave us this information and didn't want it to be corrupted by humans, he would have wrote it himself on a document that never degraded, on a document that never could be ripped, on a document that never could be erased, on a document that would glow, on a document that everyone would see, on everyone and any time period you could see, right? But God didn't do that. So it seems like God did not succeed with respect to his wants and desires.
No, because I believe that the Bible still has God's hearts and desires from the beginning. There was a huge consequence to the people who didn't ensure that the Bible related back to the scripture of what God wanted out to his people. You got to think that the Bible's been around a really long time. I mean, why hasn't that book like fallen and faded away over time? It's never left. It's always been here. Why?
The book's always been here. No, so the idea is that's been corrupted by humans, right?
I don't think that the heart of the crust of the writings have been. I think that you have some valid points. I personally won't read anything but the King James Version because they
has it been corrupted at all? Appreciate the confetti, thank you.
In today's
yes,
world,
it's been corrupted. Does God want it to be corrupted? No, God doesn't want it to be corrupted.
But you know
can
what?
God make
There
it not
is-
corrupted? Yes. So if God wants it to be corrupted and God can make it corrupted, God would succeed with respect to that want. Yet God didn't do this. Therefore, it seems like God's not perfect because he didn't succeed with respect to his desire.
Man corrupted it, not God.
Yeah, but God didn't want that to happen. God didn't want it to be corrupted by humans. So if he didn't want it to be corrupted by humans, he would have wrote it down himself.
But if you go and you look up the concordance and you go and you actually look at the root words of Greek and Hebrew, you're going to get to the crust of the actual word and not man's interpretation of the word.
No, you still deal with issues because it was passed down word of mouth. Do you not remember the few hundred years where it was passed down word of mouth, where you don't have the original transcripts?
Or what about the stones that was written with the 10 Commandments for Moses on top of the hill? That was written on stone.
Can you go see it?
That's a good question. Where do they have it?
That's your question answer.
I mean, they found the ark, right?
No.
Yeah, they did in Turkey.
So are you referring to the mountains?
No, I'm referring to the wood of the ark. They've actually found the wooden ark.
Weren't you supposed to send that to me? I don't think you ever did.
Look at you, memory. Yeah, I
remember that now.
Yeah. But we totally got off base, and I know most of your followings don't really care too much about this debate that we end up getting into. So we'll leave it as we agree to disagree. I always appreciate your debates, and hook me up if you ever want to have a debate on the vaccine.
Thank you for the baby dragon. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Follow me back. I'll DM you about that. We're going to do that soon. All right, see you then.
Take care.
All right, everyone, if you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, everyone. If you like this content, again, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. If you're liking the abortion topic, make sure to let me know, everyone. It's been a while since I've done this topic, so it seems like people are liking it today. But let me go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester. Oh, we're going to talk about the pure blood thing on the vaccine topic. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, hello, bro. How you doing?
How old are you?
I'm 26.
Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Nah, I'm not. I think it's good before.
Okay. We're just looking for people who disagree. Appreciate you coming on, bro. Just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. We're going to be on here for another 3 hours at least, everyone. Put me in, coach. I'm trying to play. Put me in, coach. I don't see you in the guest box. If I do, click on you, then you're lucky then. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. If you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester, y'all. All right, for some reason, it's not accepting this person. Let me try the next one. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree. If you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester, everyone. Just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20. What's up?
What's your birth year?
2002.
What month?
December.
December? Okay. Do you think that, why do you think abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Well, I believe at any point it's wrong. I just want to let you speak first, though, because actually, Parker, yesterday I was on Dean's Live, and if you don't remember, I was the dude that when you joined in,
so it's not related to abortion?
No, it is. I believe it's wrong.
Sorry. Okay. I just want to make sure. Yeah, I was the person you were the person that was yapping?
Yeah, I was yapping.
I'm sorry, bro. Like I normally, I wouldn't do that. I've never done that before ever, but I'm sorry, bro. You went for I think 10 minutes, bro.
Why didn't Dean interrupt me though? Why didn't Dean interrupt me?
Because he was letting you yap to show the rap. The yap.
I hope y'all realize before we go about why it's wrong, it reached so many people. It helped so many people. I had so many people tell me wow, it opened their eyes. God was really speaking. Anyways, I believe it's wrong.
I'm not going to let you do the same thing on my live, by the way.
Oh, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I wanted to debate, but after the fact, he just didn't say anything. I was like, okay, I gave my point.
Yeah, because you were just yapping. That was.
But I gave a point. I'm
going to be real. You can do your preaching and stuff like that. It's just not effective when it relates to debates, as it doesn't really indicate a conversation that's back and forth. Right? Because a conversation that's back and forth has things that you can respond to. If you're just preaching, there's nothing for me to respond to there. Right? It's just yapping, right? That's why I was literally calling out. It's because that's not effective communication at all. You might think that, I might be able to reach some people, right? But what about everyone that doesn't feel like you were communicating at all? That just feels like you were on there, that now just hears you preaching and doesn't hear actual real communication. You're going to hear good things from people that already were believers in God. You're not going to hear good things from people that don't believe in God, that you want to communicate this message to.
But what I was giving was how God is real, because that has to be my point on okay, how is God real and why? Because it was about why being gay is wrong yesterday, but that's a completely
You weren't giving that, right? I actually listened to that entire thing. I was eating my food, I was listening, right? And you were not giving you were not giving a reason as to why God exists. You were simply describing different things that God does, how God cares about us, what God wants from us, and that's fundamentally. There was also Sodom and Gomorrah. You also referred to the things that I referenced. And the thing you said about Sodom and Gomorrah was fucking wrong.
No, it's
right?
not.
No, I'm actually not joking, right? Sodom and Gomorrah, that relates to gang rape. It doesn't relate to people being gay.
But it does, because it was incest. It was with the angels as well, but it was also between the same genders. It was between the same genders.
No, but it had nothing to do with just based upon same-sex relations. As if it was just based upon if it was just based upon same-sex relations, well then that same thing would be happening right now. There would have been a Sodom and Gomorrah today. In our society today.
Technically, in Revelations, it talks about how if we keep going down the same path of how the world is going right now, we're going to end up the same way Sodom and Gomorrah did. So that's just another a scripture.
I'm not going to hold that to be true, but we haven't seen that. Okay, that's the point. Is that we not only in today's society, but in societies in the past, right? It's also been to the same degree.
Okay, I just want to debate about. We
can talk about abortion. Yeah, I was just trying to. Yeah.
So I believe it's wrong. Obviously. I'm a Christian, which we're not going to go too deep into that again, but I believe it's wrong because a lot of people talk about how it's the potential of, that future being able to come into life. And it's also because in the Bible, it talks about how, God created us before we were conceived in the womb. So God has a perfect plan for us before we're even born. And we're all born to be prophets and to have testimonies to other people. Like that's the reason we're created, to be able to live and give a testimony to other people about our life. And usually,
so your justification for abortion just relates back to God.
And because it's just morally wrong.
Why is it morally wrong?
It's morally wrong because you're not given that opportunity of life to come into existence. It has an opportunity.
Opportunity of life. Is it wrong for me to pull out?
No, it's not wrong for you to pull out because
I'm getting rid of that opportunity for life.
No, because it's not all the way. It's not turning into a baby yet. It's only the baby. It's only the second it goes into the egg. Once the sperm hits the egg, that's
fertilization.
Yes, fertilization. Once
Why?
Fertilization happens, because that's it takes a male hormone or it takes a X chromosome and a Y chromosome to create a baby, right? It takes a male and a female.
That's okay. So you understand that typically speaking, women have XX chromosomes?
Right, but it still takes a man and a woman to create that.
So it's not going to take an X and a Y chromosome.
Right, yes, I was wrong about the chromosomes, but they can't put that against me that it still takes a man and a woman to create that baby, right? And then once that...
Yeah, so I'm asking, what is the distinction with it at conception that means that it's morally valuable at conception?
Once the sperm reaches the egg and it starts to develop, that is considered the process of a baby being made. When a sperm is just put onto a blanket because of a pullout or something like that, it hasn't had the process to yet become the potential of a living life. That's the same thing with if I go and do my little ditty by myself.
So you value just the potential life?
I value the potential life and what that person, you don't know if you're about to get rid of that future kid and it could have the cure to cancer,
or they could be a serial killer. What potential do you care about? Just the potential?
I care about the living life that is starting to be created by God.
The living life that is starting to be created by God.
Right.
Well,
because
isn't there a process for there being a starting of a creation if I'm engaging in intercourse? If I pull out, I'm stopping that from happening.
Not yet, because the process only starts once the sperm has hit the egg. It doesn't matter if I pull out and I'm not ready to have a baby yet. That's different because I'm.
So if I use a condom, is that wrong?
No, it's not wrong.
But I'm stopping the sperm from going inside this individual.
That's okay. It's only wrong.
Why is that okay? That's stopping this potential life.
Because it's only wrong once it starts to form. It's not forming a baby yet.
So why is it only? What do you mean by form?
Once fertilization.
Wait, but it's not. I mean, it's not even developing at that point. It doesn't develop until implantation.
That embryo, right? That's an embryo, I think it is, right? Behind you?
No, it's a shrimp.
No, it's not. And it's also not a Cheeto and a chip.
It is. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. It is.
No, it's actually the embryo, correct? And
no, it's a Cheeto and a chip, dude.
See, look, that's
I literally put Photoshop on a Cheeto and a chip, and people actually believe it. You think this comes from a fucking thing in radiology? Are you kidding me?
Viewers, then
what?
Why are you giving false information to your viewers? Because that's definitely
you think this is from radiology? Yeah, it is. It is from radiology, but yes. The fact that it's even questionable is really funny.
Because a lot of people aren't educated. That's the only reason. Me and I both know that's because a lot of people aren't educated on the information. Some people could look at that, and if you told them that, they would believe it. Because there's also kids on here that are just learning, and that's why I like to come on these debates, because me and you are both able to give out the true information of what things are and everything. Me and you are both smart intellectuals. I promise you that. Anyways. It is wrong once it starts to conceive, once that form of life is starting to be put inside of the womb, and then there's that chance of life. If I nut onto
once it's going into the womb, so you care about implantation, you don't care about conception.
What is conception?
Fertilization?
Right, yes, fertilization.
Yeah, but then it has to be implanted into a uterine wall to start pregnancy.
All I'm saying is,
so do you care about the implantation or you care about the fertilization?
Both. Care about both.
Which one establishes the value?
the value of the life being created. Like, okay, if I pull out or if I put it into a condom, there's no chance of it happening yet, and there's no life starting to be created yet. But once the life is starting to be created with inside of the womb, with or the fertilization.
Wait. By the way, you know that sperm is life, right?
Yes,
sperm is living,
but it's not. It can't turn into a human yet unless it has the egg.
Wait, human sperm's not a part of the human species?
It's not. It can a sperm by itself turn into a baby?
Can a zygote by itself be born?
What's a zygote?
You don't even know, bro. It's a fertilized egg.
Yes,
no, it needs the resources of the mother to be able to sustain itself, to be able to be birthed.
Wait, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Can it be birthed? Can a zygote be birthed by itself? No, it needs the resources of the pregnant mother.
Exactly.
Right?
It needs the egg, it needs the mother, and it needs the man to fertilize it, right? A woman can't have a baby by herself unless she has a sperm donor, or unless she has an actual person going.
And again, the zygote, right, will not be able to develop without the mother or the resources of the mother. So clearly in this circumstance, doesn't that tell you that the same thing that you just applied to a sperm, that it requires other things to be able to actualize itself, also exists within the zygote?
Yes, but that's
Alicia, I appreciate the Bobo. Thank you so much. Alicia.
But does that explain why it's okay to have an abortion?
Well, I think it would relate to sentience as to why it's okay to have an abortion, right? Like, if it's not sentient, I don't really care about it.
Right, but...
Like, for example, Josh, let me ask you this question. I've asked this question to a few people earlier. I kind of want to see what your response is to it. If I took your consciousness, right, and I put it into, like, have you watched Black Mirror?
No, but you can explain right.
Fuck, people need to watch Black Mirror so that they can actually like understand my analogies here. Fuck, dude. I put you into like a robot. The robot feels things, is exactly like you have the same experience as you did when you were in your body. Just the only difference is in that you're just in this robot. You still have feelings, you still have emotions, everything's the same. Right. Is it just as wrong for me to torture you then as it is for me to torture you now in the same way?
Of course.
Okay, so the biological life doesn't give it any value. Because think about it this way, right? Let me bring up the notes app, because I did this with what's his face earlier, HVAC. Give me 1 second. Okay. Right. So what you just told me here is sentience plus life is equivalent to sentience. Because sentience and life, their experience was just as bad as the experience of the individual who just has sentience. So this ends us with an equation that is 1 plus x is equal to 1. So if you minus 1 from both sides, x equals 0. So life isn't valuable. Life has zero value. Because again, if life had any value, then these would not have been equivalent.
This has nothing to do with the beginning life of being formed inside of the womb, Parker.
It does, because that's just biological life. That's just DNA. That's just a body, right? In this scenario, right, there is no biology. There is no DNA. Yet you still value it the exact same.
There is DNA inside of that. The second...
there's not. No, there's not. If you're in a robot, there's no DNA.
No, I'm talking about like fertilization and...
No. I know. I understand at that point there's DNA. I'm not disputing that.
So it's an actual human, right? It's a baby, right?
Of course it's a human life. I'm not disputing that. I don't value just human life. I value human sentient life. Okay? So the point that I'm showing that's relevant here is that if you value the robot sentient experience, the same one as yours, right, and the biological life experience the same, the biological life provides no difference in value. Because if biological life included more value, it would be, since they're the same value of just being at sentience, right? Sentience plus life would make it higher of value. But you said it was the same, indicating that sentience in life is the same in value as just sentience. Does that make sense? So that tells you life is equal to 0.
Life is equal for everyone. Like, whether I'm a 90-year-old person...
Does that make sense, Josh?
Yes, it does make sense. I understand what you're saying.
If that makes sense, then what is valuable amongst this Cheeto Puff?
It's
what's valuable?
It's an actual life form, and it's starting to...
That doesn't matter. Remember, you said 0 value for that. What is valuable in the Cheeto Puff?
Value. Every person has value. Every single thing has a value. God gives everything a value once it starts.
No. You can talk about, if you want to talk about God, we're then going to talk about the justification of your God. Do you want to talk about that?
We can talk about anything you want.
So you'd have to appeal off of this argument in terms of life here.
Wait, we have to...
You can't use that argument that relates to life anymore. It's just God. It's just God said it's wrong.
We can do anything you want right now, Parker. But all I'm saying is...
What?
I'm saying we can, if you want to go into like why God is real and explain why God gives the purpose to.
Wait, and Josh, anything I want?
Yeah, we can talk about anything.
Oh, okay. So like when it relates to abortion, okay, so clearly speaking, right, if this is just biological life, right, it's going to not be of any value. Right? Because again, remember, I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Because you said sentience in life.
If you put cookies into an oven, if I get cookie dough and put it into an oven.
Wow, you listened to Bill Barr's joke. Good job, dude.
Bro, but
Bill Burr.
It was a perfect representation of what actually is happening.
It really isn't, because
that right there is a baby. Just because it doesn't look like it doesn't mean it's not one.
Wait, what is a baby? Can you define that for me?
A baby is one, like the second it starts like fertilization.
No, don't give me an example. I want a definition of a baby.
Definition of a baby. A baby is, I would say, a life form, because you can have baby animals, you can have baby plants, you can have baby. Like, okay, so that right there behind you. It's a life form?
It's just a life form? Are you a life form? Are you a baby?
I'm a life form, but I'm not a baby.
Okay, so what is a baby?
It's a young, like, human life form.
Am I young?
I mean, like, not in terms of a baby, no.
So I'm not young. So when a 60-year-old says that I'm young,
I would say
they're wrong.
Anything about like 3 years and younger is a baby.
3 years and younger is a baby.
Anything before 3 years is a baby.
Appreciate the lemonade. Thank you so much.
As far as humans go, other animals.
In terms of life, right?
In terms of humans, not all life.
So does your life begin at the beginning of the zygote's life?
I mean, not as far as a birth date, right? Not as far as a birth date.
If relating to birth date, your life doesn't begin until the birth date then.
Right, but because
I don't think you hold to that, right?
I feel like honestly, I always wondered like why, like because
wait, so baby doesn't happen till birth?
No, a baby is conceived in the womb. A baby is conceived in the womb, but you actually have your baby once it comes out.
There's no conception that happens in the womb. I don't know how you got that.
Bro, what do you mean?
Can you let me know of how conception happens in the womb?
Maybe I'm using the wrong word. And if I am, that's okay though, because people understand what I'm saying. All I'm saying is once if I'm going to just start from the beginning. Say I have a girlfriend, right? And I have sex with her. If I nut in a condom, the life hasn't started yet. If I take out and I nut.
Wait, what life hasn't started yet? The sperm is still living.
Right, but I'm talking about the life of a child.
What is a child?
A child is that thing behind you.
I'm not asking for an example. I'm asking for a definition. What is a child?
Okay, let's go back to baby, because I'm not going to use the word child because you keep getting me to try to describe the certain word.
What is a baby, dude?
Dude, I already told you anything.
Oh, you said anything that's younger than 3. Okay.
Yeah.
In terms of life? Because then your life begins at the point in which the sperm is produced.
Correct. But we just don't use the.
Your life begins at sperm production?
No, your life begins once it's fertilized. Once an egg gets fertilized, that is when life forms. Because that thing behind you is a person. A person starting to.
Okay. So yeah, I agree. Life begins at conception. I'm not disputing that. I just wanted to hear what your response would be with that. What is a person?
A person is anyone that has consciousness, but not that previously also had consciousness and were able to walk and talk and have logic, and we have skin and we're able to communicate with other humans. That is what a person is.
So this isn't a person.
Yes, it is, bro. It's
it doesn't have consciousness.
But just because it doesn't have consciousness doesn't mean it's not life.
No, I asked what a person is, and you told me a person has prior consciousness
that is the start
and future consciousness. And I'm saying, so it's not a person right now, it's developing to be a person.
But it still has the DNA of a person, right or wrong.
Okay, sure, I agree, but it's not a person.
But it is technically.
No. Because under your definition, it was not a person.
A person on this earth, a person that's able to walk the earth, and that embryo is slightly different.
Hold on.
Because I told you,
is someone who can't walk a person?
It's still a person.
Clearly. Or I'm asking you, what is a person then?
Okay, let me put it to more simple terms. That way we can describe it as everything. A person is someone that has started from an embryo. That was conceived inside, or not conceived, I keep using the wrong word. That was made.
Wait, started as an embryo? I didn't start it as an embryo.
That thing behind you? Okay, what's the earliest stage? What's the earliest stage of when an egg is fertilized?
Of
A human,
of the
a
egg being
human.
fertilized? Yeah, fertilization.
Right. So, but like, what's the first thing that forms? What's the first thing that forms inside?
Forms inside
trimester.
what?
Forms inside of the womb.
You're saying like okay, so it goes from a zygote, right, to a
So any human, like what this is the what a
this is prior to the womb. Zygote is prior to the womb.
Okay.
Right, and then it's a blastocyst, I'm pretty sure, and then it's an embryo, right?
Right. So I would say a person is somebody.
I might be wrong with that. Hold up.
Okay.
With the blastocyst part.
So all I'm saying is the zygote is that would like the farthest you can go back as when the person is starting to be created. That is what a person is, and that's when it starts.
Yeah, I was right about the blastocyst, by the way.
Okay. But yeah, I would say life as a person starts as a zygote inside of the person once it starts to conceive. I keep using the wrong word, conceive. Conceive is when you get the baby. What does it say? It's a ball of the cells that form early in pregnancy, about 5 to 6 days after a sperm. Okay, but the zygote starts first, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say a person is somebody that starts off as a zygote and start of a woman.
Wait, so I have a question. Do you think that you would reference the people who are flushed out through natural processes, like zygotes that are flushed out, right? You'd say people are dying.
Like as a
so so for all of the little zygotes that get flushed out of our bodies, should we have obituaries for them?
Wait, so do you have zygotes without fertilization is what you're saying? Are you saying you can have a zygote without fertilization?
No. What?
Okay, so
fertilization happens, and before implantation happens, it flushes out of the system.
The zygote?
Yeah.
So there's multiple zygotes inside of a woman, is what you're saying?
There can be if there's twins, right? I'm saying that at different times, different periods in time, there can be a zygote that flushes out.
You're talking about a miscarriage?
I mean, it depends what you mean by miscarriage. A miscarriage would relate to a pregnancy. This isn't pregnancy yet.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm just slightly confused, but
not Dean sending you gifts, bro. Yo, someone cancel Dean. Someone cancel Dean.
What's up, Dean, bro? I mean, he could join if he wants. That was awesome yesterday, and I really wanted to debate.
I don't know what Dean's position is on abortion. Actually, I think he might be pro sentience.
Okay. But all I want to say is, like, I don't want to finish yet, but like, what I'm saying is, once the sperm fertilizes the egg and it starts to form, like the second the sperm fertilizes the egg and they're together, that process of making a baby.
I know you consider that human life. I'm asking, right? Like, I think it's like 10 to 40% flush out zygotes. I can send you a source from the National Library of Medicine for that. But like, so you'd say that people are dying there, right?
Zygotes are dying, but yes, I guess
a zygote's a person, right?
Yeah, it is. It is the starting of a person, but like
people die. So people die by getting flushed out of the system. And do you think that's bad?
Like, if those zygotes are flushing out, that means the sperm fertilized the egg, correct?
Yeah, sperm fertilized the egg, and then it happened after that. Yeah.
Yes, like technically you could say like your baby died. Like,
okay, so let me ask you this question. Well, you'd say a person died, by the way. But my question is, do you think IUDs are wrong? Like, do you think someone's a murderer if they have an IUD?
An IUD is exactly what? I apologize.
Intrauterine device. When it relates to this, and yes, Dean, that this is the yapper from yesterday. So this is like essentially it can prevent fertilization to one degree, but there's also a second sort of part of it. It also can prevent implantation. So if it prevents implantation, that means it's killing people. So
no, because
do you think that someone is a murderer if they have an IUD?
If it stops implantation, that means that it's basically the same as a birth control because it's stopping right? It's
stopping the human life from living. It's killing the human life.
But it hasn't. The human life hasn't started yet. If it wasn't able to.
Wait, it has. It's been fertilized. Fertilization happens before implantation.
Okay, then what I consider a person is when it starts to create. Once it starts to create, like if it fertilizes, but it doesn't successfully start to create anything yet, then I guess it's not a person yet because it hasn't started to create anything.
So if it doesn't start to develop, so you disagree with 95% of scientists that say that life begins at conception?
Life begins once it starts to have, okay, if the sperm enters the egg, right? And it starts to create anything at all, and you're able to have an
No,
abortion.
all it is at this point, all it is at fertilization is a zygote, a fertilized egg. Is it alive? Is it alive, under your view?
Are you able to have an abortion with it?
An abortion would relate to a pregnancy.
So she's not pregnant yet.
Not pregnant yet. They give her the hand.
Then I guess not, because I mean, maybe you're starting to contradict me a little bit. But what I'm saying is, when I think abortion is wrong, like if once it gets to the point.
Wait, so you disagree with the scientific consensus that states that human life begins at conception?
No, I guess it does start at human conception, right?
Okay, so do you think an IUD is murder?
You said an IUD it stops the fertilization.
It can prevent fertilization, and it also can prevent implantation. So in terms of its preventing implantation, right, that under your view would be considered murder, right? So is someone a murderer if they have an IUD?
If it's preventing it from starting, like, okay, so you would get an IUD before you have sex, right?
Yeah.
So it's technically a form of birth control. So you're basically
But it still stops a human life from being able to implant into the uterine wall, therefore killing a human life. So it's murder under your view. If you think that a zygote is a person, you think it's murder. So is that person that has an IUD, are they a murderer?
I guess not all the way, because I feel like birth control and things that can stop like the actual formation of like, I feel like it's only wrong once it gets to the point where you can have an abortion. If you're doing things to like beforehand to not have the baby, it's okay. Like,
okay. So it's okay to end a human life at fertilization, okay? But it is not okay to end a human life once they're in the womb. What is the significant or relevant distinction between the individual in the womb and the individual at conception that means that one is valuable and the other one's not?
Honestly, I guess at that point you could say both of them are wrong if like, because the type of birth
so
controls
someone is a murderer if they have an IUD.
That I say are okay. Like there's birth controls that basically like that move the egg out of the way and you get new eggs and stuff like that, right? That form of birth control, I guess you could say, is okay, because like things to stop it beforehand, before it actually happens.
But like fertilization's already happened, so it's a person already under your view. This is stopping the development of that person under your view. That is murder, okay? Under your view, not mine, right? Okay, so I don't give a fuck about a zygote. It's a single cell, okay?
It's okay to change views. It's okay to change views because that's what it's a basis for, and that's what. So maybe you are changing my view just a little bit as far as like, you know, if life starts at the zygote, but it hasn't started to form anything yet, because that's what you're saying. It's just the implantation of it, but it hasn't formed anything. I'd say the earliest stage, like, so that's the earliest stage behind you of like what can start to happen, right? Like when the baby's born.
No, this is an embryo. This is like one of the first pictures of what an embryo looks like in utero, and it looks like a Cheeto and a fucking chip. Okay? And this is what you say has moral value. This is what people have to risk their lives for when it relates to sustaining pregnancy.
Correct. And all I'm saying is,
so again, is it murder? Is an IUD murder?
You're murdering the zygote, and like I said, the zygote is technically a human. So
if someone has an IUD in them right now, would you say that they are a murderer?
In my opinion, no. Like, there's certain things, okay, look, Parker, you have to realize there's certain things that happen. Like, okay, if a girl gets raped, right? If that happens, like, there's circumstances that, okay, I'm gonna go with God a little bit, that God understands what a person is going through, right? So, like, if that happened to a certain person, God knows what that person is going through. So he has the right to judge to say if it's okay or if it's not okay. But that's the same thing with that. God knows that this person is not trying to have a kid. Maybe all they could, like, I don't know how much an IUD is or whatever, but if they wanted an IUD beforehand, right? And their whole plan is to, okay, I don't want to have a kid.
My point, Josh, is that it's not murder under your view. So if it is not murder at conception, my question is, what is the distinction between the zygote and the individual that is in the womb that means that one is morally valuable and the other one is not?
So
it's okay to kill one and not the other.
The same way you said it's not okay up until a certain trimester or something like that, I'm going to kind of say...
I say sentience. That's a quality, okay? I say it's described by sentience. What is your characteristic that you describe gives moral value to this entity?
So you're saying life starts... Whenever it gets
life
to the
starts
point,
at conception. I already agree life starts at conception.
Point where instead you can have an IUD and it starts to be an abortion, that's when it's wrong. Because an IUD
So after implantation, so what particular characteristic within the womb means that it's wrong to kill the individual in the womb, but it's not wrong to kill the individual outside of the womb?
After the point where IUD doesn't work and when it starts to be like, okay, the only
I'm asking for the distinction and characteristics of this entity.
The characteristics of
of the human life.
After, I guess, the zygote then, right? Because you're saying the IUD, at what point does it not work anymore? And at what point does the IUD not work anymore?
After there's already implantation.
Right, so it's supposed to stop implantation, but if an implantation happens, that's when the baby is starting to...
Yeah, then the IUD can't do anything, okay?
Right, so I would say at conception. At conception is when... I'm changing my view just a little bit, but at conception...
So we have flip-flopped 3 times, and we're now back to the view.
Only 2 times. This is only my first...
2 times where we flip-flop, 2 times flip-flop, flip-flop. Right, and we're all the way right back to it's wrong to do it. So is it... Josh, send a guest request back, bro. Right back to it's wrong to do it. So Josh, send a guest request back, bro. You can send a guest request back. In the meantime, everyone keep tapping that screen. Everyone, let's try to get to 750,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the fucking live. Everyone, let's try to get to 1,000 shares. If you're liking this particular topic, everyone, the abortion topic, thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Make sure to tap that screen. Make sure to share the live, everyone. Wait, can someone remind me his name? I literally just forgot. Josh? Is it Josh? Okay, I found him. I got him. I got it. Yo, thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hello?
Okay, do you hear me?
Yeah, thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yo, restart your app, man.
Hello? Okay.
Oh my gosh.
He has an echo still. Yo, Josh, restart your app real quick and then come back, and then I can continue having a conversation with you. Again, in the meantime, share that live, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares. It'll help get it out to more people. We'll have more conversations just like this. By the way, everyone, been on for over 3 hours, a little bit over 3 hours. We have like 3 more hours or so left in the live. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. If you want to support me in any way, Venmo is in my bio, y'all. You get to send comments and stuff, and I'll respond to them, and I'll talk about it on live if you want me to, of course. And then also there is... let me add in Josh. Also, there is donations here through TikTok app, and then there's also subs. If you want to access the sub-only chats, the last hour of my live chat. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it, Jace. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it only did that because someone called me, but...
Yeah, I know. So, is an IUD murder?
No, an IUD is not murder because I'd say anything...
You just flopped back again.
No, I said an IUD before is not murder. What I'm trying to say is anything to prevent it, anything at first before it actually happens, anything to prevent beforehand a baby forming is not wrong. But anything after once you're already technically pregnant, anything after that when you try to get rid of the baby is wrong.
So what is the relevant distinction between the individual in the womb and the individual prior to being in the womb that means that it's okay to kill one but not the other?
Because it's about in God's eyes, in my opinion, right? So you got to realize God is going to realize, okay, this person doesn't want to have a baby. They're doing everything they can to not let that life form yet. That way they don't have to deal with any of that, right? So I think birth control is okay.
Wait, the life form is already formed. Okay, you're talking about terms of the life form developing.
Yeah, because it forms, I guess, a little bit, right? But it doesn't form to the, I'm saying anything beforehand where you're trying to prevent the baby from forming is okay. But if you try to do it after it already happened, then it's wrong because at that point it's already you have to take
let me clarify. When does it become a person? Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much.
I guess what I said before it hung up, I'd say at conception. I'd say because that's what because I don't know all the details of all these things.
So you think it's okay to murder people, right, prior to them being in the womb?
As far as if you're trying to do it before it happens, like I'd say an IUD probably isn't the best way to do it, but I'd still say it's okay. I'd say a better way to do it is to probably get one of the implants in your arm or to take a birth control pill.
Sure. But you still think it should be allowed, right? So you're saying that there should be legal murder under your own view.
Is it like, okay, so you're technically calling...
So the IUD is murder. You just think it should be illegal.
No, I said
that's
IUD,
your view.
IUD is like, okay, I guess it's kind of murder if you think about it because it's a zygote, right? But that's the earliest life form. Like for you, you're saying it's okay up until a certain point, but I'm saying I guess the only point where it's okay is if you're like, there has to be two things. It has to be at the earliest stage, and you have to be trying to plan before. Like, look, if I'm telling this dude, okay, I have an IUD and I don't want to have a kid, but
you're still ending a person's life, right?
I guess kind of, yes. So like, but not you know what? Like it's a gray area because it's such a early life form, and it is kind of confusing to explain. And I know I do sound a little bit confused, but it is a very complex like concept, and a lot of these people in here also couldn't answer that question. And I don't like, what do you consider it? You don't consider it murder, right? Or do you?
Clearly not, because it's not sentient. I don't give a fuck about a zygote. Do you care about zygotes? It's literally, it's actually unironically a single cell organism.
So it's not a male. Wait, it's a single cell. Okay. So, but it's already fertilized.
Yeah, but I don't care because it's a single cell organism.
And conception is when it starts to like. What is you said? Conception is when it starts to create.
No, Josh, I'm just asking. You value single cell organisms?
If it's a baby, I guess so. Yeah.
So you think that a single cell organism is a baby?
All a baby is, like I said, is if the egg gets fertilized.
I didn't know babies could be invisible to the human eye.
I mean, that thing behind you is technically invisible to the human eye.
No, it's not.
You can see it with your own two eyes.
Yeah.
Without a microscope.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
it's late enough in stage to like see it. It's small, but you can see it.
I'd say, like I said, dude, like at the end of the day, like if I feel like it's okay to have things that are going to prevent you from having a child beforehand. Like if you're taking actions and plans to stop it from happening, it's okay. Right? Like I said, I put that on the same level as birth control, and I put that on the same level as I like anything that prevents you from actually having the child beforehand. But
yeah, if you put it on the same level, then you care about a zygote just as much as you care about sperm. That's what it sounds like to me.
I guess a little bit, yeah. I mean, maybe I could be wrong, and maybe that's wrong.
Yeah, so exactly, that's literally my point, Josh, is that it doesn't even have any characteristics that you would see to be morally valuable. Like not a single one.
But that's not abortion. You were asking why abortion is wrong, not why a IUD is wrong, right?
Well, like if your view is that
that's not an abortion. That's not an abortion.
Well, Josh, right? But your view is that it's wrong at conception. Your view isn't that it's wrong after implantation. Your view is that it's wrong at conception. If your view is that it's wrong after implantation, I just ask you the question: what's the distinction?
At what point are you able to have an abortion? Are you able to have an abortion
after implant? I mean, it takes a bit after, right? But a bit after
so
implantation.
It's technically at the point of conception.
You're not gonna know until at least a few weeks after, likely speaking.
Right. So,
right? But like the thing is, you can put things within your body like an IUD to prevent a zygote from implanting into a uterine wall, which under your view, if it is a person at conception, would literally be murder. And that's the point that I'm getting to, is that you would be okay with legal murder under your own view if you consider it to be like murder to kill a person after conception.
Okay, I'm gonna say that it's okay to have an IUD, and I wouldn't consider that murder because it's not full. It's not like they say that it's life already, right? So it's technically already, like in my eyes,
life begins at conception.
Technically already a baby in my eyes.
In your eyes, yes, it's already a person. It's already a baby. Okay, that's why I'm saying that you would place it then.
Okay, so what I would ask is, why get an IUD when there's so many other like forms of
no, do you think an IUD is murder, right? Someone just wants to get an IUD. You can do other ways, sure, right? But someone wants an IUD. Other ways can be harmful towards someone, and this might be the best way for them, right? But in this sense, right, most circumstances you might be able to do otherwise, right? So again, is this the case that it's murder?
I'd say an IUD, it's getting rid of something that has already started to form, even though it's already it's at the smallest point, right? And there's other ways to not have a child. Like at that point, like just wear a condom. Like if it's that big of a deal and you don't want to have a kid, tell the dude to wear a condom.
Answer my question, bruv.
You know what? I'm gonna say an IUD is a form of murder. Yes.
So all the women in the chat right now that have IUDs with inside them, they're murderers.
I'd say it's getting rid of a child that's already technically being formed.
Are
right?
they murderers? The women in the chat right now that have an IUD, are they murderers?
What percentage of people get IUDs instead of just wearing a condom? And
I can look it up. I don't know the statistics on that.
Bro, like you could literally or just not have sex. Or just wait to have sex until you're married. Like there's so many
yeah, that's just dude, I'm asking you, right? Are they murderers?
You're murdering the earliest form of a child. Yes.
So they are murderers.
I'd say so. Yes, you're murdering the earliest form of a child.
Okay, so would you engage with people that are murderers? By the way, it's 14% of women aged 15 through 44.
Very small percentage. And what's the reason somebody?
That's not very small. That's not very small.
What's the reason somebody would get an IUD instead of just having birth control pills?
It depends on the scenario, right? But like, it depends on the scenario. I want you to reference this though. You think that they are, you think that they are murderers? Would you be friends with a murderer?
I'm friends with gay people. I'm friends okay. So look,
what? That's not my question. What do gay people have to do with murder?
Look, bro. You're trying to talk about IUDs. An IUD is not abortion.
No, answer my question. No, what do gay people have to do with murder?
No, I'm just talking about I'll be friends with anyone, and at the end of the day,
so you'd be friends with a murderer.
Bro, you got to realize, okay, if it's legal to have an abortion, which not in all states it's legal, it's not the same as if I walked up and shot somebody in the head.
No, but I'm asking you, Julia, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much.
But I could be friends with females that had an abortion, and I could tell them I can ask them, why did you have this, da da da, and I could still preach to them and ask why they did it and what was their reasoning. There's a lot of females out there, and some people try to say there isn't. There's a lot of females out there after they have an abortion, they literally feel like their soul left them. Bro, you're literally getting rid of something living inside of you. So I'm
just answer my questions. Answer my questions real quick. Okay, so. You'd be friends with a murderer. Just answer my questions. He got a call. Chat, it's saving him. Josh, send a guest request back. And then I'm also going to address why do men do that? Why do they call women females? That makes literally no sense to me, right? Apricot, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I think women are pretty clear they don't like it. 1, 2, again, that really literally takes into account, right? People who are not adults, right? So I don't understand why they still do it. It makes fucking no sense to me. There's so many men that will come on my live and they'll say man and female. I understand if you say male and female because you're making it's a descriptive in the conversation, but to say man and female just shows that it just doesn't make any sense at all, right? We're gonna go to the next person. To Josh again. Sorry, everyone, not next person. Again, if you like the content, everyone, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, y'all.
Male and female. I don't say man and female.
I'm just saying that I hear that a lot from men. By the way, Juliet said to learn more about the female reproductive system. Did you get a call again? I'm just saying that I hear that a lot from men. By the way, Josh, man, can you turn off your fucking calls, bro? Who's calling you so much, bro? I swear your phone does not normally go off this much. Let's be totally real. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. If you value the Cheeto and the chip, send a guest request right now. If you only send a guest request if you value the Cheeto and the chip, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. We're gonna get to Josh again. Josh, come on, man.
Bro.
Okay, bro. You got to turn do not disturb on or something.
Calling me, bro. I don't know why. It's this is the worst time, but
it's the best timing, honestly.
Best timing for, I don't know, I guess like some of the people that don't want to hear what I'm saying. So look, it's sounding a little complicated to me. And look, bro, I don't have the right to judge somebody if an IUD is wrong. And I don't even necessarily say like if you have an abortion that you're 100% in the wrong. Like it's not my view. And it's not my stance.
So you don't think abortion is wrong?
I think it's wrong in the eyes of God. And I feel like it's more.
Is it wrong under your view?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So you do judge. You do say that. Okay.
But saying
so I'm asking you the question, right? So you're friends with murderers.
But saying something.
You'd be friends with a murderer.
Someone. I can believe something. Yes. What?
You'd be friends with a murderer.
An IUD, bro, anything that is trying to stop it beforehand. Like I have to repeat this so many times.
Is it murder though? No, you said it's murder. You've gone back and forth on this stance multiple times. That's why we're still asking this question, right? You considered an IUD to be murder, right? And then I asked you, right, if you think that everyone who has an IUD in the chat is a murderer. You said yes. And then I asked you, would you be friends with a murderer? And now you're having an issue answering the question.
I would not be friends with a murderer, no.
So you wouldn't be friends with a woman that has an IUD?
I would be friends with them because they're trying to have, like, if it's their only
but they're a murderer under your own view. If they're not a murderer under my view, look, they're a murderer under your own view, and you'd be friends with them?
I'm going to say they're not a murderer, but technically it is murdering the earliest form of a child. But
wait, so they're not a murderer?
I'm not going to consider it. It's murdering. Like the earliest form. If I kill,
so they are a murderer.
No, if I kill a pig, is that calling me a murderer? No, I'm not.
Depends on your definition of murder.
No, it's not. It's not the same, Parker. There's things that are different, and you try to make them the same with certain representation.
So Josh, let me ask you the question. Right? Would you be friends with a murderer?
No, I would not be friends with a murderer. But I'm not going to.
Okay, so you don't think that women that have IUDs are murderers?
I guess, like, bro, you're killing the earliest form of life.
And is that murder? Oh, you got to call again, chat. Come on, we're almost there, chat. We're almost fucking there. Come on, Josh. He's probably accepting it right now, being like, "Why are you calling me?" Hello, Josh, are you there?
He's probably accepting it right now. Being
Okay. All right, we're gonna get to Josh here again. Reason why I'm still going back to Josh, everyone, is because I really want to get an answer to this question, right? Because I think this is just like a great question to ask, right? Do not disturb everyone. This is like edging the debate, chat. I feel so bad. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you like this type of content, everyone, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, everyone. By the way, everyone, we're almost to like 320,000 followers. That's actually fucking insane, everyone. Actually insane.
Okay.
Okay, so like, so do you
somebody's
think that
getting mad at me?
You don't think that they're murderers?
I believe. No, I'm gonna say. Look, I know it sounds like I'm flip-flopping and everything, but that's because we're talking about such an early life form. And I'm not going to say it, like I said, like there's different ways that I feel like it's okay and it's not okay, right? I feel like it's okay if you're like, if this is your only option, right? If your only option is an IUD and everything else harms your own body and you're going to hurt yourself, I don't think it's okay to hurt yourself. And I'm not going to say, oh, you should do this instead, right? I'm going to say, okay, you know what? If an IUD is the best thing for you, and I'm going to consider it not murder because it's the only thing that you can do to not have that child.
So if someone can only get an abortion and that's the only way to prevent them or only way to end the pregnancy, can they get an abortion?
Wait, say that one more time.
So if an abortion is the only way that they can end a pregnancy, can they get an abortion?
No. Like I'm saying.
Wait. But you just said that they can just murder someone because this is the only reason that they could stop this.
No, I said an IUD, if it's the only way to stop you don't want to have a child and you're trying to do it beforehand. Like you're in your mind, you're like, okay, in your mind, I don't want to have a kid when I have sex with this person. So I can't have birth control pills and I can't get an implant in my arm because it harms my body. And the doctors say the only way for me in order to not have a child, if I don't want to have one, is an IUD. I'm going to say an IUD is okay and it's not murder because it's the only way. And also in God's eyes, it's not the same murder. Like there's certain things that God.
So Josh, again, if this one action is the only way, right, then it is not considered murder. Okay, so abortion is not considered murder because it's the only way to end a pregnancy at that particular point.
But it's only okay because you're trying to do it beforehand. I'm going to say if you have sex with someone...
before what? You're saying before the pregnancy. What about the pregnancy itself is valuable?
What about pregnancy itself is valuable?
Yeah, like what about someone then being implanted into a uterine wall means that they then deserve value then? You're saying the human life prior to implantation is not valuable, but the human life after implantation is valuable. Why?
No, I'm not saying it's invaluable. Like if you don't have an IUD and that happens, right? If you don't have an IUD, the second fertilization happens, like that's on you. If you don't have birth control, if you don't have an IUD, if you don't have any of that, and the second fertilization happens, you should keep that child in unless you have a miscarriage or anything like that, right? But if beforehand, like I said, if beforehand you get an IUD, that is okay. But if you don't have an IUD and you get pregnant, you should keep that child because the life of that baby is already forming. And
so they are a murderer if they've ended two zygotes. So then most people with IUDs probably would be murderers under your view because there's definitely been more than two.
Like it may be murder, right? It may be. I don't know if it's murder or not, honestly. But
if you don't know it's murder, then you don't know if you don't consider them to be valuable. That's my point.
It's not wrong to have an IUD at all because you're trying to stop it beforehand. But if you don't have an IUD, you don't have birth control, and you don't have any of those things, and you get fertilized and you start the process of having a baby, you have to keep that baby, and it is wrong if you try to kill it after that point. Because you didn't try to stop it beforehand. If you didn't try to stop it beforehand and you have one, it's wrong if you try to get rid of it. If you try to stop it
Wait, Josh, I asked you a specific question and you've never answered this question. So I really want you to answer this. Okay. Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And don't try and trap. But go ahead.
I'm not trapping you anything here. What is the distinction between the human life prior to implantation and after implantation? That means that one is deserving of human rights and the other one's not deserving of human rights.
Before implantation, the life of the baby hasn't formed yet. Like it hasn't started creating anything with both the egg and the sperm. It hasn't started create. Like
it already did, right? Egg and sperm caused fertilization. That's when the egg and sperm ceased to exist.
But it hasn't started creating anything yet. Like yes, it was about to start.
Or not the egg. The egg still exists. It's just fertilized. My bad.
Right, it's fertilized, but it hasn't started creating like the process of the baby forming. Like the egg is just in the sperm, but
the development. So what about just the development means that it's valuable?
Because like at that point, it's starting to get its DNA and it's starting to make everything that's going to make.
It has DNA from conception.
Conception is after fertilization, though.
Conception is fertilization.
Oh, so it's the same thing.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Bro, okay.
I'm sorry, Josh, but I'm gonna be real with you. For you to make a claim, like when it relates to this, you probably should know a little bit more. Like I'm not saying this isn't like something super complex. These are some of the very basics, right?
Yeah,
the
but
very, very basics.
Just because I can't give the exact words and representation of how everything works, that doesn't mean it's not wrong.
No, but I'm not saying that it's not wrong because I'm saying that it seems like you should probably educate yourself more about this before you've formed an opinion.
I'm sure I could educate myself a little bit more, but that still doesn't make it right. This still doesn't make it right.
I'm not making the claim that does. Again, Josh, I said that and you didn't listen to me. Okay, I want you to listen to me when I say words. Okay,
bro, I'm 100% listening to you.
Right, I literally just said something and you just said something that was completely contrary to what I just said. So again, right, okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. So my point's very clear here. If you consider it to not be murder prior, but you consider it to be murder after, the only thing that's distinct between these two circumstances is whether or not the person who's pregnant is giving resources to that entity, right? It's nothing with the characteristics of the zygote or of the human life. It's simply whether or not it's getting resources from the mother. So that wouldn't tell us anything that's valuable within the zygote, right? Or within this human life. It would simply just tell us that, again, that the mother is giving resources. So I don't see this to be a reason as to why there would be rights granted for a human life at this particular point. I don't think it's a good reason at all because it doesn't isolate any characteristics you see as valuable.
I'm gonna wrap it back around. I'm gonna say abortion is wrong because you are like it's already forming, bro. Like if you're like, bro, you gotta realize, like if you're trying to stop something beforehand, God realizes like, oh, this person doesn't want to have a child, and they're not trying to like kill something that's already forming. Like they don't want to have the baby. They don't want to live with a life knowing that they had an abortion or knowing that they killed a baby, right? But also, you got to realize that if you don't take any precautions beforehand,
IUD is killing a baby under your view.
No, don't. Not really.
It literally is.
Literally is not.
It like actually is. Does human life not begin at conception?
But bro, it's okay because you're trying to stop it beforehand. If you take precautionary measures beforehand to stop a baby from forming, it is okay because God realizes you do not want to have a child and you do not.
Is it a human life at conception? Yes or no?
Someone. Like even if it does, you're not trying to, and it's not really.
You literally are trying to. What are you talking about? You're using something that is going to do that.
Form, bro. You're not like it may have formed.
Yeah. So if someone wait. If someone uses the abortion pill, hold up, Josh. I want you to answer this. If someone uses the abortion pill, they are trying to remove their resources from the fetus. They're not trying to kill it.
Is it beforehand?
No, this is during pregnancy.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
What they're doing is they're cutting their resources off from the fetus. They're not killing the fetus directly. They're cutting the resources off.
You shouldn't do that.
Why?
Because, bro, you're
Wait, I just thought about something. If it is the case that they're cutting off the resources, well, then that same point that you just made that granted them rights doesn't exist anymore. Because what granted them rights is whether or not there are resources being given to the zygote, right? Or I mean to this entity, right? But if you are stopping giving those resources, it would cease to have rights.
Bro, all I'm saying is like you're making it all super complicated right now when it shouldn't be. It's super.
Can you restate to me what I just said, Josh?
Bro, I can't because it's so complicated. You're not making sense. You got to realize it's a very simple concept. If you before having sex are trying to stop.
Hey man, I'm sorry, but what I just said was not complicated. I want you to be real here.
Yes, bro.
Thank you for the elephant. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
What I'm trying to say is,
hey, do you want me to pull the chat right now and ask them if what I just said was complicated?
Huh?
Do you want me to pull the chat right now and ask if what I just said is complicated?
Just repeat to me what you said. Let me hear it again then.
So wait, do you remember any of it?
I mean, like a little bit, but can you just repeat it again? Like you can try to make me sound dumb, but I promise.
No, I want to see what parts you remembered.
Bro, all I'm trying to, like, I know you're just going to try to make me say what you said.
No, you don't have to say it all. I just want to hear, conceptually speaking, what parts do you remember?
Not really much.
Do you remember any of it?
Not really.
Did you listen to it at all?
No, I was trying to listen. Like, I was trying to understand, but I couldn't understand, so it's hard for me to explain what you said. Like, I'm just being honest.
Okay, so what you said is what granted the rights for the zygote is that the resources from the mother are being given to that entity, right?
So, okay, yeah, go on.
Yeah, so if they use the abortion pill and it stops those resources from going to that entity, well, then what granted them rights doesn't exist anymore. Therefore, they don't have rights. And you can unalive them.
They don't need rights.
Thank you so much. So you doing that is justified.
Like, no baby is going to be able to really have rights unless, I guess, abortion is illegal. But at that point, it just doesn't even
Wait. We're talking moral rights, not legal rights. No, legal are just rights that are recognized.
I'm going to say morally for that person, it is wrong for somebody to have an abortion if they didn't take precautionary measures beforehand to stop that baby from forming. If they didn't take precautionary measures beforehand to stop that baby from happening inside of them, then it's wrong to try to get rid of it after it's already starting the development. If you beforehand, before having sex, try to stop it from happening. If you take...
Okay, so if someone gets raped, can they get an abortion?
Yes, because I'm going to...
But they didn't take precaution.
Yes, but bro, like, you know, for some people, like some people even end up keeping the baby and they end up like having a very good life with that child, and they're like, they aren't happy that they got raped, but like the life that came from it, even though it was from somebody that they don't even know, like they still gave that person a very good life. And some people even come out of that and end up having great lives, right? But and also in God's eyes, if somebody goes through that traumatic experience and they have to get rid of it, especially if they're young, like God is going to compensate for them. The same way if somebody broke into my house and pointed a gun at me and I had the only way for me to live is to kill them, like, yes, I'm gonna be a murderer, but in God's eyes and also a lot of people's eyes, it is okay for you to kill that person because they're threatening your life. So that's the same exact thing.
I honestly, dude, I have no clue how that was even associated with what I just said.
Bro.
Because I talked about, Josh, I want you to listen for a minute, man. What I talked about is whether or not the resources are being given to this entity. Okay? If you take the abortion pill, you're removing your resources from that entity. That is the exact same as what you said, granted rights. Right? It's just, you're not giving resources anymore. Did he get called? Chat, I think he got called. That's tough, bro. Everyone tap in the meantime. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares. If you're liking these particular conversations, again, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. I appreciate everyone who has come on today so far, y'all. We're going to be on for another at least like 2 hours and 15 minutes or so, everyone. That's kind of what I'm planning on here for tonight. Cadence, I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Josh, are you there, bro?
Yo, wait, I am here? Wow.
Yeah, I hear you. Does Parker look tired?
Bro.
Yeah, well, yeah, the bags under my eyes, they're genetic. I have them regardless.
I'm not going to stand here too much longer because people calling me are starting to get mad.
But like, do you get my point, man?
Like, okay, so what resources are you talking about, like, that are not being given to the child?
Yeah, so like progesterone is what's cut off, right? And that
so like
stops.
That's the thing that technically feeds the baby. Is
yeah,
that what
essentially, and that's what
right.
leads to the death in this scenario. I appreciate the subscription.
Right.
Thank you so much.
You're not going to feed your child.
Well, I mean, it's not sentient yet, so I don't care. Right, but you're saying, no, I want you to listen. You're saying what you said, granted rights, was the fact that they are getting resources from the mother.
I didn't really say that though. I said
that is what you said.
I don't know where that came from because I didn't even use the word sentient like the whole time.
I didn't say sentient with your view. What are you saying, bro? Are you like able to listen to the words that I'm saying, bro? I swear, bro, there might be like an issue there.
Bro, all I'm saying.
Thank you so much.
Look, I feel like what I'm trying to say is very simple. It's that if you take, like I said this so many times, precautionary measures beforehand, it's okay to do that. But if you don't take any of those, and you end up,
thank you so much.
You end up starting to have a child, bro. It's wrong. It's wrong if you try to get rid of the kid after it's already starting to form in your body, and you didn't try to do anything to stop it beforehand.
Then why? What's the distinction between it before pregnancy and it after pregnancy? That means that one you can't kill, and the other one. Hold on, man. Let me finish my question, Josh.
Okay.
What is the distinction between the human life prior to conception, prior to implantation, after implantation, that means that one is protected, the other's not?
Before implantation, bro, like it hasn't started to really form yet, bro. Like, and like that, it's different with an IUD. Like you're stopping it beforehand. It's only.
What do you mean by form?
What I mean by form is when it starts, like it's wrong if you didn't. Like, okay, I'm not going to say that again. Forming is once the sperm enters the egg and it starts to create anything anything besides a sperm and an egg. Once that starts to form, that's the definition of a child in my eyes, and it has.
Okay, so yeah, that's at conception. So then IUDs would be murder.
Even if it is, bro, it's murder, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. That doesn't mean it's wrong. Even if it's murder, that's not wrong.
Oh my God, can you define murder for me?
Murder, bro, like killing someone.
No, it's an unjust killing of someone.
An unjust. Oh, so murder is if you kill somebody without reasoning.
Yeah, and it's unjustified. Yeah, because like, is self-defense murder?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
I already said that earlier, though, too.
Yeah, I know, but like under your definition, if it was just killing someone else, it would be considered murder. But we don't consider it to be murder. So if it's unjustified, it's absolutely considered wrong under your view. That's what unjustified means.
An IUD is justified because you're trying to stop it beforehand. Your justification is, I don't want to have a child. This is my only way.
Wait. So the IUD justifies it because it's the only way to prevent this from happening.
For certain people, yes.
Okay, so an abortion is the only way to prevent this from happening. Therefore, it's justified to get an abortion.
That's not okay. That's not okay.
Oh, why not? Why not?
If you are trying to stop it beforehand, that is okay to stop it beforehand because God realizes, okay, this person is not trying to bring somebody into life, and this person is not trying to go and murder something after it's already getting to a point where it's formed like 2 months, 3 months. Like you're doing like. God realizes like, okay, you can't take a birth control pill, you can't take certain things, and some people are even allergic to latex, so they can't use condoms, so you can't use all these things. Say if somebody falls under all those categories and the only thing they
Josh, I actually took this into account. This is the only way you can end the pregnancy.
What's the only way to end a pregnancy?
Abortion. In this circumstance, this is the only way to end the pregnancy.
What is their reasoning for trying to end it? Because they had sex with somebody?
Wait, no. Again, you said that it's justified if it's the only reason, and they don't want to like have a.
It's justified if it's the only.
Like a birth.
It's justified if it's the only way they can stop a child from giving birth. Like, but only if you're trying to do it beforehand. Only if you're trying to do it
before birth.
No, before conception and before fertilization.
Okay, so why before conception and fertilization?
Point, even though it still might get to that point, you're still doing everything you can.
Wait, why before conception or fertilization?
Huh?
Why before conception or fertilization?
Because the life isn't starting yet. The baby isn't forming yet.
Yeah. Okay, so what type of... Okay, so you're referencing that it has moral value at life, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if it has the moral value at life, why is it not okay, or why is it okay then to use an IUD? Because an IUD would have been after that process.
You said it
listen, no, Josh, I want you to finish. Listen to what I just said, okay? Because an IUD is after that process.
But didn't you say it can also prevent the fertilization sometimes too, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about how the particular function in which it prevents, right, implantation.
God is going to realize that is your only way of not having a child. It can either stop the fertilization or it can stop the other, like not conception because you said it's the same thing, but it can stop those things. So you're trying to stop it as early as possible. And if that's your only way of not having a child with that, like while having sex, like then that's okay. And like also at the end of the day, I feel like why not just get the dude to pull out if you really don't want to have a child that bad? Like you can have
that doesn't always work, man.
I know it doesn't.
You actually know that 51% of abortions.
But you can have an IUD and have the person pull out, and then what are the chances
Josh,
of that?
You know that 51% of abortions are actually a result of failed contraception. 51%. So people use contraception. It's that they just still get pregnant sometimes.
Right. So if you don't get pregnant, then okay, the baby hasn't started to form yet or anything like that. Like, okay, that's fine.
So again, right? It's not about the life. It's about the because you said forming is identified through conception, right? And it's a life at conception. So you think that an IUD is wrong because it stops that life at conception from implanting to uterine wall, therefore leading to the end of that life. I feel like I've explained this multiple times and you're not listening.
No, because bro, I understand what you're saying. Like, yes, it ends up killing that earliest life form of the baby, but you said it can also stop fertilization. So it's a 50-50 that it either stops the fertilization or it stops it as soon as it turns.
It's not 50-50, but I'm just talking about the one function in which it stops the implantation. But it doesn't seem like you're able to interact with that.
What can the person do about that if they already have the IUD? You know, you can do something about it if you have an abortion. Like, okay, just don't have the abortion. But if you have the IUD...
Wait, you cannot use the IUD under your view.
Huh?
You cannot use the IUD under your view because it has this function.
It's not wrong to have an IUD.
Yeah, I don't think it's wrong. Under your view, it would be wrong because it kills a person. I don't think it's wrong at all. I don't care about a zygote. Like, Josh, this is what you're misunderstanding.
If it ends up killing, no, listen. If it ends
up killing that
zygote, it's okay because you tried stopping it beforehand and you wasn't trying to have that baby.
This isn't beforehand. The human life already exists under your view. I believe that human life exists, but I don't value that human life.
The IUD, you're trying to stop that baby forming in the first place before you even have sex.
No, this isn't before you're having sex. Dude, okay. Because again, the function, no, listen to my point. Listen to my point. The function in which it stops the implantation into the uterine wall requires the act of sex to already have ended in fertilization. You understand that, right? So it is only in reference to an entity in which is already fertilized.
Wait, so when do you get an IUD? Before or after sex?
It's before sex, but the function in which it stops the implantation can only happen once there's already fertilization. So once sex has already occurred. So it's already been inside of your body for a little bit. Does that make sense?
Yes, bro. I guess that makes sense. And if it ends up killing that baby in that one way, like it's on God to judge that person, and God knows what that person has to go through. Like I said, I'm a Christian. So if you get an IUD, God understands like, hey, look, this is the only way you can not have a child. And like, it's going to end up killing that earliest life form, but it isn't like they have any other option. They don't have any other option. That's their only way because they can't use birth control.
Josh, you're just saying the same point again. I'm not going to go through the same point like a million times, right? You literally are not responding to any of my arguments. You're simply saying the same point. I've responded to this already. What was my response to this?
About what?
What was my you just said what you just said? What was my response to it?
And what did I just say?
Bro, what do you fucking mean?
Bro, you keep asking what you just said. I'm asking what I just said.
You're using that to deflect away from answering my question. Can you just answer my damn question, bro?
What's your question?
I literally just asked the question, bro. Like, what are you talking about, man? Dude, I'm actually about to end it, man. I'm like, if you don't answer the question because I know you heard it, I'm gonna end the live, or not end the live. Go on to the next person.
You can go into the next person, but all I gotta say is, bro.
All right, peace out, Josh. Later, buddy.
Yep, bye, dumbass.
He calls me a dumbass after all of that, bro. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. That was like the biggest deflection I've ever seen. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares. We're going to go into the next person. Again, only send a guest request. If you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester, we're just looking for some debates, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you do think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester, y'all. Yo, Dami, I appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, for some reason it's not accepting this person. We're going to try the next person. Again, only send a guest request. If you do disagree, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, it's I'm in England. I've been scrolling through, so I've been waiting. I wouldn't say I disagree. Personally, I would never do it. I've lost a baby at 16 weeks. I saw a scan of that baby at 9 weeks old. It's a baby. It's moving. It's got hands and legs. I could never. But on the other hand, I would support someone who wants to do it. There are so many reasons why people do it. You can't judge anybody. So I am both. So I wanted to.
So you don't think it should be illegal for someone to get an abortion?
No, I think people that do it after, like just don't. You're bother protection. That's wrong.
But do you think that it should be legal for them to get an abortion?
No, but I think it is wrong.
No, so you think it should be illegal in circumstances in which someone has had multiple abortions?
I think it's wrong if you don't bother with protection whatsoever, you get pregnant, have abortion, It's just like, that's wrong.
I'm not asking what's wrong in this sense now. I'm asking you, do you think it should be illegal?
No.
Okay. I am just looking for people who disagree, but I appreciate you coming on.
I just saw why, and I just wanted to give my opinion. I didn't actually know you were that legal. I've just literally.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to look for the next debate. Only send a guest request if you do disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester. You already know the deal, everyone. Let's go to the next person, everyone. All right. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. All right. Let's go to the next person. Okay, for some reason... Yo, what's up? How old are you?
That's crazy that you answered, though.
How old are you? Okay, we're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Again, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. Okay, I don't know if it's accepting this person. Okay, let me go to the next one. Again, it takes a second in between sometimes to get someone up here. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Okay, for some reason it's not accepting this person either. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. If you send a guest request and you agree, everyone, I am just going to skip on to the next person. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. That person just like freaked out last second. We're just looking for some debates. Everyone keep tapping that screen. By the way, we've been on for like 4 hours, so we will be on for a few more hours, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 38.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
No, I do not.
Okay, for sure. I am just looking for people who disagree, but I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, let's go into the next person. Everyone, again, only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debaters, y'all. honestly, W in the chat for that last guess. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 26.
For sure. Do you think abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
My personal belief is that I see a lot of people trying to bring religion into it, and I don't totally think that's a valid argument because there's so many different versions of every different religion. Also, there's so many different versions of the Bible, and I don't understand where they're getting their facts, but I think women should have access to their own bodies. So I don't think, I know this is only if you disagree and stuff, but I don't think it's wrong because there's a lot of circumstances where it's medically necessary, and it shouldn't be men making the decisions for women's bodies. That's all I had to say.
For sure. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're just looking for some debates. By the way, everyone, you can't have opinions on things that don't necessarily affect you, right? We all think that the Holocaust is bad, even if it doesn't affect us. We all think that slavery is bad, even if it doesn't affect us. We all think that it's bad for there to be children that are being forced to work in lithium mines around the world, even though that doesn't affect us, right? So things that don't affect us, we could still consider wrong. Just letting people know. But we would want to use arguments or good reasoning. We want to be educated on our positions and stuff like that. It's the notion of it not affecting us, by the way, that's relevant. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Oh, they cut out. Hello? Okay. We're going to go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. In the meantime, let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all.
I'm ready to go live.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Oh, okay. They aren't here. Let me go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Were you in debate team in high school, Parker? No, I was not. I didn't start debating until outside of high school. I would just debate people on Omegle and stuff, and I kind of like fell in love with it. And I think it's one of the best ways to educate. That's why I love doing it so much. It's honestly the best way that I learn, and I think the same is true for many others out there. So that's why I think it's so effective to open communication and make sure that people have access to this stuff. But yeah, let me go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yes, Parker. Yeah, no, I just, again, going live is literally like one of my favorite things to do. There's just like so much that so much that you can do from this. Like, yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 25.
Yeah, do you think it's wrong abortion in the first trimester?
I do.
Why so?
So I think that just from like a what's the word I'm trying to think of? Just to be like consistent, like we need to say like this is a person deserving of rights from conception when the life begins.
Oh, I don't think I would have to say in order to be consistent, holding to rights begin at conception. I could have a consistent framework that says that rights begin at like sentient life, which is like likely to happen between 18 through 20 weeks in utero, 18 through 26 weeks. So that's what I would say is consistent. Do you think it's okay to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
So I think that's not quite the same thing. But I would say that hopefully, I mean, I've personally never been through that. So like, I don't want to discount the people who have. I would think it would depend on what the doctors are saying, because for example, if we've got somebody who the doctor comes in and they say, hey, it's iffy, but we're pretty sure that if we leave them in this coma for a specified period of time, they will be all right at the end of it. Then in that circumstance, I would say, no, it would be wrong to pull the plug. If they say, hey, yeah, it's by pulling the plug, we can let them die, I'm not sure if I'll say that, pass of natural causes, then that's a different thing. But again, if that doctor comes in and they say, hey, within a certain amount of months, say 9, good chance they'll be okay and they will survive.
Yeah, so I'm not referencing a coma. I'm referencing particularly brain death. I know that there's a distinction within the respect that there's not going to be some type of future experience that an individual would have. But the point that it's responding to is the fact that just having life, cellular life, would indicate that someone has rights. Because in this scenario, they wouldn't necessarily, we would say that it's okay to pull the plug, even though they have that cellular life. So that's the point that I'm referencing. Yeah, there's a distinction within the respect that there isn't like a future, right? But also there's also a distinction if you're comparing that to abortion within the respect that they don't have in an abortion, they don't have a past or a present established in terms of an experience, right? So I would say that the future experience would be, valuable to us so long as there is an actual experience, like a past or a present that's established. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely understand what you're saying with that. Where I think I'm struggling, like from like your position, because correct me if I'm wrong, but just from what I've been listening about, your position is once sentient, then it is wrong to have an abortion.
If you did not, I mean, if you caused it, right? So, like for example, right, if you didn't cause it, if you someone was SA'd or if they were a minor, they can get an abortion because they didn't cause it. Because I hold the causal obligation, like the idea that if you're in a park and you hit a ball and it goes through someone's window, you're financially obligated to pay for that, right? Agreed. You caused that event to happen, you're obligated to pay for it, right? But if I didn't cause it, I wouldn't be obligated to pay for that individual's window, right?
Agreed.
Yeah, so like the scenario with SA and with a minor would be that they didn't cause it, therefore they wouldn't be obligated to sustain it. Does that make sense?
Sorry. Yes, that makes sense. Sorry, I'm a little bit under the weather. So only if it's, I guess where then I'm struggling is like where's the value come in? Like you're saying, like someone only has value once they're sentient and have the ability to have future experiences.
Yeah, so mine would be past or present and future subjective experience. Once they have both of those qualities, right, the past or present and future subjective experience, then I would say that they have value. If they just have one, they wouldn't be considered, right? If they just have past or present, past, right, they wouldn't, right? If they just have, if they just have future, then they wouldn't, right? But them together would. Does that make sense?
No, I don't think so. Because how are you able to have I guess I'm getting caught up on the past, like having the past and present until like you're born. You see what I'm getting at?
No, so it's established within the uterus. They have a past or present experience within uterus, like after 18 weeks, likely speaking.
Okay.
So that's a bit more than 4 months into pregnancy.
Okay, so second trimester.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then, okay, I don't agree with that. Again, I think when you start like arbitrarily assigning value to people based on just whenever the wind blows and that's what you feel like, then that's when we get into really dangerous category.
Wait, that's actually what you did as well. We both do that. We're looking for things that we see to be valuable within humans. So it wouldn't make sense for you to use that to then justify your standard. What do you mean by arbitrary?
Like, if we're just going to say, okay, second trimester it's wrong, first trimester it's okay.
I gave a characteristic.
Okay. Just go
sentience.
Okay, sentience. If sentience is our break off point, like what if, like, how do we know for sure that we're crossing that threshold, I suppose?
We have academic papers in neuroscience in which indicate that it's likely to occur between the 18 and 26 week range. Okay, it's more likely to happen after 24, right? But there's rather likely potential to happen a little bit prior to that.
Okay, so then at 17 weeks, it's a no-go.
No, 17 weeks you can get an abortion.
Okay, so you don't see that as a human life? Or you see it as
it's a human life. It's just not a human sentient life. It's a human life, just not a human sentient life.
Okay, and because you don't have value, then you don't see an issue with unaliving.
With the abortion, yeah.
Okay, that's a position I completely disagree with, but fair enough. So I gotta get back to work, but thanks for letting me.
Appreciate you coming on. All right, let's go on to the next person. Everyone, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, everyone, share the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, everyone. But let me go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request. If you do disagree, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, everyone, give it a few seconds, everyone. We're going to try to get someone up here. We're about 4 hours and 11 minutes into the stream, so we've got another like 2 hours or so left on the live. So again, if you do like the content, everyone, follow me if you're ready. I go live every day. Tap that screen. We're going to try to get to 1.5 million likes today, everyone. 1.5 million overall, y'all. Okay, for some reason, it's not accepting this person either. Give it a second, everyone. Keep tapping that screen in the meantime. Y'all already know the deal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 57.
For sure. Do you think abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
That is a very difficult question. You know, people have been wrestling with this for many years. I think that if you've had a child, if you've cut the cord like I did, and you held the baby, and they're looking up at you with blue eyes and hair, and you're holding it 5 minutes after it was born, it's hard to distinguish that baby you're holding from the baby that was in the womb months prior. That's my perspective. So in my opinion, that's the same child. So in my opinion, it's always been the same child. So it's very difficult to agree that you can end that life. But I know that's a hard decision for some people to make. I would also say, you know, making abortions rare is a good thing. If you look back in the year, what was it, 1990, under Bill Clinton was the year with the very most abortions, and 2020 had a fraction of the amount of abortions. So I think the trend is going in the right direction.
Okay, so the relevant quality that I would see as like distinct would be like sentience or subjective experience, kind of like how you're aware of experiences right now, how you're engaging with experiences right now. Whereas if we were going to like relate to like say like a zygote, a fertilized egg at, like, you know, at conception, right? You're saying that you see no distinction between that and between a newborn baby?
Obviously there is, but it's still the same baby. It's the blueprint
the
is
same
there.
DNA, sure, right? But like, I mean, just because it's the same DNA doesn't considerably say it's the same baby to me, right? I think there are fundamental distinctions. One has a subjective experience, the other one does not. One is significantly more developed. The other one is a single cell organism.
But it will.
It will in the future, right? But it currently does not possess those characteristics.
Like I said, the baby that I cut the cord and held 5 minutes after it was born was the same baby. Was the same baby. Rather, however you define it, that's, you know, it's a very difficult topic to discuss because people see it differently. But my experience was when I held my child after I cut the cord, it was the same child. And it's hard for anybody, if it's hard for me to make a distinction between the criteria in which you're putting out there than the criteria in which I apply to it. That's why people who are pro-life have a hard time making that distinction.
Yeah, so if you were in a burning building and on one side of the room you see two zygotes, and they will in the future be implanted into a uterine wall and they will turn into human beings like me and you, right? On the other side, you have one newborn baby that's crying. You can either save the newborn baby or you can save the two zygotes. Which would you rather save in the in the burning building?
Very good. You're good at this. I'll give you that. Well, you know, a logical thinking person would go and save the crying baby, obviously, but that's not what we're talking about.
But I thought you saw no distinction with a zygote and between a newborn baby. clearly 2 is more than 1. Why wouldn't you pick the 2 zygotes?
You said 2 zygotes or a baby.
Or a newborn baby, yeah. Because 2 is more than 1. If they're the same.
For the sake of your argument, I would save the baby. But like I said, in my experience, that baby is the same baby as it was when it was a zygote. That's my point. And I don't want to take up too much of your time. I appreciate you letting me on here. But I would just say, if we can continue to trend towards fewer abortions, I think we're better off as a people through, innovation, new forms of birth control, make it more available, better education, people being more responsible has led to, like I said, 1990 to 2020 was a fraction of the abortions of 1990. So if we can continue on that trend, I think we can all agree that's a good thing.
Yeah, sure. We would want less abortions, sure. Right. But my point is that if you say that like the zygote is considerably the same comparative to the newborn baby, well, then that would tell us that 2 is more than 1. Therefore, we would save the zygotes. So my point is that you do value them differently. You might still value the zygotes. You might still say they have some value, but it's at least half that of the newborn baby.
For the sake of this argument, I would agree with you on that.
So like, then my point would be is like, why would we say that the zygote has enough value to say that the pregnant person, right, should be, forced by law to sustain their life? Like, how do we know they have enough value for that?
Well, I think it's with the states now, and the majority of the states still allow that, correct?
Yeah, they do. I mean, if you think that it's murder, right, why wouldn't you be for federal legislation? Because then it seems like we're just okay with legal murder.
Well, these things are in the hands of politicians. You vote your interests. So, politicians will win elections, will lose elections, and the politicians have to make decisions based on where the people are going with that. I'm not a politician. I'm just a father.
But I'm asking what your opinion is about how the law should be, right? Because you have opinions about whether or not murder in general should be illegal, right?
I think that, well, of course, yeah, but I think that we should continue to trend towards fewer abortions, trend towards life.
Sure, right, but that could be through like quality of life increases. Like as people's quality of life increases, they're more likely to use contraception, so they're less likely to have to get abortions. They're more likely to have the circumstances necessary to be able to take care of the child, so there's going to be less abortions. Things like that, right?
Yes, and that's, I think, where we've been trending, like I said.
Sure. Yeah, so is there anything else you'd like to reference or talk about here then?
Nope. Thanks for letting me get on. I appreciate it.
Man. Appreciate you coming on. Have a good day, bro.
Bye.
All right, we're going to go into the next person. Again, if you like the content, everyone, follow me. If you haven't already, keep tapping that screen, y'all. Run through the taps. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. Plus, if you want to help get it out to more people as well, you can share the live. We're almost to 1,000 shares, everyone. We're almost there. If you want to support me, everyone, we will be having the sub-only chat for the last hour of the live here in about 40 minutes or so. So if you do want to have access to the last hour of the live, make sure to subscribe to me if you haven't already, everyone. But let me go into the next person. Again, only send a guest request. If you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester, y'all, we're just looking for some debates. People saying peen. Oh my. Not the Dean and Parker combo. That's the one we decided to go with. I can't believe it, chat. I actually cannot believe it. Yeah, in the meantime, everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all. Yeah, thank you for the guitar. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 12, but
you gotta be 18 plus. TikTok rules. TikTok rules, everyone. 18 plus. 18 plus. I can get banned if you're not over 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 30.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Bro, I just want to say I'm a huge fan of yours. I've been watching you for about a week, Parker, man, and I just think that you're gonna be like the next liberal Ben Sharpio, dude. I think there might have been one person who's able to actually like debate you on a normal level. And I think you're like a legend, bro. I love you. I'm not like an expert on this particular, abortion, but like I could play devil's advocate if you want, or you could just go to
No,
the
I'm
next
not looking
person.
for devil's advocate, but I do appreciate the kind words, man. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate it. Have a fantastic night. Peace out. All right, we're going to go to the next person, everyone. Absolute W's in the chat for them. W's in the chat for that. We're going to go on to the next person. Any updates on the Whatever podcast? They haven't responded to us. If you do want to help out that video, everyone, make sure to go to my last video that I just posted. The Whatever podcast is currently fucking dodging a debate between me and Dean, right, and them. So if you want to, boost that video by liking it, responding to it, commenting, it will help get it out to more people and, maybe spark the need for them to have to like respond, right? Hopefully that's the case. But yeah, let's go on to the next person. Everyone keep tapping that screen, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, that was a mistake.
Oh, for sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I think life begins at conception.
For sure. Do you think it's wrong for a family to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead?
I think they should allow a reasonable length of time before they pull the plug.
Sure, but they can pull the plug.
Yes.
Okay, but at that point, they still are cellularly speaking alive. So if life is what grants us value, how come we can pull the plug on brain dead individuals, but we couldn't have pulled the plug on my dad who was in the hospital, like being held alive by machines?
Well, a baby needs a fighting chance. I mean, it's not like there's not contraceptives people should be using if they don't want to have a baby. I also think that if there's a young girl that's like, say, 12 or something, that would be an exception to the rule. Because I don't think their body's ready to carry children.
Wait, so you said, sorry, can you restate what you just said prior to that?
Yeah, I think that if a child gets pregnant, like a 12-year-old.
Oh, prior to that point, I heard that, yeah.
Yeah, I think that then, I think that they should be able to get an abortion.
Okay, so in the case of the brain dead individual, they're alive still, right? But we can pull the plug on them, but we can't pull the plug on people who are in comas or people that are on medical supplies required to keep them alive that still have subjective experiences. So what is my point with that? Right, my point with that is saying that it seems like there's some other quality that's valuable.
Well, I know one thing. If I was on life support, I would want my family to pull the plug within a reasonable time, like, not within a couple days, but like if they gave it a month or so and I still wasn't out of the coma, I would want them to pull the plug.
Oh, no, we're not talking about a coma. We're talking about brain death. So they're never coming back. I don't think you should be able to pull the plug when you're talking about a coma patient.
All right. Well, same thing. If
No, it is different because the brain dead individual is not coming back. The coma patient can come back. That's the distinction.
Okay. Yeah, well, if I was brain dead, I would definitely want them to pull the plug.
Sure. So, like, my point is that it doesn't seem like in that scenario we value the cellular life. T, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. It seems like what lost value here was the fact that they don't have any more subjective experiences for the future. They don't have any subjective experiences now. And that's why we value them differently. Caitlin, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Elias, I appreciate the subscription as well. Thank you.
Well, I mean, that's just the way I feel. That's about all I have to say.
For sure, Janie, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request. If you disagree, we're just looking for some debates, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm not going to tell you my age. I'm over
Are you
18.
above 18 at least? Okay, for sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I do, yeah.
Why so?
So I was very tempted to have an abortion myself. I have a 24-year-old daughter, and I was doing my art degree. I had my whole life ahead of me. I had a horrible upbringing, and I had finally got on my own 2 feet, and I had finally had a chance to make something of myself. So I'm talking out of experience. I know the deep, deep pain. I was suicidal. I was wanting to have an abortion and then kill myself. I know what I'm talking about. So
I'm so sorry to hear that, by the way.
I'm not trying to come on here and cause trouble. I'm really genuinely, I had the baby. It's been very tough. And she's a beautiful woman now. And that's where I'm coming from. That I went through it and I've really struggled. But I am so happy I had her.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that, by the way. I don't know if this is the best platform to be able to to debate or to have a conversation for in terms of that.
I know there's so much pain of this whole situation, and that's why I've come on. I was very nervous to come on because I know there's a lot of pain out there. I know there's also a lot of hurt. You know what? It's just hurt either way. I just want to say that, please, that this hurt either way. If they get rid of it, if they keep it, it's hard. It's just so hard to end up in that situation. I just want to say I'm a real person with real experience, and I just want to take you all by the hand and say I understand wherever you're coming from. I might not agree, but I totally understand wherever you are. And if you've made that decision, I totally understand. And I just think people should be a bit more human about it either way. It's hard. It's just a hard, horrible place to be. But I'm really glad that I made the decision I made. And after I did have other children. I actually am a carer to my youngest child who's severely disabled. And again, I'm glad I've had him because he's beautiful. So I just want to, one heart to others, just extend love to you all, whatever you think, okay? It's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but it's between you and God. It's between you and your conscience. And whatever decisions you've already made, just hold your own hand and get up and start again. Forgive yourself, because God is ultimately about forgiveness, and you starts. Okay. That's what
For sure. Well, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much for coming on.
All right, take care. Take care
as well. All right, we're going to go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live as well. Let me go into the next person, though. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. Yo, thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it. User 84. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Huh? Okay, I think a baby just accidentally sent a guest request. Did a baby just accidentally send a guest request? I cannot believe it, dude. I actually can't believe it. I think a baby just actually sent a guest request, chat. That is a first on the live. I think that is a first on the live. Oh my gosh. I'm not going to debate the baby. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That was wild. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 22.
For sure. Do you think abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Honestly, no. I was just on here for shits and giggles. But
sure.
anybody who does think that it is wrong, they're obviously stupid.
For sure. I appreciate you coming on, though. Thank you so much.
Yeah, all love. Bye.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Parker v. Baby. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine? I debated a baby. So justify your position. That's not a justification. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Baby, yo, for real. So real, dude. So real. Oh no. Yo, so RC, do you want to address the fact that you said that you don't want to debate Javon because he's black? Appreciate the hand heart. Thank you.
I thought it was hilarious.
I don't know what's funny about that.
The fact that it pisses people like you off.
No, can you explain to me why it's funny though? Like for real?
Because he's black.
And? That's a bad thing. Funny. Is that not bad?
I found it funny. And he's overweight. You got to
oh my god, racism is so funny. Like, is that your view?
It's funny sometimes, yeah.
Appreciate the hand art. Thank you. Why is it funny?
And slurs are also permissible at times.
Yeah, why do you think racism is funny?
Because funny things are funny.
Can you explain why it's funny?
Because funny things make people laugh, bro.
That's called circular. Can you explain to me?
Comedy's subjective.
Okay, so if someone laughs at the fact that my mom just got diagnosed with cancer, is that a bad thing?
Why are you always bringing that up, bro? Maybe you should spend time with your mom.
No, I'm asking, can you answer the question?
Maybe you should spend time with your mom.
Can you answer the question?
I mean, look, if someone finds it funny, again, comedy's subjective.
So you don't think it's a bad thing?
If someone finds something funny, comedy's subjective.
So if someone got raped and another person made fun of it, is that bad?
If comedy's subjective,
thank you so much.
I'm gonna keep answering the same question. I'm gonna stand true to that principle.
No, is it funny to you? Is it bad to you?
Oh, do I find that funny? No. But
do you think it's bad?
Do I think what's bad?
Do you think it's bad for them to do that?
Well, that depends. Is morality objective or is morality subjective?
I'm asking under your view. It's subjective.
Oh, so if morality is subjective, then it's just like art. It's taste.
Can you just tell me what your view is?
Well, you're asking me a broad question.
No, I'm not. Can you answer the question?
You've asked me a few questions.
And you've answered none of them.
Well, be specific.
I'm asking, do you think it's wrong for someone to make fun of someone who just told them that they got sexually abused?
Do I think that that's wrong? Sure. Comedy's so subjective.
So wait, what's the distinction in terms of this? Why do we acknowledge the psychological violence when it relates to one scenario, but not when it relates to racism?
I think comedy's subjective. Jovan's an asshole to me.
I'm asking under your view. I'm asking under your view.
Again, my view is comedy subjective, man.
Under your view. I'm asking under your view. Why do you consider it to be okay?
Why do I consider what I said to Jovan to be okay?
Yeah.
Because it was a joke. I was not serious.
Mr. Orange, thank you so much. So was the person making a joke about the fact that someone just got SA'd. Okay. So give me the reason why you acknowledge the psychological violence and abuse when it relates to one scenario, but you don't acknowledge it when it relates to the other.
I've heard comedians make rape jokes. I've heard comedians make racist jokes. And
you don't think that they're bad?
No.
Yeah, so that's exactly the degradation of society. You think that everyone else is degrading society,
comedy,
right? But this is exactly what it is. It's not comedy when people's lives have ended in suffering, right? When people are constantly discriminated against, right? When people are literally unalived. That's not funny. People being tortured is not funny.
Do you know Andrew Schultz? If you make it funny, it's funny. Do you know Andrew
Schultz? No, you can't make torture funny. You just can't do it. You cannot do it.
People have made... calm down. People have made jokes about that event in World War II in Germany. People have made jokes about it.
Yeah. Do you think the jokes made by the Schnazis at all impacted the fact that they treated Jewish people differently? Do you think that impacted it? Do you think the jokes made them depersonalize Jewish people? Do you think that they were used in terms of actually causing this in the first place?
I think you're soft, bro. These are jokes.
No, I think you don't realize the very precipice of the ways that people have been treated out throughout society. And using these types of harmful stereotypes, particularly engaging in these types of jokes, is exactly what predisposes people towards engaging in this particular type of behavior.
Just don't be
That's exactly how in 1944 and 1940s and whatnot, they depersonalized people from Jewish people. That's exactly how they depersonalized black people in America to be able to treat them in that particular way. That's exactly how they depersonalize every other community throughout history to be able to justify the different treatment amongst that particular community comparative to others. So when you don't recognize that, and instead you just decide to engage in this all the time without recognizing that, it leads to a worse society. You talk about degeneracy.
So
this
do you
is
think
that.
There's never? Oh my goodness. Do you think there's ever been a funny racist joke said?
No, I don't. I don't think there is. I don't think there is.
Okay, well, a lot of people do find racist jokes to be funny if it's made funny.
Oh, if they are fucked up. Right? If you're not a part of the community and you're making a joke like that, that is fucked up.
Bro, relax. Andrew Schultz is
What do you mean relax, right? You're using that to gaslight people.
Relax.
Right? Wait, I shouldn't be relaxed about things in which we consider to be racist, in which we consider to be harmful towards people. You're making jokes about the Holocaust. You're making jokes about slavery, right? These are not things to make jokes about.
Yes, they are.
No, they literally are not.
Bro? Are you the comedy police?
In this scenario, I do think that there is some comedy that we can police over, right? If you think that there's no comedy to police over, then you're okay with any type of joke, which is absolutely fundamentally fucking degrading to society. You think it's okay for people to wait? Do you think it was okay for Hassan to make a joke about 9/11?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you think it's okay to make jokes about Christianity?
Yes.
You think it's okay to make jokes about God?
Yes.
Okay, so if I want to make fun of God, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's between you and God. I wouldn't.
I appreciate that, but you don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's not wrong, even though it's considered blasphemy under your view.
You've already conceded.
It's literally considered blasphemy under your view, and you're not saying it's wrong?
You're not letting me answer the question.
No, answer my question directly. I asked you a specific one.
You've said that morality is subjective, so to you, it is subjective. There's no objective.
Can you answer my question?
I think that since morality is objective, if you blaspheme the Holy Spirit, yes, that's objectively wrong.
Okay, so you think it's wrong to make fun of God, but you don't think it's wrong to make fun of the Holocaust. You don't think it's wrong to make fun of sex trafficking. You don't think it's wrong to make fun of slavery. You don't think it's wrong to make fun of racism. You don't think it's wrong to make fun of all of these fucking terrible things. You don't think it's wrong for an adult to make a joke to a little kid that says that they're going to grape them. You don't think that's wrong? Is that wrong?
You're just going to the most extreme example.
No,
That's what you're
exactly. It's called a reductio ad absurdism, RC.
Hey,
so can you answer the question? Can you be held to your claims?
Yeah, I've already told you. Okay, comedy is art. Art is subjective. So if someone appreciates the comedy, if they appreciate the art, then it's funny to them. And honestly,
I'm not hearing a response to any of my arguments here.
When liberals like you cry and the overweight women in your comments cry, I find that
you literally just make ad hominem attacks rather than actually engaging with the concepts here. You're literally using that to dispute what they're saying. That's why it's an ad hom. It's not just an insult. It's an ad hom because you're saying they're wrong because of that. Okay, Lenny, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Respond to my arguments.
Comedy is subjective, man.
RC, you've got 10 seconds. Respond to my arguments.
I've already answered your question.
No, you didn't.
Comedy.
What was my question?
Not wrong. You're saying, is it wrong what I said to Jovan?
No. My next question was, if it's wrong to make fun of God, why is it not wrong to make fun of sex trafficking? Why is it not wrong to make fun of the Holocaust? Why is it not wrong to make fun of slavery? Why is it not wrong to make fun of racism? Why is it not wrong? Why are none of these things wrong? Do you think it's wrong for a P3DO to say to a child that they're going to grape them as a joke? Do you think that's wrong? It's just jokes. Don't be so sensitive.
So comedians on stage.
No, GP. RC, answer that last question I just asked you.
Comedy is an art.
Answer the last question I just asked you.
We're talking about an adult.
Answer the last question I just asked you.
If you'd let me, bro, you're jumpy. You're jumpy. Let's relax.
You can't answer it.
I can answer it. If an adult goes to a child, a minor, individually, which is weird that your mind went there, first of all, and they say
I'm showing the absurdism. Don't deflect away from the claim. Fucking answer the question.
Yeah, I'm talking about comedians on a stage, not a weird adult.
Is it wrong? You're saying, no, I was asking, are any jokes wrong, right? And it seems like you have some type of standard to say some jokes are wrong. So if you think that jokes like this are wrong, why don't we think making jokes about racism is wrong? Why don't we think making jokes about the Holocaust is wrong? Why don't we think making jokes about any of these horrible things are wrong?
So what's allowed to joke about in your view?
We can talk about that, but answer my question.
I am answering it, bro. Yes.
And also, you weren't a comedian on the stage, by the way.
Goodness, so me talking about an overweight man that lives in a smelly room and saying that he can't come onto my podcast because of his race, I find that funny.
Yeah, and that's not funny, right? Because you're referencing racism, you're referencing things that literally lead to violence. You're referencing things that depersonalize people in terms of the attitudes that they have towards them. And you're only justifying that type of behavior because of the way that you constantly treat people all the time. You engage in slur usage all the time. You engage in depersonalization in terms of them particularly. These are not things even upheld by your own Christian faith. You have no clue what the fuck you're doing. Your God would be against the usage of these fucking jokes. Do you think that Jesus would make these jokes? Do you think Jesus would laugh at that joke?
You don't even believe.
No, RC, would Jesus laugh at that joke? Answer the fucking question. Would Jesus laugh at that joke? Would Jesus find it cool that you're laughing at that joke?
Bro, it's a joke.
I like how he can't answer the question.
Bro, I think you're overreacting.
So answer the question. Would Jesus laugh at that joke? Would Jesus like that you made that joke?
I'm not his consultant. I don't know.
Answer the question. Would Jesus?
I don't know.
Yes or no? You do fucking know. You do know.
No, I don't know.
You know exactly, and you know exactly what it is. Come on, be fucking for real. Be so for real, dude.
I legitimately do not know if Jesus would laugh at that joke.
Oh, come on, dude. That's just a reductio ad absurdum to your own view, right? You literally just held to an absurd claim that Jesus wouldn't even think that it's absurd for you to literally. No, that's fucking wild.
You don't even believe in Jesus.
I do believe Jesus existed. I don't believe Jesus was God, right? But I'm talking about the image of Jesus that you have in your head because you think Jesus is perfect. And Jesus as a perfect entity would call out racism, would call out bigotry, would tell people to love each other. So for you to make these fucking claims is clearly false. Even your own doctrines, my guy. Your own doctrines dispute your own claim. Your own claims are self-refuting.
Comedy is comedy not subjective? Is art not subjective?
That's not a justification for why this is okay.
Comedy is subjective.
That's not a justification for why this is okay.
Comedy is subjective. You can't tell someone what they can find funny or not funny.
I'm saying that it's wrong for you to find this funny.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and cry about it, RC.
What they can find funny or not.
Cry about it. I appreciate the hat mustache. I just did.
You're the one crying.
I appreciate that mustache. You're the one. No, you're the one crying about the fact that I told you not to say it. We said it's wrong, and then you're sitting here and you're crying about the fact that we said it's wrong. You literally constantly cry about the fact that you're not in our Discord and stuff like that because we kick you out because you engage in slurs. You cry all the time. Appreciate the hand. Thank you.
Discord. So the
you're not. I literally have banned you multiple times.
Kick RC out because he said slurs.
RC's been banned.
Do you think
the ban hammer has been lifted?
Do you think there's ever a scenario where a white person can say the N-word?
No.
Never.
No.
So do you think then
not a single time?
So do you think that Leonardo DiCaprio is racist for saying the N-word in this?
Yes, I think it is racist to say that. Yes.
You think that Leonardo DiCaprio's racist?
Yeah, I think that they should not have white characters be saying stuff like that. Yeah. Dude, the fuck?
Oh my gosh. All right, at least you're principled in your stance. I think that's not wrong at all. It's a movie, bro.
So? Could they not blur it out? Could they not actually have him say it and instead have it said by an actor who's black? Yeah, those things could have happened. That's fucking wild. All right, well, it doesn't seem like RC's even here anymore. He's paused out. Seems like he's run away. I'm gonna give him a few more minutes. We'll see if he wants to come back. All right, we'll continue to hold him accountable to what he said. Right, but I think it is important to hold him accountable. This is the last time he's going to be on the live, chat. He just left himself. That's the last time RC's on the live. We just held them accountable. Parker, I don't know about that. Okay, that's a bit wild for us to say that like it's okay for people who are white to be saying slurs, right? When clearly speaking, that didn't have to happen, right? Actors are referencing like the history and stuff like that. We're not pretending the history didn't happen. Right. What we're doing is we're saying that white person shouldn't say that when you can re-record over the track, when you can not say it, you can have it blurred out. Right. Those things are relevant, right, to discuss when we're talking about this. I don't think it's okay just for white people to be saying that even in the context of acting. Right. I don't see why that would be justified. But let me go on to the next person. Again, if you like the content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, everyone. But let me go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let me go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let me go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree. Again, we're just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, thank you for the hand tar. I appreciate it, Emma. Thank you so much. All right, let's go on to the next person, everyone. Again, it's not accepting people. I don't know what's going on right now. All right. I think the baby had better debate skills. So real. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
I'm 35.
Thank you for the hand tar. I appreciate it. Are you driving?
I'm 35.
Are you driving?
And let me ask you this. I don't think
hey, sir, are you driving?
That people want to do abortion.
Hey, sir, are you driving? If you don't answer the question, I'm going to kick you off. Are you driving? Okay, we're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, bro? 23.
Yeah, do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I think abortion is wrong altogether. But
why so?
People could do what they want to do.
So why is it wrong in the first trimester?
Why is it? It's taking a human being's life, right?
What is a human being?
What is a human being? You actually asked me what's a human being.
Yeah, that's going to be relevant to the conversation, sir.
Okay, so you're gonna say that a baby inside of a belly is not a human being?
Not necessarily, right? A human being would relate to like what a person is under my view, and it's not a person until it has sentience.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I don't know a lot about the whole topic. I'm just saying that, in my opinion, it's wrong to take a life, whether it's in a belly, out of the belly, but people could do what they want, right? I understand why people do it because of certain situations and, mistakes happen. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I have a question, right? When it relates to sperm is living, and it's of the human species, right? Because we're relating to human sperm. Is it wrong to kill human sperm?
That's a good question. I mean, people do it all the time. I mean, that's not what contraceptives is for.
Yeah, but is it wrong? Like, is it wrong?
I mean, in a way it is, but like I said, people could, do what they want to do.
So it's not wrong.
In a way it is.
Oh, it is wrong.
In a way it is.
Okay, so someone pulling out is wrong?
Obviously not. You try not to get not to get pregnant.
Yeah, but you're killing the sperm.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, do you think that's wrong?
Like I said, once you get to a point where the baby is already like, there's a baby and they're pregnant, right? Then I would say that it is wrong to, obviously end the life of the baby from there, right? But if you pull out like the sperm not even inside is yet, there's no baby. You understand? You're not pregnant.
Yeah, so you don't just value human cellular life, because then you would be valuing sperm. So, all right, if you don't just value human cellular life, why is the embryo valuable?
I understand what you're saying. I completely get what you're saying. And you have more knowledge on this topic than I didn't even know I would get accepted, bro, to be honest with you. Right? I mean, I would not say that it's completely wrong. I understand why people do it. I understand what you're saying as well. So yeah, that's my opinion. All
right, for sure, man. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much, man.
All right, cool.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates. Everyone keep tapping that screen. We're almost to 1 million likes. Let's try to get to 1 million real quick. Plus, if you want to help get out to more people, everyone, share the live. We're literally almost to 1,000 shares, everyone. But let me go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Parker, people laughing at his accent, is that racist? Absolutely, if they're not part of the community. Yep. I have such an issue with people doing that. Yeah, absolutely it is. It's not accepting this person. I'm trying to go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. You did the British accent earlier. I'm British. Ethnically speaking, literally British. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 59 years old.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Well, I have to say this. Everything is relative. I mean, who is to say what is wrong, what is right? I look at it this way, that everybody's running around saying, this is wrong, this is wrong. Where are they getting their source from? I mean, it's like this. What's wrong for one person may be right for another person. And I just don't think that we should be going around fighting with one another and bitching about what's right or wrong. I had an abortion when I was 27, but I don't believe in abortion. But I had one. And my reasons, was stupid because I just had it because it was available. But you know what? I regret it every single day, but it's my business and it's between me and my God, and I suffer. But I'm not going to go around and tell anybody that they shouldn't have, they should not have an abortion. And abortion is something that is here. I'm not going to say whether it's an evil, because who are we to say? Because we don't have any laws, or we don't have any real source to find out whether it's right or wrong. And these people who make these laws, where do they get their authority from? You see what I'm saying? So
it would relate back to our subjective preferences. We give arguments for that, right? But so you say that people should not be forced to go through pregnancy. They should be able to get an abortion.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody should not be forced to do anything, period. And it's between a doctor and it's between the person, and nobody should say anything about what somebody chooses, period.
For sure. I am just looking for people who disagree, but I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Okay, sure. Bye-bye.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. I'm going to go into the next person again. Only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. By the way, everyone, I'm trying to get to as many people as I can. We got 41 requests. I'm definitely not going to be able to get to everyone, so I do apologize to everyone I do not get to, y'all. Again, I couldn't possibly get to everyone in the chat. Okay, for some reason it's not accepting this person. We're going to try the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Just looking for some debates, everyone. Parker, you're doing great. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Yeah, what's your birth year?
1987. So basically,
wow, dude, your fucking birth math
is
so bad. Your math is so bad, dude. That was fucking brutal. 87? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, 19.
What's your birth year?
2004.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Yeah, I think it's wrong, full stop.
Yeah, are you driving, by the way?
Yeah, that was my fan. I've just turned it off.
Just making sure. So you do believe it's wrong? So why do you believe it's wrong?
Because it's like taking the life of someone.
Is it wrong for me to pull the plug on an individual in my family who's brain dead?
Yeah, that's wrong.
Oh, you do believe it's wrong? So I should be legally obligated to spend thousands of dollars a day to keep them alive?
Yeah, because that's killing someone.
So every single individual that has a member in their... So if you have a kid and that kid is brain dead when they're 5 years old or something, they're brain dead, they're never coming back. You believe that you have to keep them on a machine until they are dead, your whole life?
Yeah, because if you pull the plug, that's murder.
Okay, you're trolling.
How am I trolling? That's literally murder.
You're not trolling? So you believe that they should be held to spending thousands of dollars every single day?
Yeah, forget the money. Who cares about money? That's literally murder. If you pull the plug, that's murder. You're killing someone.
Okay.
Right?
All right. Well, I'll ask you this question. If I were to take your brain and put it into, you're not your brain, your consciousness. Have you watched Black Mirror?
No.
Fuck, dude. No one ever watches it. Damn, you need to watch it so you know what I'm talking about. You can look up San Junipero and then you can know the analogy I'm making. But okay, I digress. So if I were to put your brain and your consciousness into a robot, right, that has experiences the exact same way you do, feelings, emotions, everything, right? Would it be just as bad for me to torture you when you're a robot as it would be for me to torture you now in the same way?
That wouldn't be as bad, no.
No, it wouldn't be.
No.
So me taking your subjective experience and putting you into that, you'd feel like it's not as bad.
But that's totally different to a living person.
Okay. So if I took 1 million people, right, and they were in the robots, and I tortured that 1 million people, right, what would that be relative to when it relates to human beings, outside of the womb, or not outside of the womb, outside of the robots? How many people would that be equivalent to in terms of torturing?
I totally don't understand that question, to be honest.
Okay. Right. Two robots. Okay. What is that equivalent to in terms of human beings?
Why are you on about robots? Like what?
Because this entity, I'm trying to see if you still hold value to it, right? Because they don't have biological life. They feel pain the same way you do. They feel emotion the same way you do. Every single aspect about their experience is the same as yours. The only distinction is that they're in the body of a robot rather than being in a human body.
Right.
And you're saying that there is a difference in terms of how much they're valued.
Yeah, there's a difference, yeah.
Yeah. And what's that difference?
The fact that it's a living human being, and if you pull the plug, that's like murder.
Okay, so if I were to put your consciousness into a robot and you have the same experiences you normally do, and I were to compare you to a brain dead individual, would you rather the brain dead individual get tortured or you in the robot?
Neither.
I'm asking you a specific. It's either this or that.
Neither of those, to be honest.
That's you just deflecting away from answering the analogy.
How am I deflecting?
Because you just said neither instead of, oh my God, the voice cracks are wild. You said neither rather than answering the question.
What the fuck?
You gonna answer?
Answer what?
The question I'd asked you?
What question?
Okay, I'm gonna go on to the next person. Have a great day, bro. All right, we're gonna go to the next person. That person was definitely trolling, bro. There's no way they were being serious. I actually really do not believe that they were being serious. All right, everyone, give it a second, y'all. We're gonna get to the next person. All right, it's not accepting this person either. We're gonna go on to the next. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. No, it wasn't a bad question. It was very clearly a good question because I'm seeing whether or not he values biological life more than just sentience. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to go on to the next person. I wasn't ready.
For sure, man. All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. It will help get out to more people. We're going to be moving over to sub-only chat here pretty soon, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 30 years old. I've been on before. How you doing, Parker?
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Yes.
Why so?
Because at 6 weeks, or maybe a little bit before that, the baby or the fetus starts to have a heartbeat and it starts to grow effectively. So at that point, you're dealing with life. You have a heartbeat and they're able to measure said fetus. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you disagree with 95% of the scientific community that says that life begins at conception?
Say the last part again. Life who?
You disagree with 95% of the scientific community that states that life begins at conception?
I would say yes, simply because I think that for you to have a successful fetus, right, or a baby, then it has to have some type of heartbeat and or way for them to tell that it's alive, right, abiotic. You can't just be like, oh, well, just because
You mean biotic?
God created...
Abiotic means not alive.
Correct, sorry. Biotic, yes. So yeah, you can't just be like, oh, because they conceived the baby and then the sperm went to the embryo, that, you know, that means that you created life. Not necessarily. I mean, you created something, correct, right? But is it living? That's the question.
Okay, yeah, it would be living at conception. Yeah, I agree it's living at conception. I don't think it has value at conception, but it's definitely living at conception. But the question I would just ask you is if there was a brain dead individual and their heart got taken out of their body and put into another person's body as a heart transplant, would they still be alive in that other person's body?
That's a good question. I'll go with yes. I would say they're alive in a sense because, I mean, that is their heart, right? So that's going to be two organisms coexisting, I think.
So you're going to point at that individual and be like, there's two people there. Or actually, no, there's only one person because the other person's heart died. So that person doesn't exist anymore. Appreciate Cheyenne. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it.
All right, that makes sense. So that'll be one heart and then one brain. So, all right. So technically, but all right. Yeah. So it's still one complete being then. Okay. That makes sense. But I still think in order for you to be alive, right? Like what we just discussed is, like you said, the heartbeat. So that is the definition to me of biology, because without the heartbeat, then you just have possibly, the different organisms at that at the fetus point, right? So it'll be everything on a smaller scale that a fetus would have inside itself. But if it's not functioning, then I don't think that it's considered as living. So at the point of conception, you create life, but that doesn't mean that it's successful.
Okay, so I have a question. So someone whose heart stops and comes back and starts beating again, they got resurrected from the dead.
I think so, yes. Now it also depends on the complete system shut down, because remember, the heart can continue to beat after a certain amount of time, right? If they went cold and they were past that point where they were pronounced dead and then they came back, that's resurrection. But if the heart stopped and then they got resuscitated or CPR, whatever happened for them to get resuscitated or revived within a certain time span, I think they would still be considered as alive. They never technically died. See what I'm saying?
Even though their heart stopped?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, but the heartbeat is what determines whether or not they're alive. So if they have no heartbeat, they're not alive, right?
All right, well, do you think that every night when you go to sleep and you close your eyes, or every time you close your eyes, you're considered as blind?
No, I don't consider us blind because we still have the capacity.
Exactly. So that's what I'm trying to say. Based on,
but you don't have that capacity because the heart's not beating.
The heart isn't beating, but
you could bring it back, so you have potential, but you don't have capacity. But there's a distinction between potential and capacity. Potential is talking about the future. Capacity is talking about now.
Correct. Now, it wouldn't have to be a potential because it's still capacity, right? So, all right. So with the capacity, that'll bring the potential in. So the potential for that heart to come back and beat, it will still continue to be at its original capacity because it never technically completely gave out. So there's scenarios like for you to be able to do the heart transplant, you would need a functional heart. So they actually take it out, isolate it, move it, and kick it back up again, make it start again. So technically, that person died, but that heart never did. Like a dead battery.
Okay, so these are not necessary in terms of the argument. So my point would be is that can you pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead, like if they're in your family?
Can I do it?
Yeah, like should it be legal?
All right, yeah, that's two different questions. All right, so should it be legal? It should be legal with consent. If that person discussed it prior to, then yes.
No, they didn't discuss anything. What can you do?
I honestly think that you shouldn't be able to take the life now, because either way, you took that person's life, no matter what state they were in. Because if we looked at it a different way, like a baby or whatever being born defective or whatever you want to call it, right? Abnormal. Would you unalive that child or would you let that child live? You know what I'm saying?
If they're brain dead, I'm going to pull the plug, right? If it's my kid. So for example, right, like if you had a kid, right, they're 8 years old, they got brain dead, car accident, they're never coming back. Do you keep them on machines until they decompose? So like your whole life?
Okay, yeah, but that doesn't make it right though. So technically you still chose to murder that.
Jess, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I'm asking what you would do, man.
Oh, yeah. In that situation, I would, but your initial question was it legal? Should it be legal or whatnot?
Yeah, and I'm asking a separate question now.
Yeah, I would, man. I don't think anybody should live in that manner.
You pull the plug? So you think it should be legal for you to pull the plug?
So yeah, I'll say yeah. Yeah, it should be legal for you too then.
Okay, so
At
if
first
it
I was
should be
saying
legal,
no.
then here's my question, right? They're biologically speaking alive. They still have a heartbeat.
Yeah, they're still alive, yeah.
But you can pull the plug.
Definitely because of the type of living that they would be enduring. It wouldn't really actually be living. They would have no
Wait, so are you indicating to me that you're not actually living unless you have a subjective experience?
not necessarily. I'm trying to say that if you're able to function within society, right, and you have close to 100% of what a normal human would be considered as, right? Like there are people that are at a disadvantage out there. So the question is like, how are they able to manage like people that are blind and people who have no limbs and whatnot. So when you think
I'm
about
so
that,
confused how you're responding to my point.
well, I mean, I think it was right on point though with what you were saying. I was just trying to like give an example leading up to it. But go ahead, you can rephrase the question and I'll just try to get direct to it.
I kind of forgot the original question. Was it about? Can you remind me?
I mean, you initially asked me about pulling the plug, and then after that, we talked about.
It was I was asking because you were referencing living, right? And you were saying you're not truly living when you're brain dead, but biologically speaking, you're still alive. Your heart's still beating. So the way that you quantify actually living is not built upon the heart. It's built upon the fact that they don't have a subjective experience anymore. So then my point is, then it seems like what you value is the subjective experience. So why value the Cheeto Puff if it doesn't have a subjective experience yet, and it never has?
I think it's a combination of both. I think it's a combination.
Okay, I appreciate the following for you. Thank you so much. So the biological life and the sentience?
Correct.
Okay, so then my point would be then, if I were to take your consciousness, have you watched Black Mirror? I don't think you have.
No, but I know exactly where you're going with it.
Same question. You remember the question?
I don't remember the question.
Yeah, so if I took your consciousness and I put you into a robot, you feel things the same. You have the exact same pain, exact same type of experience, exact same type of emotions. Everything's the same. The only difference is that your brain experience is in the robot. Is it wrong for me to torture the robot to the same degree as I'm torturing if I were to torture you right now? Again, pain is the same, experience is the same, everything like that's the same. The only difference is that one does not have biological life. Fantastic. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So then, yeah, the answer will be yes. Now, maybe the item or object.
So it's equivalent.
I mean, it ultimately turns into that because remember, to that object, it would think that it is 100% there. But over time, if I was in a robot body and I endured pain, I would then learn the threshold of my pain. I'm like, yo, that shit, it appears to hurt me mentally or whatever, but it's not physically hurting me. So I
Dapple, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. So you don't see it to be equal?
Not over a certain amount of time.
What do you mean?
It depends on your viewpoint, your perspective of the matter. If you are that actual robot that got the consciousness put inside of it, and you were still you, to you would be like, damn, it would be mind blowing to you. But then you would also learn certain things. You might learn that you don't get tired. You might learn.
No, you still get tired.
Completely different.
Again, I'd said everything about the experience is the same.
Nah, well, it can't really be the same because you would relearn things. You would think differently. You would be like, wait a minute, I'm not actually.
No, everything feels the same. You're just in a different body. And the body is just like robotic. It looks human to you. It feels human to you. The only distinction is that it's robotic underneath.
So you're telling me that robotic underneath, once something occurs to this robot and it's able to be replaced, or
they bleed the same, they have the same look of organs, everything's the same, right? But the only distinction is that it's not actual biological life, it's robotic.
It is. That's like super far fetched, but yeah, I mean,
I understand.
yeah,
It's a
I see
hypothetical.
what you're
Right?
saying.
Putting a consciousness into a robot is far fetched, but what it's meant to do is demonstrate a concept that we value the experience, not the biological life there, because we would say, under my view, that it's the same. I see no distinction.
We should, sorry. Look, honestly, we should be more in tune with the actual experience than the flesh. So either way, I think that's okay.
I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. So you think it's okay to view it equally? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think it is. Because
Okay.
times where,
So here's my point. So
listen,
go ahead.
I was gonna say that it's times where, when it comes down to insects and plants and stuff, I don't want to hurt those things. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's different levels to it, but it could be the same thing. You know. But go ahead.
Okay, so then we would end up with this, that sentience in life is equivalent to sentience, which essentially just means that life is zero. Because if you minus sentience from both sides, right?
Yeah.
Then you are just left with, again, life is equal to zero.
Life is
Does that make
equal to
sense?
zero. I mean, yes and no.
I can show you if you'd like to see.
Yeah, show me.
Yeah, it'll be easier to visualize this way. I brought this up earlier and it's easier to visualize. Okay, so let me do this. All right, this way. All right, you'll be able to see right here. Okay, so sentience plus life is equal to sentience. You see that?
That's not equal. Yeah.
And then 1 plus x is equal to 1.
Okay.
You know how to make x equal to stuff, right? You minus the 1 from both sides, and you're left with x is equal to 0.
Right.
So my point is that biological life then is not valuable to you. If they are equivalent in terms of how you value them, then biological life isn't relevant to you. So if biological life isn't relevant to you, it seems like you also hold to my standard.
No, not necessarily, because it is relevant to me, because that's the origin. You cannot argue with what something. The origination of this so-called consciousness was from a actual human. So how can I disregard that? That's like me putting a robot first. One of them.
No. You don't disregard the human. You disregard the biology, right? You just the biology. You take the sentience, right? The consciousness, what you just referenced in terms of the value. That's what you would look at.
Yeah, but that's the blueprint. That's what it is. You need that. That's the root of it. So you cannot disregard that, because you would have a different body, or whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be the same structure. It wouldn't be the same.
Wait, sorry, say that again?
What I'm trying to say is the human, the anatomy, right? The body itself, that is considered as the origin. That's the blueprint. So this robot that you be putting yourself into would be like you, if you want to talk about the actual body.
Oh yeah, okay. So so the blueprint would be there, but for example, right? Do you care about the sperm?
Oh, see, that's another thing right there.
You see how that's a necessary condition for you to exist, right? But it's not a necessary condition that you necessarily value. So, I mean, although biological life could be a necessary condition for there to be sentience, or at least in the reality we live in today, that doesn't mean I necessarily value it.
Correct.
Does that make sense? So that's why my standard is past or present subjective experience and future subjective experience. So you need both. So I still care about future subjective experience. It's just insofar as that there's an actual established, a past or a present.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
That's my worldview, yeah.
But does that make my counter to the original question or anything incorrect, or would you say that there is a path to understanding?
Well, I mean, you would have to, if you say that life is valuable at all, like just biological life alone, then you have to say that you value the robot experience, even though it's the exact same as the experience as you as a human right now, less than you value the experience of you right now.
Yeah, because
but again, it's still you. It's still you, right?
It's still you, but it can't do
Would
everything.
you rather be tortured as a robot at the same types of experiences or tortured as you right now? Seems to be indifferent to me.
Yeah, because that's the mind. But either way, you don't pick your torture. It just happens. So you won't be able to be like, oh shit, this is gonna happen. I don't even want to say that.
No, but we're just comparing. We're saying which one is worse. Which am I more fearful
Yeah,
of?
obviously. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be worse.
Because if I'm more fearful of one, that means it's worse, right?
It shouldn't be worse then, because if it's the same experience, if that's what we're equating it to, having the value for it is different than what it actually is. So if it's the same experience, then it shouldn't even matter. The torture will be the same, like we said.
Yeah, so then the life is not valuable. Just the life itself. So like that's my point, is that sentience plus life is equal to sentience just means that life equals nothing. Because sentience equals sentience.
No. But you're putting sentience first. It needs to be life first and then sentience.
Okay. Life plus sentience equals sentience still means life equals 0.
It still means that?
Yeah, that's how math works.
That's the dominant in this equation?
No, wait, what? Dominant?
Yeah, when you're saying that, yeah, because, I mean, you added one to the next, and then you're telling me that without the other one, you still have it. So I'm like, how the hell? You know what I'm saying? You showed me the equation and everything. So
yeah, life plus sentience is the same as sentience plus life. Same thing. That's just different order in the equation. Like 1 plus 3 is the same as 3 plus 1.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to go over or talk about?
Nah. That's it, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it, bro. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, we're just looking for some debates. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes before we do end it today. I appreciate everyone so much. Kate, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Or try watching Westworld. I'll definitely make sure to do so. I appreciate it, Kate. I appreciate it. W Kate in the comment section right now. Let's go, everyone. Let me go to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, keep tapping that screen, y'all. All right, for some reason, it's not accepting this person, so we're going to try the next person real quick. Everyone, by the way, we've got another, 40 minutes left in the live, so if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. We only got 40 more minutes left, though. If you want to have access to the sub-only chat that I have right on, subscribe right now if you haven't already, everyone. It helps me come on here every single day, y'all. Okay, for some reason, it's not accepting that person. We're going to try the next, y'all. Again, only send a guest request. If you do disagree, y'all, again, we're just looking for some debates. All right. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Believe like if you're raped or if you do all the proper measurements to not get pregnant and you still do, then it's different versus you just not being thoughtful or you not being mindful of what could happen and just going at it and then being like, oh, I'll just get rid of it now because I don't want it.
So you think in the 51% of abortions where people use contraception, right, and it fails, do you think that they should be able to get an abortion?
If they really use if they really use condoms and different things, then yes, I believe they should be able to get an abortion. But
how do you know whether they actually did?
That's what I was about to say. That's kind of hard to tell because really you're just going off of what they've told their provider, their doctor, or whatever. I know a lot of females who have had abortions and they didn't care. They were just, messing around, and then they got pregnant and then they were like, oh, I'm just going to go have an abortion. And I looked at them like, dang, like, it's that easy for you? Like, I couldn't personally, but I do understand like people who that get SA'd or people who might end up pregnant trying to like really want a baby, but then go to the hospital and find out that they're having complications. And if they were to have this baby, it would then end their life Like I believe that those type of people, they should be able to get abortions because
Yeah,
then they're
so
putting their own life at stake.
okay, so what you said before in relation to using contraception or not, it makes sense within the respect that it's called a negligence standard, which makes sense to me as like they didn't reach the due standard of care. But the issue with this is the implementation. It's that you don't know when someone was using contraception or not. Someone can just lie when it relates to condom usage. So like when it relates to that,
Condom
I don't.
usage, yes, but I feel like if you're really trying to, if we're really being honest, we know that condoms really aren't that good of a contraception, first of all. So if you're really like trying not to get pregnant, then you should be on like some sort of birth control, unless you're like, I mean, I get it for people who are like all natural or organic, don't want certain
Do you think
things
it's wrong
in
to
their
use
body.
IUDs?
Do I think it's wrong? No, because it's a form of birth control.
Yeah, but like it not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation. So if you believe life begins at conception and you believe that they have rights at conception, well, then that's going to be murdering human beings, people under your.
I believe that a baby has life when they have a heartbeat.
Oh,
So I
okay.
believe that once a baby is in, I believe like once someone gets pregnant and the fetus has a heartbeat and has a beating heart, that they are then considered alive, therefore they are alive.
Okay, so like here would be my question. So like when it relates to this, you disagree with the 95% of the scientific community that says that life begins at conception?
If that is what they're saying and that is before they get a heartbeat, then yes. I don't know because I haven't went and done scientific research behind it. I just go off of how I
95% of
feel.
scientists, a consensus in the scientific community, does indicate that to be true. I think it begins at conception, but my dispute is that I don't see it to be valuable until it has sentient life. That's my dispute. But like,
What's a
I think the
sentient
science,
life, if you don't mind me asking? Sorry.
for sure. So like, you know how you're like aware of things right now, you're experiencing things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm referencing. That's called sentience. It's the subjective experience that we have. So that's what I value, right? And I see that to exist within the context of the fetus, right? 18 through 26 weeks within the womb, right? So that's when I think that you shouldn't be able to get an abortion if you caused it, is after that point, after 18 weeks, right? But prior to
So
that,
is
you can get
it
an abortion.
scientifically proven that before 18 weeks, the fetuses do not have a sentience, or that they are not experiencing
Yeah,
anything?
extraordinarily unlikely to have it, yeah.
Extraordinary unlikely, but it's not impossible.
I mean, it's technically not impossible, but it is so unlikely. Like, for example, right? The reason why I wouldn't say it's going to happen at that time is because there is EEG readings that exist in brain dead individuals, and the EEG readings is what they see early onset in pregnancy. And that's what people associate with like sentience or consciousness or something like that. It's sentience. Consciousness doesn't come until you have self-awareness, which is like 3 years old. But, so like that would be a portion, right? But if the EEG readings exist in brain dead people, and we're already committed to the stance that brain dead people do not have sentience, well, then that tells us that the EEG readings particularly don't indicate sentience.
But see, then I think that just goes back to all of someone's belief forms, because I believe that everybody has how would you say it? Not conscious, but aware. Like, I believe that you're aware before you are even born into this earth, before you even are probably even a child in the belly. But see, that would be like my belief.
So is that a religious stance, like a soul?
I'm not really religious. I'm spiritual, but I don't believe in like one God or this or that or the other. But I'm saying that's where a lot of people's things come into consideration, is because everybody does have different beliefs and different viewpoints.
Yeah. So, my question with this would be is that if it's related to a soul, aren't souls generally relating to like your subjective experience?
Souls, I believe
they
that
wouldn't relate to your
souls
biological life, because your biological life wouldn't be in that spiritual world, right? What's in the spiritual world is
souls
you.
use your body as a vessel.
Exactly. So it's not the vessel that's valuable.
No, it's not. It is the soul and the energy. You are correct with that.
That's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying I value. That's the sentience.
Oh, well, then I guess that's what I would value too. I just
Yeah,
think
yeah.
the way that I look at it is I don't feel like it's right when people don't take the necessary steps for certain things and then they just are not mindful and they go and do whatever and then be like, oh, okay, I'm done with it.
Yeah, you can say people should
Like, you
take
know
more
how you would go get
precaution.
a dog, or an animal, and you're signing up to take care of that animal for the rest of its life. It's not in 2 years from now, oh, I can't take care of this animal no more, I have to give it up. Like, would you just give
Actually,
up
I'm
your
pretty sure you
baby?
can give them up.
I mean, you could, technically, but is it right? Or would you consider that right?
I wouldn't necessarily consider it wrong.
You wouldn't consider it wrong?
Yeah, if there are places that can take care of it.
But most of those animals end up at shelters, which then end up euthanized.
Yeah, if it's a shelter that euthanize, I don't think that's necessarily good, because I don't think that's actually euthanization. I think that's just killing them.
Yeah, it is.
Euthanization is like, or when you euthanize someone, that's gonna be related into like super like large amounts of pain, right? And if they're not exhibiting super large amounts of pain, well, then I don't think
You're
that
just killing them for no reason.
Yeah. But like, yeah, we agree. Like, yeah, you probably shouldn't get a pet in that scenario, right? If you can't take care of it, that I agree here, right? But the thing is, right? People get pregnant not because they wanted to. People get pregnant because it just happens to be the case, right? And I don't have an issue.
Cases.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with someone getting an abortion prior to sentience, right? For any reason, right? But after, if they caused it, I don't think that they should be able to get an abortion.
Oh, well, then I agree with you on that standpoint as well.
Yeah, it's just we would just disagree with when, right? Like I say 18 weeks is like the beginning for when I would care about it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's just everybody has different viewpoints. It's not necessarily that people are wrong or right. And I do believe that people do have a right to say what they want to do with their body. Like, I can't tell you, oh, don't do this with your own body. It's your damn body. Like, you go do whatever the hell you want with it.
Right. I would say that a P3DO should not be able to grape a child. Do you agree?
Oh, for sure.
So we are telling them what they can't do with their body. I think that people shouldn't be able to murder others.
Yeah,
we are
but
telling them what they can't do with
that's
their
a highly
body.
like a big difference.
Yeah, so the difference is that like one would be giving away your internal body resources and the other one would be saying don't engage in this particular action. Right. But
and I think that's like that's one person being like okay with it and the other not. You know what I mean? Like not both people are consent.
Yeah, it still is the case that you are. Wait, sorry, my brain. I just forgot what I was saying. Can you? Yeah,
no,
you're
fine.
Appreciate the hand art. I had a response. I just like lost it.
I said that's a big difference, and then I started mumbling on about something else.
You're good. Don't worry. I don't remember what I brought up in terms of it. Because I know that I could aid that. I just forgot what you said or what I said.
Well, it's okay. It's my lunch break. I'm gonna take my lunch, but you guys have a good night, and I'm gonna keep watching.
You as well. Appreciate it. Have a good day. All right, everyone, we're going to go on to the next person. By the way, everyone, Kristen, I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. By the way, everyone, we got like 30 more minutes left in the live. If you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. Share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares before we do end it here today. Y'all already know the deal. It helps me get out to more people. Plus, if you like the lives, everyone, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. If you want to support me, subscribe if you haven't already. It helps me come on here every day. You get access to the sub-only chat. If you do want me to see any of your messages, you could either you get access to the sub-only chat, or you can Venmo me, right? And I always see the Venmo messages and stuff, and I always address them. It's kind of like super chats from YouTube. But yeah, let me go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. 30 more minutes, everyone. We got like 30 more, y'all. But by the way, everyone, I don't know if I got like food poisoning earlier, but I was like literally like throwing up all day earlier. I feel so weird right now. So I'm surprised I made it through 6 hours today. I was really not expecting it. Shot. Because like I was not feeling good earlier. I'm not gonna lie. I was not feeling good. So real. There's a flu going around. I don't think it's a flu. I ate like a muffin yesterday. I think it was a muffin I ate yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. Cause it made me feel really weird. All right, I don't see if this person is adding. Stay hydrated. I have been staying hydrated. I just don't want to drink too much too quickly because it makes my stomach feel really weird. But yeah, let me go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Al Muffin? No, the Muffin really was trying to take me out. Honestly. Parker, do you have an older brother? I do. But he's an older half brother, way older. And also, like, he's like completely opposite to me. He's not like liberal. Was it from the store? Okay, it's not accepting. You were talking to me yesterday, probably called Monkey Fox. Oh my god. Oh my god. W Jace, by the way. W Jace. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Heart E, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the garland as well, Stardust. How old are you?
I'm 17.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. It's TikTok rules, not mine.
All right, last one.
You got it. 18 plus, everyone. TikTok rules. I apologize, y'all. Y'all already know the deal. Parker just read my question, didn't answer. Did I actually? I'm so sorry, Nat. Was it from the store? Yeah. Was it from the store? The muffins? Yeah. Yeah, the muffins were from the store. I got them from like Vaughn's or something. I don't know why. I just like I'm not gonna eat a muffin. That's what I'm gonna do. But yeah, no, it was so brutal. It honestly felt like I was drinking. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Yeah, I think abortion's wrong overall.
Why so?
Because I don't think if a life is meant to be brought into the world, it should then be able to be like live its life that it's given. I don't think it's fair because there's no how do I put it? There's no option for that life. The only option for that life to end is basically by death. Do you know what I mean?
Wait, say that again.
So like I said, abortion for me, I don't find it's right.
You think it's wrong because it leads to the death, right?
Yeah, because it basically leads to a death that shouldn't have happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you think it's wrong for a family to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead?
Yes.
You do think it's wrong?
I do think it's wrong. Yeah.
So, like, if I had a kid, 8 years old, right? They get in a car accident, brain dead, they're never coming back. I ought to keep them on life support and pay for that for the rest of their life.
For sure.
So decades. You know how much it costs every single day to keep someone on life support like that?
It doesn't matter because it's still a life, and that life, no matter what it is still there. So no matter what aspect that a life is still there, you should still look after it, no matter what.
Medically speaking, we know they're not coming back, though.
No, we know that. We obviously by that terms, just of course, like they won't be coming back as that same person as it was. But if there was an opportunity to say like, if there was a little bit, then of course you would take that opportunity because you don't want to see a loved one around you go. Do you know what I mean?
Not necessarily. Okay, here, let me ask you this question, right?
Okay.
If I were to take your consciousness and then throw you into like a robot, right, that felt the same things as you, had the same emotions, and like literally it felt the exact same as you are right now, would it be just as bad to torture you then as it is to torture you now?
No.
No, it wouldn't be as bad.
No.
Even though you have the exact same experience?
No.
So you would rather be tortured in the body of the robot than in your body right now, given that they're the exact same outcomes?
No. Because it's still going to happen, isn't it? Is that what you're trying to say? So if it happens if it happens in my life and you put me into a robot and I re-experience that and then I have that experience again, that's traumatic in a robot way. I don't know. I don't think I'm understanding.
No, you get tortured in the exact same way. The feeling is the exact same, right? The pain you go through is the exact same. The effects on the robot body look the exact same as they do on the human body. The only difference is that one doesn't have biological life and the other does. That's the only distinction. And you're saying that it's not equal in terms of it. Or you'd rather be tortured in the body of the robot.
Yeah.
You would? You would rather be tortured in that body?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I don't see a reason why it would be different in terms of your experience, but if that's what you'd prefer, sure. I guess. Okay. So your standard is life, right?
Yeah.
Biological life. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's valuable specifically? I appreciate the Gus. Thank you so much. In a zygote at conception, a single cell organism.
Say that again. Sorry.
What is valuable at conception in terms of the single cell organism, the zygote?
Can you dumb that down? Because I don't have any degrees. I don't have anything like that. I just speak.
A zygote is a fertilized egg.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what you believe life begins at conception, right?
Well, yeah. As soon as there's a heartbeat, there's life.
Oh, heartbeat's way after conception.
For me personally, like when you're told you're pregnant, that's when obviously the life starts. But obviously until you hear a heartbeat, of course, then that's when it's official.
Okay, so can you kill it prior to it having a heartbeat?
No, I think it's wrong.
Okay, why is it wrong?
Because I don't think there is obviously a reason to do that unless it's a really bad circumstance and the circumstances are that bad. There's no other option, but I still wouldn't agree with it because a life shouldn't be taken. A life shouldn't be taken. Simple.
Okay, so go ahead.
Because I don't know how to put it, but a life should never be taken when there's no reason for it. Like I said, unless there was a really bad reason and someone doesn't have an opportunity to be saved that life and carry on to have that child. But yeah, again, I wouldn't agree with it.
So I have a question. If I were to take, let's just say that we have like a brain dead individual. They're never coming back. Right?
Yeah.
Would you rather that individual be tortured or you tortured inside of the robot?
I don't know. I'd rather keep that person that's brain dead around because it's still some sort of life, isn't it?
So you'd rather the person in the robot who's experiencing things just like you in the robot be tortured rather than the brain dead individual which doesn't have an experience and is never going to have an experience.
I guess so. So which one goes for the pain? Me, the one in the robot?
Yeah.
But I'm misunderstanding what you're meaning though. Like I don't understand what that like between a brain dead person and me being in a robot. I don't understand that conclusion.
Oh, the brain dead individual doesn't have consciousness.
Right, so there's one person that's brain dead and then there's me and the robot being tortured.
Both of them get tortured, right? One of them doesn't conceptualize of any pain because they're brain dead. The other one, you, literally does. Which is worse?
Me? I guess we're both the same, aren't we? Because when someone's brain dead, that is basically being tortured as it is, isn't it?
No, because they're not conscious. They don't have any consciousness. There's no conceptualization of pain.
No, I know there's not, but it's still no matter if you're alive and you're brain dead, it is still like torture for that person because they're not going to be able to talk again on their behalf.
I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. They can't conceptualize of anything.
No, but that's torture.
They don't. They literally they don't have any type of consciousness. Do you know what it was like for you prior to you being born? Do you know what it's like prior to you existing?
No.
That's exactly what it's like.
Of course, but if I was to see, say for instance, my brother was brain dead and I was to then look after him and be his carrier his whole life, it's still us beating heart inside that person. So I take care of that person regardless whether they're consensual or if they can consent to things or not, because I'm going to make them have the best life from my point of view, regardless whether they know what's going on or not. And that's the whole point of life.
That's the whole point of life. Okay.
Life shouldn't be like in. Yeah.
I'm honestly confused with that response. I don't know if that was just me.
What moral of the story is? What I'm trying to say is, once a life is seen, heard, whatever, or mentioned, that life then shouldn't have to end by choice.
Taylor, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Taylor. So my question is then, right, so you'd rather the individual who's in the robot be tortured?
Yeah. I don't kind of understand what you're meaning by this robot. I'm getting confused at that point. And that's maybe why we're both confused. But I don't understand this whole robot thing. I don't know. I don't know if it's because I'm dumb, but I just don't understand that robot.
Like your experience that you have right now.
Yeah.
If it was just in the body of a robot and you feel everything the same way you do now, I don't know how that's confusing.
But I'm just a robot. So basically, if I was a robot.
Yeah, but you feel everything the same way you normally do now.
Okay, right.
You look like human, but you're in a robot.
Yep.
Okay. You feel everything the same. You have blood.
Okay,
organs.
I'm me, bit of a robot outside, yeah, and I can feel everything, sense everything, yeah.
Yeah, but there's just no biological life.
How do I answer that? Because I'm a robot. I don't understand because you're like,
you'd rather be tortured than have someone be tortured who's brain dead.
Yeah,
that's your view. Okay, all right. Well, that makes no sense to me. I appreciate the Mr. Orange. I appreciate it. Thank you so much because they literally have no consciousness, no experience.
But we're talking about life, though. Yeah, like abortion is morally about life. Being brain dead is morally about life. Being a robot is morally about life. At the end of the day, that disabled person.
Wait, why? Why do you care about life?
Because you should care about your life.
Why?
Because you're brought on this earth for a reason.
Why?
To live.
Why?
Because
you're not answering the original question. I'm asking like where this purpose all comes from. Like, why should I value this?
Why should you value what? Your life?
Yeah, why should I value life rather than other characteristics?
Because without life, you can't evaluate anything. You can't live.
Without sperm, I wouldn't be able to live either. But that doesn't mean I value sperm.
Well, no, of course not. Because in life, you value things in life that what you.
Nat, did you send a gift? What gift did you send? I didn't see it. Oh, Nat, thank you for the cat paws. I appreciate it, Nat.
So you're basically what you're saying is if you can value your own life so you then can evaluate sperm because it brought you into this life. Is that basically what you're saying?
No, if you're saying that you have to value things necessary to bring yourself to right now, well then you would have to value sperm then.
Well, you value your father, yes, and your mother. Because
no, if you value the sperm.
Why would I value the sperm?
Because they're necessary for you to exist.
My mum and my dad, yes, they're the people. That's the reason why I exist. When you say
the sperm particularly.
Which is how can I okay? What can I say? I value that. Yeah, of course, comes from my father.
Yeah. So do you think it's wrong for someone to pull out? Appreciate the crown. Thank you so much.
No, because it's all about communication, isn't it?
But then it's not going to lead to like pregnancy.
Because if there's two people and and they've asked basically if you're having intercourse with a female and then they asked for you to not ejaculate inside, then of course it'd be the appropriate thing to pull out.
Dude, okay, so do you think it's wrong, morally speaking, for me to pull out?
No.
Okay, but the thing is, it doesn't lead to reproduction, right? It doesn't lead to these particular circumstances, right? It leads to the death of the sperm. Ryan, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much for the 10-month. W. Ryan's in the chat for 10 months, by the way, everyone. You get what I'm getting to there?
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I'm not, like I said, I'm not clever. I'm just a normal person. I just like to debate with people and whatnot. And sometimes I do misunderstand what you are saying. That's because I don't debate with a lot of people. But like, the whole reason why I'm here is obviously to say that abortion is wrong, in my opinion. And then you asked, obviously, about if I pull out, is that wrong? And I said, no. And then you said, well, that will lead to death of sperm. And then...
Because remember, you value all the necessary preconditions to your existence?
I value my life, yeah. I value things that are meant to be valued in life. And you saying by like pulling out and stuff like that, that's between two partners that have done that. And if it's what they want, then that's what they want, if you get what I mean. But
sure. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
Me?
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, if you've got questions, I can try and answer them as dumb as I am.
Nothing else specifically, but I appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry to hurt your brain.
No, you're good. Don't worry. All right, everyone, we're going to go on to the next person. By the way, everyone, I want to say thank you to Casey and to Sheila for the Venmos. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Casey, I'm going to get to you next. And then also, Sheila, what is your particular name? Let me click on this. Frodo. Okay. I will get to Frodo and to 0707. And then we are going to get off here for today, everyone.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
28.
For sure. Do you think that abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
I think that in certain circumstances, especially defining what the wrong versus right side would be, creates a pretty slippery slope. And when you're actually able to initiate an abortion.
Arya Stark, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So what would you apply that to? I'm kind of confused with that.
Sex-selective abortions mainly, versus when it's in the best interest of either the fetus or the mother in that case, because in those cases where it is just a sex-selective position, I think that that's very wrong, and I don't care what trimester that it's in.
Okay, so why would a zygote have value, morally speaking?
I don't think that it's necessarily about a moral position. I just think that with having the ability to create and then also further select what necessary traits we have, then we have it like within that offspring that creates a position for a lot of bad things to happen.
Yeah, I'm really confused with that response. Let's
say this. So with the selection of the zygotes, if the zygote has a non-desirable trait, is it okay to terminate that?
I wouldn't say because of the non-desirable trait that like there would be a good reason there, but yeah, you can. Anything that has any reason that you'd want to get an abortion prior to subjective experience would be permissible under my view.
Right. So it would be permissible, but what then happens when you have a requirement for that abortion to occur?
What do you mean? Like once they're sentient?
No, not once they're sentient, but still within the first trimester when that abortion occurs because that zygote does not have the
desirable trait.
Yeah.
What about it?
I think that that's wrong to have the selective abortion based on those desirable or
so that's based on your morals, right? So it's based on the moral
based
value,
on morals, but based on her history.
What you saying it's wrong is a moral claim?
I mean, it's just based on my belief. But
yeah, your belief is the moral claim. That's your belief about morality. Yeah. So like when I'm asking you the question of why does the zygote have value, right? That's the same moral question of why would it be considered wrong? Because it's not wrong for me to throw a rock at the wall, but it's wrong for me to throw a child at the wall, right?
Yeah. I guess it's not about the outcome of what happens with the zygote. It's about what happens as a result of a requirement for it to happen, for that termination of zygotes without undesirable traits.
I didn't catch you there.
I'm saying I don't want a Schindler situation with blonde hair, blue eyes to be the only desirable outcome. And
I'm not arguing that.
I'm saying that would be wrong for first trimester abortions.
Yeah, I think any abortion's permissible. You're just restating the claim that you think it's wrong.
Even when it is.
I'm asking you, why does the zygote have value?
It doesn't.
It doesn't?
I think the outcome of the zygote does.
So the zygote doesn't have value at all?
Not particularly.
Does the embryo have value?
Not particularly.
So if it doesn't have value, what do I have an obligation to?
You have the obligation to not allow for the advancements of a specific desirable trait.
So it's only wrong in the context of an undesirable trait situation?
No, I think that abortion is wrong when it's like a mandated position within that first trimester. Once you determine what the zygotes,
if it's a mandated position, what do you mean? Like if you're mandated to get an abortion?
Yeah,
I'm against mandated abortions.
Okay.
Why would I be in support of forcing people to get an abortion?
So what if that occurs within the first trimester?
Yeah, I'm against someone forcing someone to get an abortion in the first trimester.
Right, so that's wrong in the first trimester abortion.
Yeah, because you're violating the autonomy of that individual, not because of the fetus.
So it's about the autonomy of the individual to have the baby?
Yeah. If they want to have a baby, that's their determinant. They're doing something with their own body.
Okay, but so then you're not actually doing anything to the zygote. So that abortion is wrong, though.
It's wrong because of it wasn't consensual.
Against which part?
Against the mother.
Okay, but was it consensual against the child?
They have no capacity for consent.
At what point does the capacity for consent occur to you then, if it is about consent?
Well, it depends on what we mean by consent. Okay. If what we mean
so
by
then in your position about when you said that the zygote doesn't have the capacity for consent, at what point then is it okay or not okay? And at what
consent's
point
not going to happen until way later in life. We're talking about meaningfully having like an ability to say yes or no to a particular thing or accept or deny a particular
right. So
thing.
then
That's not going to happen until way later.
If we're talking about an informed consent, so third trimester, totally okay. Because that fetus or at what point then does that fetus, is it sentience or viability?
The fetus never has consent.
Does it actually
not
gain
once.
consent?
Never gains consent.
So then third trimester, totally okay with you.
No, just because there's not consent doesn't mean it's okay to kill them.
So then it's not about
my grandma that had dementia couldn't consent, yet she still literally she still had rights.
Right.
I don't know what you're arguing against me right now.
I'm just trying to determine and establish like when the rights of
18 weeks.
18.
Yeah.
And that's based on like the viability outside.
Sentience.
So at 18 weeks, then when it is viable outside or when it gains sentience?
Gains sentience. Has nothing to do with viability.
Okay. So I guess then with the sentience aspect, is that what you define to be beginning of life?
No, life begins at conception.
Okay, sure, agreed. So why is it sentient?
Because that's going to relate to what I see to be valuable, right? It's going to match up with like the intuitions that I have about these different circumstances we'd bring up.
Okay, so sentience and like value add to society or wherever, that's where you can and can't terminate. Because I'm with you too on assisted sewer slide.
Sure.
On being able to terminate and pull a plug. Okay.
That's not assisted sewer slide, by the way. That would just be like a brain death, right? Someone's brain dead and you pull the plug on them.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So like, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was thinking through like double. God, I don't know what the soft term is, but double uninstalling life charges.
Description. Thank you so much.
On like a pregnant woman.
Prior to sentience, it would just be unjustified termination of pregnancy.
No, I mean I'm talking about like in the event like something happens, bank robbery, like if somebody is pregnant still within first trimester, should that be a double or a single of uninstall life charge?
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. It would be 1, right? And it would just be an also to the side of that, it would be an unjustified termination of pregnancy. So 1 homicide charge and then 1 unjustified termination of pregnancy.
Charge or just existence? Like just that as a fact.
I'm confused.
So with the charge, it would be the 1 uninstall life, and then secondarily that unjustified termination, even within the first trimester.
Yeah, in the first trimester, that's what it would be. After sentience, it would be 2 homicides.
Okay. Yeah, then I think ultimately, like, we're all on, or you and I are on the same position. I just wanted to see what the argument for or against is within the mandating or requiring of the first trimester termination, because I think that, in my view, is where we have a wrongful termination within a first trimester.
Yeah, even though it doesn't have value. Okay. I appreciate Dakota. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So, I mean, I don't understand the reason for that, but I understand your position there. It sounds like we just have a similar view when it relates to sentience then, though.
I think that, yeah, if we're basing it solely on sentience, but I was trying to see what the position here would be for what would justify or articulate your reasoning for a wrongful termination within the first trimester.
Oh, yeah. In the first trimester, there's not a wrongful termination.
Even if it is required.
No, I'm talking about in terms of consentful ones. Like if it's forced on someone to get an abortion, I think that's wrong because of the forcing of the abortion.
Yeah, that's it. Then yeah,
for sure, man.
Same side. Just
for sure, bro.
Appreciate you.
Absolute W's for that. Appreciate it, man.
Take it easy, man.
Hey, W's in the chat. Let me try to get to the next person. This is the last person for today. I think their name was Frodo. Let me get to them real quick, and then I will be getting off here today, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I am old enough to be your mother.
For sure. So do you think abortion's wrong in the first trimester?
I do, but not for the reasons that most people do. I have a different perspective. And I believe the way that abortion is done in this country is wrong at any stage. And I'm basing that on personal experience. So I can go into that story or not. I do have some statistics. I know you don't have a whole lot of time. But please follow me, Parker. I have so many things to talk to you about.
I'll follow you back. If you'd like to DM me stuff or go over stuff through like that type of stuff, I can definitely do that. I try to respond to my DMs. I don't always get to all of them. I try my hardest. There are definitely people I don't get to, but I'd love to go through that stuff.
I thought you were just ignoring me.
Oh, have I been ignoring you? No, I promise I'm not trying to. I try to respond to everyone. It's really difficult to try to keep up with everyone though.
Okay.
I don't know. I always catch myself slipping.
Before I launch into this, I'm going to ask for your patience and kindness. Kind of going through some stuff. And I told you earlier, you remind me so much of my son. So I want to tell you this real quick before I launch into this. Yesterday, I invited Whitney. She was my son's wife. I invited her to your live. And a couple of minutes later, she sent me a text message and she said, OMG, Sheila, he sounds exactly like Garrett. I never said anything to her prior to her hearing you, and we both agree you sound exactly like my son. He was just like you. All smart.
That's funny. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that.
Clever. Well, he passed away in 2020, so.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's a long story. Very tragic. That's what I'm saying. I'm going through a lot, so I'm asking for your patience and kindness when I go through this stuff. So Medical News Today had an article, and it is talking about why women have abortion in 2023. Or I'm sorry, that was Crap, I think I wrote it down wrong. I was trying to be efficient and have it all in one place. But it was either 2023 or 2020. They did a study. And 954 women participated in 30 clinics across the country. 40% of the women questioned stated their reason as financial. They just could not afford it. So out of the 954 women, some of them listed multiple reasons on there. So these percentages don't add up to 100. So don't start doing that math and say, oh, you're lying.
I'm not going to, don't worry.
I've been watching you for months. Okay. So 40% were financial reasons, and 36% of them said that it just wasn't the right time. 31% said it was partner related, like their partner wanted nothing to do with having a child right now. 29% said they wouldn't be able to focus on their other kids. 20% said it ruins their plans for the future. 19% were not emotionally prepared to raise a child. 12% of it was health related. 12% of it wanted a better life than what this world would be able to offer. So it was like an act of mercy because I guess what these women were living in, they didn't want to bring a child into those circumstances, right? And then 4% just didn't want a baby, like ever. And I look at these statistics and then I look at the repercussions for some women. There was an article done by Danielle Wade, and it basically saying that, oh boy, I got about 50 windows open on my computer. I learned so much from your lives. So I love it. I love it.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that's the whole point. That's the whole point of debates, because it's the best way I learn too. Like lectures and debates.
I listen to you, and then I start looking stuff up, and I'm learning. So thank you. But so here's the deal, and this is not, all across the board. This is just some of the research that was done, and it says any pregnancy loss will lead to an interruption in the hormone cycle. So some of these negative feelings could be because of those hormonal changes, and but some of these are not, right? So they're listing guilt, anger, shame, remorse or regret, loss of self-esteem and self-confidence, feelings of isolation and loneliness, sleep problems and nightmares, relationship problems, and thoughts of unaliving. So those are some of the negative reasons, right? So I'm going to be one of the most unusual Christ followers you've ever talked to in the fact that I see everything different from every other person. It's so crazy. But my thing is, I think those babies are going to be just fine. I don't think you're hurting those babies. But I feel like it's a trap for the women, because I don't care what somebody says, whether it's affecting them negatively right now or not, if they've ever done it. I think it's just going to be a matter of time, and it could take some tiny little trigger. So I'm going to tell you real quick. Do you mind?
Go for it.
I'm going to tell you real quick a little bit of my personal story. And there's about a handful of people in my life that know this about me. So it's about to be a handful plus 2.6 thousand people. And I don't even care, because it's that important. I was dying to get in here tonight. I was a single mother. I had just gotten a promotion. I wasn't making very much money. And I could barely take care of the kid I already had, and I ended up pregnant. And it was a grueling, horrifying decision for me to make. I was not a Christian back then. I had no religious convictions about it back then. But since I already had a child, I think that made me feel a little bit differently about it, right? So anyway, I'll try to make it real brief. I ended up going and getting that done, and I could not afford the anesthesia, so I was awake the whole time. So the process from the time I sat down in that waiting room until the time I got back on the table, I got to talk to a counselor. And this is standard, I think, at all the clinics, right? And they ask you questions. Why are you doing this? And how do you feel about this? And that counselor sat across the room from me and she said, why are you doing this? And I said, because I'm a single mom and I can't afford to take care of my son already. And I just got a promotion at work and I don't want to blow that by going through maternity leave and all that. I don't see another way out of this. I said, this is my only option. And it's a grueling decision for me. And she said, do you think it's murder? And I said, yes, I do. But I don't have a choice. And she said, okay. And led me right back to the table where they did a sonogram and they put the sonogram screen behind you so you can't see it. And then the whole process was grueling. I couldn't afford the anesthesia, so I was awake during the whole thing. And it was the most painful. I could feel my body being ripped out of me, right? And I was bawling. I was in so much pain. And I was just begging them to stop. And then the doctor told one of the nurses, I'll remember it like it was yesterday, and it's been years. I was in my 20s and I'm 53 now. The doctor told one of the nurses, oh, I didn't get it all. So they go back in and they start scraping again. And then when he was done, he said, okay, we're done. Nurse is going to take care of you. And I said, thank God. And he said, oh, you don't have to thank me. So that whole process of everything kind of messed me up. I mean, knowing that the only reason I was there is for financial reasons, then why wouldn't they have offered some financial options or here's some different things for you to consider? There was none of that. There was no follow-up counseling. There was none of that. And it really messed up my life. And I realize I'm unique. I'm not everybody. My experience is completely mine. But I just want to caution anybody who's thinking about doing it, please consider other options, because you might be one of those really sensitive people like me that it ends up really messing you up for a long time. And I'm going to also say, though, I think the government doesn't have any business telling people what to do with their body. I really don't think they should have a say in it. It's a personal choice. And just like my personal decisions had personal consequences for me and nobody else, right? I don't think the government should be able to mandate anything having to do with my body. So I get both sides of it. I really do. And I'm not on here trying to shame anybody. That decision is the hardest decision I have ever made in my life. And I'll regret it for the rest of my life. But for some people, it could be, they could be just totally at peace with it. It's just, I wasn't when I did it. So please make sure that you are in a healthy place of, peace about what you're doing, or you might have consequences. It's like, it's not an easy thing. It's very heavy.
Yeah, I really appreciate you coming on and you sharing that story, because I do think it's really important to have like an understanding of like what these different types of procedures are for people who are going to go into these, as this is a very, very important decision for many people. It is a very, very hard decision, especially to respect that choice as well, is really, really important. So yeah, no, absolutely. I think it was really, really important for you to share your story. I really appreciate that you came on and you did that, by the way.
You.
Regardless,
Thank you,
like knowing how hard that is a very hard thing to go in front of a lot of people and say. Like, I really do appreciate that, because I do think that a lot of people are able to hear that and they're able to make a better, more informed decision because of that. I really do. I really appreciate that, though. I just want you to know that.
Well, thank you for letting me up. I love you. I absolutely adore you. And Dean and RTP. My gosh, y'all are amazing.
No, I
hope you talk to Spike Cohen.
No, I would love to. I would love to talk to them. Yeah, no, for sure.
I sent you his personal information in your DMs.
I'll make sure to look for them. You said he was like a Libertarian Party candidate in the
He
past
was
or
the Libertarian vice president candidate in 2020. Oh gosh, one of the things I wanted to say, and this is a debate question, kind of to make you think, you personally, and it's to make everybody think, right? If you were married, you're 21, my daughter is single and she's 20, and you could be my son-in-law. But if you were married and your wife was pregnant, right? If you had a pregnant wife and she was brand new pregnant, y'all just found out about it, and you go somewhere and, you know, something horrific happens and she gets assaulted, and that results in the loss of that child. Would there be any consequences for her assaulter?
like under my view? Yeah, absolutely.
Why?
Right, because are you talking about for the baby?
Yes.
Because there would be
You
an
lost the
unjustified.
child that you were looking forward to. You were decorating a nursery. You were picking out names.
Yeah, so let alone from the grape that they would be, you know, consequenced for, right? It's also an unjustified termination of pregnancy.
Okay. So if somebody else does it, it's okay.
What do you
Or
mean?
not okay. But if you choose to do it, it's okay. But if somebody else does it to you, it's not okay.
Yeah, like if someone forces someone to get an abortion, I think that's wrong because it's not consensual for them. Like they didn't choose that.
Okay. I was just wondering, hypothetically.
No, I get it. I appreciate the question.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You as well. Have a great night.
Thanks.
All right, everyone. I am going to get off right now. I do appreciate everyone who did come on today. Thank you all so much. Had a great day so far, everyone. Hopefully everyone had a great day as well. I definitely haven't done this topic here in a minute, so it's good to be back on this topic again. How'd y'all like the topic, by the way, everyone, before I do get off? How'd y'all like it? How was the topic, everyone, today? By the way, Nani, I appreciate all the gifts. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Absolute W's for that, by the way, everyone. It was fun. I like this topic. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to do this topic here again in the future, for sure. I like this particular ad that we have because I normally just have like I'm pro-choice. I think this is a lot more specific to like what I value in terms of like the why is it wrong in the first trimester. So I think that this is probably like a better background. Also, like I like how the background looks. Like, I just want to say W Matt in the comment section, everyone. Can everyone spam W Matt real quick? Because W for him making that background, amazing background. Let alone it looks cool. It's like really cool to see like actually in utero what this stuff looks like. And this is like very new science, chat. So it's like, honestly, stuff like that's just so cool to me. So W Matt's in the comment section, let alone how much Matt helps me in general, everyone. I just want to say like, I know he's not here right now, but like, I fucking appreciate that man so much. I appreciate that man so much. I really hope y'all do as well, because he's a great fucking individual. But yeah, I'm going to get off right now. I'm going to send everyone over to either Dean or Danny. Which one should we do today? Dean or Danny, chat? Dean or Danny? Dean or Danny? What do y'all think? Which one? Before I get off here, y'all. Dean or Danny? Dean or Danny? Most people are saying Dean. Yeah, most people are saying Dean. All right, we're going to send everyone over to Dean. Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much, Nani. I appreciate it. All right, everyone, look up It's Dean, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker. Look up It's Dean, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker. Love y'all so much. I'll see everyone later. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Peace out, y'all. All right, everyone, have a great night.